Will the table toppers continue their run at the very top, or are there going to be some new faces making some comebacks? Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series 2023, where my name is Salty and I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be my best friend, Mr. Arka, back on the desk. But Arka, let's just address the elephant in the room, of course. Day 2 has been termed as the day of comebacks. Are you expecting some good comebacks on board?
I would rather say yesterday it's already started. All the comeback teams who had to make a comeback have already started to do a decent job.
Yeah.
It's about maintaining the momentum. But if you ask me specifically, today is going to be the day of gunpowder. If you have good gunpowder, you'll make it through.
Speaking about gunpowder, there were two teams yesterday, of course. Both of them have been at the very top of the overall standings. I'm talking about Hydra Esports and I'm talking about Growing Strong. They have displayed some amazing gunpowder, but it's not just them. I mean, TWM on that third spot of the rankings. I want to know your thoughts, of course. What do you think? Like we said, it is the day of comebacks, and I think TWM, they've started it already.
Oh yes, both placement points and as well as finish points. Both of them having a pretty good balance, if you ask me, and due to which they'll be placing themselves in a very good spot by the end of the week. But ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the prize distribution of Pro Series BGMI 2023, where it's going to be 1 crore rupees in total, and the first team or the champions themselves are going to be taking home 40 lakh rupees.
Absolutely. I mean, for sure, the fame and acclaim is going to be there for everyone who is going to participate in the grand finals of BMPS, of course. But just like you mentioned, 40 lakh for the champions, a huge bank of money, and also 20 lakhs for the runners-up and 10 lakhs for the second runners-up. You also have the MVP of BMPS, where I think Apollo right now has a little bit of competition, especially with Godbot rising up the ranks. We will talk about that as well. But nonetheless, you've also got to talk about the best IGL who gets 2 lakh rupees. But ladies and gentlemen, how do you get all of this? By getting points from the matches that you play. This is the points distribution, of course, Arka. We have been seeing it over and over again. 15 points for that much coveted chicken dinner. I think this is one of the most important factors of the game, right?
Yes, obviously. It's all about you trying to be in the top 5, get that 6 to 8 points when it comes to the placement points in the minimum, and then try to concentrate on those 4 to 5 finish points, which you can actually rake up from the beginning of the game itself.
Absolutely. But also, it's not just the only points that we offer here at BMPS, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the bonus points that we offer at the end of the week, depending on your standings on the cumulative overall leaderboard, of course. 25 points if you finish at the very top of either Group Blue or Group Red. And I think this has been the difference maker in this tournament. We have never seen something like this before.
Oh yes, and Revenant have made the best use of it so far. And 125 points plus is what another underdog or the new pro team have been having for themselves. So I'll be looking forward to see which is the other team which will be grabbing away those valuable 25 points by the end of week 2, as it's going to matter a lot for all those teams who are making a comeback.
Absolutely. But let's just look at the teams out of which one of them will get those 25 points that you were talking about. This is group number 1. From Group Blue, of course, you've got Growing Strong, you've got Autobots who have significantly improved, you've got Enigma Gaming, another team whose comeback story is on the cards, of course. But as we transition on to Group 2, we get to see some big names out here. You've got Hydra, you've got Seven Shore, Vintage, you've got Hyper Legends, Global Esports, Team GH, you've got CK and T7S. I want to ask you this: which team stands out the most from this group of 8?
Seven Shore. Because I do believe that they've got a great opportunity, because they showed that they're capable of some amazing frontal battles, and I do believe if they continue that brilliance when it comes to the days of today and tomorrow, they might have a very good fighting chance to make it through into the next week.
Absolutely. And it's not just going to be Seven Shore. I mean, we talked of Team Revenant. They are going to be in Group 3. And I think this has been one of those teams who has made sure that consistency is their number 1 priority in every single game that they play. And they have been absolutely flawless in that department. No chicken dinners inside of week 1, but inside of week 2 on the first day itself. This team gets their first chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, which was absolutely phenomenal, Arka. And I think it was not just the only chicken dinner that they're going to get in this tournament itself. Let's just talk about Group 4, and I want to ask your opinion on this. Which team are you looking for in this one?
Midwave. and Genesis. Both these teams are making a great comeback if you ask me. Let's not forget TWM. It seems like the big elephants all are stacked up in group number 4 who are looking to snooze themselves into the top itself.
Absolutely. I mean, midway for sure. We've seen some up and down curve for this team in terms of performance when you consider. But for Genesis, it has only gone upwards. When you see how consistent they have been inside of week 2, I think they have been absolutely phenomenal. But ladies and gentlemen, Group 5 is not going to be bad either, because you've got some amazing teams with some God-gifted firepower in them. I'm talking about Blood Rose Esports, and not just them. Livecraft have shown us what is possible in this tournament, especially with those finish points, isn't it?
Oh yes, and week 2 is going to be a crucial one for this team as well, because if they put that buffer between themselves and the team below them, probably they'll have a great chance to be in the top 16 and find themselves playing in the big LAN event, which is going to take place in Ahmedabad.
Yeah, in the big LAN event, of course. But inside of Group 6, we also have some top dogs. There's nothing short of entertainment here, Arka. We've got Blind Esports, you've got Burnix Official, Dragon Esports. UP50 has been a dark horse throughout this tournament, so you cannot count them out. Hyderabad Hydras, TWOB have sort of underperformed in my opinion, Arka. Even Gujarat Tigers, as a matter of fact. I want to ask your opinion on this on a very short note.
I would say that it's just a bad start, but I think they're going to end on a very high note by the end of week 3. But it's going to be a very close call, because by the end of week 2, you need to have minimum 85 to 100 points to have that fighting chance.
Absolutely. I think this is just a bad zone, a bad phase for these teams. I 100% agree with you, Arka, over there. But let's just have a look at the schedule for a second right now, because this is sort of what the pattern is going to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen it over and over again. The maps in terms of which we are going to play. There are going to be 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar, 1 Sandhawk, 1 Vikendi. And we have seen more or less the teams have been more comfortable on the maps of Erangel and Miramar. Certain teams have sort of shown their true potential, their gunpowder on the map of Sandhawk. And considering the groups that we are going to see today, it seems like there are going to be 2 groups, Group 3 and Group 6, as well as Group 4, who are going to be playing 2 games today. So I think those are the groups who will have that little bit of an advantage, don't they?
Oh yes, surely. Building up that momentum is going to be their top priority, and hopefully they'll be able to do so, because these teams who are playing consecutive games are the teams who need points on the overall standings. So hopefully today we're going to witness some great games, let it be the map of Sanok or Vikendi, just like the last days of week 1.
Absolutely. But since we are already talking about momentum, since we're already talking about how things have fared up since yesterday, of course, let's just have a look at the overall standings to freshen up our memories and look at where the team stands currently before we start today's proceedings, of course. This is going to be the overall standings of Group Blue, as a matter of fact. This has been day 1, and Team Genesis at the very top, Arca, without any chicken dinner. But look at that consistency. You've got 30 position points acquired from just 3 matches that they have played so far.
Yes, they're trying to be consistent in those position points and in turn getting rewarded with those finish points as well. But Team Together is one of the other teams. I'm pretty impressed by the performance of both week 1 as well as week 2.
100%.
Because they're going to be having a great buffer and probably cement themselves if they cross the 50 to 70 pointer by the end of this week.
It's not just Team Together Esports, Arca. TWM, we talked about them during the pre-match conversation, of course. This team was in the fag end of the 96 teams leaderboard that we were talking about. But inside of week 2, we were expecting the comeback. The comeback has been there. As we transition onto the second page, you've got Global Esports, you've got Blind, you've got Marcus Gaming Zero. Growing strong, I think, for this team. There's been a little bit of a downfall. Do you think so?
Oh, yes. And also, there's been another team which has been a bit inconsistent and or rather inconsistent and not able to catch up points has to be VNT.
Yeah.
Because they had some great positioning when it comes to the maps in the previous week, and due to which they were able to place themselves in the top 20. But this time it seems like they're not able to catch that momentum, but they've still got 3 more games to play. Keeping my fingers crossed for this team as well.
Something which is very surprising is that Blind also has just played 1 game and they have acquired 21 points from that game itself. So they have 4 more matches to go, and I think this team can also catch up to the very top, considering that they have so many games to play. As we transition on to the third page, Here you've got majority of the teams who've played just one game, and I think all of them will be in action today. We'll see some amazing gameplay from these teams. Expecting the most from Team RTG. Look at that stat. You've got 10 finishes from that one game that they've played so far. I think this team is looking very promising in terms of the gunplay that we just mentioned on the pre-show.
Hopefully, because it's just not about you getting those finish points when you're not placed well in the previous week.
Yeah.
You need to get those position points, which brings you the bigger chunk if your gun power is working fine. And I hope that, you know, teams from here on realize that it's important for them to strike a balance between position points and finish points, as they'll need the total of a greater number adding on to the overall standing.
Absolutely. Speaking of the greater number, I think this is where the danger zone starts, ladies and gentlemen. From the 25th position onwards, there are not going to be any bonus points awarded. So every team will have to strive to be on the first half of the leaderboard. And Gujarat Tigers certainly haven't done that in week 1 as well, and inside of week 2 they've had 8 points from that one game that they have played so far, but nothing specific, which kind of goes to show that this team might actually make a comeback. On the next page, you've got some big names once again. Hyderabad Hydras, Team TW, OB, both of them have not been in a very good spot on the overall standings. I want to know from you, Arka, what do you think of these teams?
Since they've played just one game, they have 4 more games to play. If they find an average of 12 points in each of those games, they'll be getting a healthy 50-pointer. And I do believe with that, adding on to the overall standings on how they were looking in week 1, they might get a very good fighting chance for the final week to be played.
Fighting chance will also be there for these teams. Of course, this is the last page of the cumulative standings, ladies and gentlemen, and not really a lot of positives to take from this one. It's just a couple of teams who have played those 2 games, UK07 and Team Do or Die. 0 points acquired from the 2 games that they have played. UK07 to be specific, they do not have any finish point inside of BMPS 2023 so far. They haven't managed to find their first finish to get off the mark. I want to know from you, Arka, how do they kind of manage to come back from a situation like this?
Don't go for an early clash. Just make sure that, you know, you rotate around the circle. Try to find yourself the center of the circle as quickly as possible, and then try to dominate on the weak points of opponent teams. Or probably a third party scenario. Just pick up 1 or 2 finishes, run away from that place. Again, place yourself in a good spot, and once your confidence is built up after that, dominate from there on to get more points.
I think this has to be the strategy for every single team who has sort of struggled inside of this tournament so far. Just try and rotate a little bit more. Just try and put yourself in good positions, and then possibly get yourself that first finish. Give yourself that confidence, and maybe from that confidence you are going to rise from the ashes, ladies and gentlemen. But this is going to be the matchup for the map of Erangel, the first game of day 2 inside of week 2 in BMPS 2023. And we have group number 3 and group number 5 duking it out. You've got a Revenant, you've got 4 aggressive men, Reckoning Esports as well. I Am Officials is going to be one of the teams I will be looking forward to. But I want to ask your opinion on who do you think will perform the best out of these 16 teams?
Livecraft, Revenant as well as HG are the 3 teams I'll be looking forward for when it comes to this group as well, because it's important for them to maintain their momentum. But if you ask me on one specific team, you have to work hard, or who will have to make sure that they get more points in this game, has to be the side of Metal Wings, because in the overall standing, they did not have a great run, and especially in the past days as well, they have not had such a great game. So these are the 4 teams I would love to see perform in the map of Erangel.
I think I kind of 100% agree with you on that department, because Metal Wings, since you already brought this team up, they have been brilliant in terms of the 1v1 fights they have been taking. They have sort of gotten themselves good positions here and there, but it seems like as a team, when they take or participate in different fights, they have been facing a lot of problems. They have been facing a lot of issues. And I think this map of Erangel will be one way to sort things out, because everyone knows Erangel is your basic map. Erangel will be your home turf. But I don't think it's going to be easy going up against teams that you mentioned, the likes of Revenant Esports, the likes of Hindustan Gaming. Revenant Esports get their first chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, but they have been consistent on Erangel throughout. What is the secret sauce for this team that they have managed to find inside of BMPS?
They have the best recipe for this sauce, Sensei, in the form of IGL. And I do believe that, you know, once you have a great IGL like him and very good assaulters like Apollo as well as Fierce. We saw in week 1 it was Apollo performing. In week 2 now we have Fierce performing. So you can count on each and every player inside your team, and then you can do wonders as well.
Absolutely, they can certainly do wonders. But for you and I think this is wonderful because the first game has finally begun, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the map of Erangel, and we do have the flight path in front of our screens right now. It does start off from the lands of Milta Power and ends towards Katka. A very horizontal flight path, Arka, but I want to come to straight to you and ask you what do you think of this, because I feel like teams will be enabled to go to that military base island.
They will be enabled, but again, due to that greed of getting those finishes, since they don't have much points on the table, I can expect few teams to actually go in for a drop clash, or apparently go into those spawns region and the nearest hard compound, in case that's a drop location for any of those teams out there, they're going to pick up a weapon and try to put the players down as quickly as possible.
Picking up weapons and trying to put them down as quickly as possible does remind me of those early game battles that we saw yesterday. I think Johnny might remember as well. We both were casting and there were some very, very awkward collisions happening. But for now, though, it seems like things have sort of stabilized and not a lot of teams going on towards that military base island so far. You've got Team Lifecraft moving over there, Mafia and the rest of his boys already on that glide. You've got Revenant Esports in that Milta region. No surprise over there as well. And RTG pretty close by getting those Milta power compounds, a warehouse as well. But as soon as the first circle drops, I think this is where the game has been turned completely flipped on its face, Arka, because now the main area of focus is going to be that military base island.
Oh yes, very much military base island, and also the side of Revenant. They're going to quickly make sure that they loot up themselves and go to the southern side and get that gatekeeping scenario. We've seen a circle like this happen yesterday as well, but there was no gatekeeping scenarios whatsoever. But this was specifically what I was speaking. A drop clash might only take place to the spawn locations as well as the hard compounds nearest to those.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Rose Esports, we've seen them over and over again. I think they never really shy away from taking fights against teams who drop nearby the school and the surrounding region. So it'll be interesting for Team 10 or any other team, in fact, to come close to this team, because like we saw just about now, shots will be fired against you. And I hope you're prepared to take that fight against Blood Rose, because they've been ruthless in this tournament so far.
I'm hoping to see the same kind of gameplay coming from several other teams as well, including the side of IM, because these are the teams who need to perform well. And as you can see, TEN as well. This is one of the clever moves, if you ask me. They know they're going to the northern side of the map where Metal Wings have already had a very good head start, and that's why they're going to stop midway, get some kind of good loot for themselves before they head on to their respective drop locations.
Now, this is very surprising in my opinion, honestly, Arka, because they know that the circle has just dropped by and they know that the entirety of the focus is going to be on that military base island. Having dropped nearby Blood Rose Esports, this team got a vehicle and moving up north. I kind of feel this move will make their life more difficult as they try and rotate on towards that military base island. I think they are going to be very late into that rotation, don't you think so?
Kind of, yes. But again, if you look at the strategy which we actually discussed previously, these are the teams who need to adapt to that kind of a strategy. That is, try to come, late into the circle or prioritize the circle way too early. But look at this. Wow. It's going to be the side of Seal who are coming up to eat up the single fish in this house. And it seems like they might be successful until and unless we see Red Ox going and pulling off a 1v2 or a 1v3. By the window, he's been spotted. But
oh my god, what is happening? Radox has actually pulled a couple of parkour moves from his own, but from the backlines. It's going to be Aryan. He has been taken down, and Seal, they've lost their first player. This kind of brings out the opening for Lifecraft to bring in the reinforcements, and I think it is here. Team Seal, they are messed up massively, and Lifecraft, you've got to give it to Radox for finding that pick itself, and here comes the reinforcements. What are you going to do about it, Team Seal? I'm not really sure. But two players have been taken down with nades itself. Jadoo as well as Redox quietly on terms of HP. Another player on the other side of the road. He's been brought down as well. Team Seal, a good recovery back into this fight.
Oh yes, very much. But Mafia's grenade is going to decide the fate of Team Aircraft, because Seal 4, Player 3 has been phenomenal when it comes to his throwables as well. He understands that picking up those finishes is going to be crucial for them, and that's what they're going to be concentrating on. Mafia, still moving around, might be predictable as he's going to be pushed right into his faces.
He's going to be pushed for sure. And he's trying to use his throwables to kind of delay that push, but I don't think it's going to be possible. He needs to take this 1v1 and he will be successful, but for not for long, because Clouds from the backlines from Team Seal is going to find the connection. He will get the revive back up as well, but now there's just one player from Team Livecraft who is going to survive, and I think he's going to escape from the situation because Omega knows that he has no business being in this location. He will have to survive, take that hit for the team, and try and get as many position points as they possibly can, Arka. But I would love to have you break this entire fight down, because right off the get-go it seemed like Team Seal, they had blood in their eyes.
Obviously, right? This is taking place at the military base region. People understood that if they get those early knocks and finishes and then try to concentrate to welcome the others with the center of the circle in their favor, and that is going to be a great one. But yes, Aircraft, they've got the biggest damage possible because it was their drop location as to where the circle has happened. And I'm pretty disappointed. It's that frontal battle which they failed to, somehow establish.
Yeah.
And I would like to bring in a player over here. It was Cloud,
Yeah.
the soul man from the side of Seal,
Yeah.
with throwables as well as with the guns, was able to register something phenomenal.
He certainly was phenomenal in that region, of course. But Team Seal, right, they have not escaped the situation unhurt. It seems like they've also lost one player from that proceeding instead, but I think they're going to be happy. They just got 3 finishes on the back of just one casualty, but I think they will still try and find the last remaining player in the form of Omega. But the approach, ladies and gentlemen, is simple, and I think this is not just going to be Team Seal and their strategy, but also for a lot of other teams, that they will try and go for those finishes. They will try and get those squad wipes happen as soon as possible inside the game, because everybody wants to acquire points. They understand that this is the second day of week 2. That means the journey of BMPS for these teams is halfway done already, and they need to do something to get back up on that overall leaderboard.
I couldn't have said that better, my friend. And again, HG, I really like their approach. They immediately understood crossing these bridges are going to be their top priority. Revenant as well, as I told you already, they'll be looking forward for that early rotation towards that Novo region, picking up all that armory which is required or getting the right kind of inventory, and now going in for this bridge blocks is going to be rewarding them with a lot of finishes.
But one thing that we did not really observe was the fact that there are some interesting rotations that are being made. Of course, we will show that to you and break it down when we have the map on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, of course, this was the fight between Livecraft and Team Seal in this situation, of course. And it did not really make sense for me to be, in fact, Redox in that situation. The Parker moves that he pulled off in that first fight. I still remember just dropping down from that terrace, finding himself that little bit of a footing, playing around and finding the first finish. It was absolutely brilliant, and he delayed that ambush long enough for his teammates to come by so that reinforcements can come in. I think it was a very good attempt from his side individually.
See, his teammates could have just let go of him because he got one finish for himself. Even though he had got cleared off, there would have been 3 men standing, which could have been a better chance for them inside this game. But yes, the greed of getting the finishes, since the knock had already come through against the opponents, did backfire for the side of Aircraft.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to see Omega trying to survive for the longest time possible, as the second circle which is going to be forming up now is going to be a very, very interesting one, if you ask me. 2 teams are holding those bridge region. One is going to be the side of Revenant, and the other one is going to be the side of HG.
Look at this, Arka. I mean, Team Executors, they have pulled off something amazing, to be honest, because they're using the boats from the sides of Primorsk itself to rotate inside of the military base island. Of course, the circle has taken a massive hard shift on top of the military base island. So now that is the dead center, the epicenter of all the action, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like Executors will find an easy entry inside of this particular island. This is awareness of mind. This is the fact. This is, I think, the early mover's advantage. Taking the boat up early, making this big rotation, and now you're safe and good to go for the rest of the fight. I think Executors pulled it off perfectly.
Yes, but again, to look to the eastern side of the map. I can see RTG are just walking into the jaws of death, if you ask
Oh,
me, because
yes.
Fierce and Sensei, both of them understood that there are going to be a lot of people trying to come through the waterways, and it's going to be easy picking for them, as all those swimmers as well as all those players on the boat. They can't do much as they are traveling around.
Yeah, they certainly cannot do much. And I just hope that they do not get really caught out by Fierce and Sensei in that situation. You mentioned it perfectly. I think Revenant know exactly what the situation is. They've blocked the bridge. They have a 2-2 split going on. Two of them, MJ as well as, I believe, Sensei, if I'm not mistaken, just holding... Oh, pardon me for that. It's MJ and Apollo who are holding the bridge, and Sensei and Fierce who are holding the shorelines of Nova Upneo. A beautiful guard that has been put up. But switching focus on towards Team Reckoning Esports, it seems like they've found Metal Wings in a mid-rotation fight, and Immortal is already in position to fire his shots. Will Metal Wings stop though?
They shouldn't, if you ask me. Because in case they stop now, it's either they get taken down by the side of RGE. But again, no matter what it is, it's candle burning on both sides. As once they make it to the bridges, they're going to be shot at by the side of Revenant from the other side. So RGE Punk especially is being very clever over here. He's waiting for the opponents to make that mistake and then strike on it. RTG, all the best for them, because as we already spoke about this,
Yeah.
Revenant are prepared for anything.
Revenant certainly are prepared for anything, but for now, of course, RTG has to convert themselves into Olympic swimmers, because this is a very, very long distance that they have to swim. And I think one of the crucial aspects is being underwater. You cannot be visible and you cannot have your head up high, which means oxygen is also going to be a problem, and your HP is going to deplete as you progress further.
Very much. And again, if you're boosted well, then it allows you to be that 3 to 4 seconds more inside the water region, and then you can come back up.
Yeah.
But again, it all comes down to the timing. If you're there underwater for a long time, then eventually you'll get knocked out. But yes, Fierce is on the top of those towers and having that bird's eye view on anybody who's coming through the waterways. So we can, eventually watch the finish fate for all those finishes, which Revenant can now pick up. But somewhere far away, it's the bridge fight which is going to take place towards the western side of the map next to Ferry Pier.
It's going to be interesting. Redemption Crew, we just saw from the finish feed itself, one of the players was knocked out. And I think it was from the bridge block region. Redemption Crew having such a nice vantage point from the lighthouse, and it seems like they found Team 10 and they've completely blocked them dead on their tracks. The bridge has been made unusable by them, and look at the circle where it originates. A second hard shift back to back, and this is just going to make the life difficult for so many teams out there. I think the only team that's going to be happy about this might just be Revenant Esports, might just be Team Fly, because this is another team who is looking to make a very long rotation throughout the waters itself. This first game of Erangel, I absolutely love the way it has been set up, and this is so unorthodox, Arka. I love to see this happen. But for now though, what do you think of this fight? Who do you think has the advantage?
Forget about this one, because eventually the blue is going to be starting to, force them to get inside the circle. But yes, 10, since they're looking forward to come from under the bridges and take those knocks and finishes, they might have an upper hand.
Gunny.
As Gunny now is looking forward for those Molotovs as well as the grenade throwables, which is going to be tossed towards him. The split might backfire for the side of RC.
I completely agree with you over there. I think the blue zone will play such an important factor, because right now it's stage 3 and it's not going to be invincible for them. Shots, of course, being fired, and Pain will get taken down. It was brilliant move, but Team 10, they're also taking shots on the other side. It seems like Redemption Crew, they have the upper hand in this fight, but for how long is going to be the question, because even they have to prioritize the circle. Pain has been knocked out, and it seems like they're leaving him behind. Oh no, they actually aren't. Reaper OG is going to find the revival on his teammate, and then they're going to go on their merry ways. Meanwhile, the two players, Rishi and Zen, they were like, alright, fine boys, we have to escape from this fight or else we are down and out.
Oh yes, it's because 4 AM were not far away, and I guess they predicted that this might take place as Ripper tried to do his best. There it is. He stopped the side of 4 AM but runs out of bullets, due to which he's got to be punished ruthlessly as Spider-Jawed. He's just going to pick up as many finishes as possible before they make it inside the circle. Skillful with the person to register one for himself.
Four aggressive men just came in like four aggressive men and just absolutely bombarded the opposition. I think Redemption Crew kind of delayed that particular fight, but it's not their fault, honestly. They just were dealing with some other team up front, and as soon as that finished, I think they were hit by four aggressive men when their back was against their wall. But for now, I think for this team, they have to enter the circle as quickly as possible.
You know what's a bit concerning for me?
Yeah.
Revenant losing Sensei in that Bridges. You know, I never expected him to take such a call where they're going to be greedy about those finishes, and eventually, once he got taken down, now it becomes a bit of a problematic situation with the man disadvantage, and Revenant will have to fall back to play it in the final circles rather than taking those early fights. As of now, it's a great advantage for the side of Reckoning as well.
It's not just advantage. I think it is a great advantage, not just for Reckoning, but also for Revenant Arca, because look at where the circle is shifting. They've got the high ground, and I think they understand that the observatory is also going to be within their grasp. As soon as that happens, Revenant Esports, they just take their buggies, make that massive climb, and now they will have it for themselves. An enormous high ground, so much information to play around with. I think this is the perfect rotation that they could have asked for, and there is nobody to contest them from this location. Initially, when you thought about it, the circle favored two teams, Reckoning. But with this rotation, I think Revenant have made a case for themselves that they now hold the best position inside this circle.
I hope so, because it's important for them to pick up those finishes as well. It's about them surviving for the longest time possible. We were speaking about Metal Wings and their importance in this game, and it seems like they've also been finished off. Sonic, lying out in the open, will be learning that lesson the hard way, as another finish is going to be taken away by the side of IM. Fierce Lucifer is looking the most fierce man from the side of IM.
Yeah, I mean, IM officials, they have definitely started their finishing hunting, of course, but for now, I think with the three finishes, they will have to be satisfied and prioritize on finding that good spot as well. They're playing in from the edges, which I like, but multiple teams are still in the vicinity. I mean, they can sense it. They can hear those footsteps. Team Executors, it seems like they're a little far away, but they have been spotted underneath their crosshairs. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be four aggressive men, and now they have the advantage of the topography. But from the back lines, it's going to be one player, Jord Gaming, was taking down Harry with his shotgun. Did not really anticipate being overpowered in that fight itself, and the 1v2 situation, just helping out four aggressive men in that one.
Oh, the last man standing fights by the side of HG, or rather the last two men will have a great job ahead in front of them. But 4 AM, since they're sticking together, it's giving them a greater advantage to get all these finishes as they make it inside the circle. And guess what? Since they are the latecomers, there's not going to be anybody who's going to be backstabbing them as 100%. Of now.
I think I completely agree with you over there, because four aggressive men, they've been like scavengers. They have been getting every single finish from the backline, securing their backlines first, and then progressing forward. They're not really being dictated by the circle, and this is something which I like. But on the other side, of course, you've got a massive cluster happening. Bullet, once again, is going to find a connection on towards Nick OP and finish him off. 4 finishes on IM officials already. And I think this team is looking really, really strong right now. Especially with 4 aggressive men being so close to them. I think another fight is still in that horizon. But for now, I think IM officials, they will have to focus on finding a little bit more cover, because they're very much out in the open, Arca.
Speaking about being out in the open, the circle itself is formed up in such a way that there's no much hard cover for you to work things around with. Only those high ground advantages is going to allow you to gain some knowledge against the opponents. Avi is just going to escape from that. It was that last bullet, or Inferno. I guess he had shifted it to that single taps. Yeah. And you know, when he went and pressed that button, he was like, a single bullet went, and he was like, wait, what happened? What happened? And then he understood, okay, it was on single mode, and then he comes back. Yes, the circle again going to the southern side of the map. A pretty interesting one, if you ask me.
Pretty interesting one for sure, but now it has kind of taken that advantage away from Revenant Esports, because they will have to come down that huge slope, and I think MJ and Apollo are already on the move. Look at how quick Team Revenant is on their feet. They instantly realize that they will have to make up a massive shift, and the game has sort of taken a tumble away from their grasp, so it's going to be important for them to reposition. And while doing so, on the map feed, you can see that plus sign indicates that Revenant Esports have been hurt in the process, and MJ has been finished off. Apollo is going to be a lone survivor. Does have Wingod Avi right underneath, but he's under heavy fire. And I'm pretty sure this is an absolute deathbed. Is he going to enter the smoke? There are 2 players inside.
Oh yes, Apollo, he needs to survive. He needs to make sure that he keeps that ray of hope for his team alive. Fierce has still not made it inside the circle, but that doesn't mean that Apollo can hold off all the players inside the circle, because we still have 32 left and we are entering into the stage 5. And let me tell you this, there are several solo players inside. Elcraft is going to be one of those teams.
Elcraft will be one of those teams. It's just going to be Omega who's still holding on. And look at this, Karan, all by himself. He does have some backup, but they're far behind. But all 4 players from Team Wingod are chiming in like an absolute army. It's going to be very tough for him to try and delay this ambush, especially with UMP. They did not spot him. What just happened? No information whatsoever, and Wingod suffer. And of course, his backup is going to be there, and he will be traded. Karan couldn't really do much on that situation. But I think that was the best case scenario, finding that one finish. And this is finally when the rest of his teammates managed to strike back. But that is not going to be lethal. Skillful will find a little bit of connection. He's going to find the knock on towards Max. Shots have been missed. A massive choke over there. What are you doing, Skillful?
Now it's important for him to make the best use of all the damage which is already dished. But yes, one more thing was there at the back of his mind, that he'll have to make it inside the circle.
Yeah.
The more shots he takes over there, the more he's going to attract all the other team's attention towards him. And I do believe that it's going to become much more easier for him with that smokes laid out. There it is. He gets one knock and the finish converted immediately. 7 finishes strong is what 4AM is looking. And probably Rex might be the next person to go down.
Almost could have gone down as well, but Skillful, I think, today, it does not seem to be his day, because especially at this level, especially at Pro Series, you're supposed to connect those sprays, the lasers precise sprays that we always talk about. Revenant Esports in the backlines are completely naked without any cover whatsoever. It's just the vehicles that they have, and I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Look at that, Spider Jot has that vantage point, has that visibility as well through the shack windows. And I think this is going to be quintessential. The 6x scope Arca gives you that added information.
Now, Spider Jot, he needs to also watch out for his resources. 40 of 97 is what he's got. Another 3 to 4 mags, and if he shoots too much in favor of Revenant, then he might be on the receiving end of things. But I really love this rotation coming in from the side of Revenant.
Oh no.
Staying away from all those fights is going to be the primary, primary idea. And Apollo came over here because he was lacking those resources, since he's all got one for himself. Now I would love to see how they're going to take this rotation with one team's crosshair completely aiming towards them.
Team Revenant actually have done a very good job in surviving inside the top 6 right now. 2 players, and I think they are sort of making calculated maneuvers. They know that they do not really have to worry about a lot of visibility, have that little bit of an advantage in terms of the topography as well. Majority of the action is happening underneath their eye level, and I think even RTG, as a matter of fact, they have been caught in just one position itself. One nade from Fierce is going to find that knock onto Seizu, and I think the battle between Revenant Esports and Road to Glory has already broken out, Arca.
Yes, Seal Clouds is making use of this situation as he's the third party over here. Apollo gets knocked out, and that means it's a great pressure against the side of Fierce, who's kind of standing out to this situation, if you ask me. 5 finishes strong is what we're going to be looking him at. But yes, he's looking for some hard cover inside the circle, because that is what's going to matter. But this close range battle is going to be interesting. He finds the connection but doesn't connect so well to put the opponent down. It was Suzu who stays alive with just a sliver of HP.
Sliver of HP and no first aid kits whatsoever. Revenant Esports actually went very, very close in that one. But Seizu is going to survive and is going to make Team Revenant Esports punish, especially Fierce in that occasion. You cannot miss your shots, and you have to hit me with your full power. Road to Glory, they're still surviving, but not very strongly, especially with Tokia and Seizu being completely brought down. It's Skillful being brought down as well. It's an absolute mafia boss happening in the form of IM officials who come in from the backlines, but they are shooting against every single team in competition.
I just love this gameplay coming in from the side of 4AM as well. Look at that. Spider Jod is still committed to get his player back on his feet, but that is going to be backfiring to an extent, as it's going to be IM from a distance who's going to put them down. 4 a.m. success until now has always been the man advantage, or the final two players who lifted up one another every single time they got knocked out. Yes, making it to the top 5 was their top priority, and I guess they've done a decent job.
They have done a decent job for sure. But now, Arca, we are left with the 3 teams. Now make it 2 because Seal's player 3 has been taken down by Smurf itself inside the smoke. The nade landing perfectly. Man had the 6th sense working over there for himself. But now it's IM official just charging towards, marching towards Road to Glory. And they certainly are marching to glory themselves. It's IM officials who pick up a monumental chicken dinner right in the first game of the day. And it's been absolutely phenomenal. Everyone contributing in that one. 11 finishes is what they have right now, and I think they have outshined the competition in ways that we cannot imagine. Arca, you've got to break it down on how they managed to do so.
I mean, I do understand that, you know, IM were actually having the spotlight in this game.
Yeah.
But if you ask me, the stars of this game have to be the side of RTG. Because they were coming through the waterways. We saw Revenant had a chance to put them down. They somehow hide from their crosshairs, cross over that high ridges, come into the final circles, stay alive among Seal, stay alive among Revenant, stay alive among IM as well, and make it into the top 2 with decent amount of finishes. But yes, IM, they went to the southern shorelines in the beginning itself, and from there on, they just dominated throughout the game.
I mean, it was Team IM officials, it was Team Road to Glory as well, and even Team Seal, as you mentioned, right? All of these teams have played wonderfully, but you've got to give it to that rotation from Revenant Esports as well. Having the control of observatory is the best thing that you can find in the military base island. But from that point on, when the circle shifted, Revenant Esports never really looked comfortable, did they?
I guess it's because of lack of sensei from the beginning, because he was the person trying to go in for the bridge block, which I rarely see him sit on a certain bar, and eventually after he gets knocked out, MJ was nowhere interested to go and give him a revival. But ultimately, yes, he gave the right kind of call-outs, but Fierce was the man. 5 finishes and was looking strong.
Fierce with 5 finishes absolutely just toppled the charts. In fact, it was IM officials who sort of shut us up with that performance because we thought that they were lacking inside of the tournament, but now they've made a comeback of a lifetime. But of course, speaking about making us shut, I think there is something else which has made us shut as well. It is the Bolti Band web series coming on your way.
BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Chico! Mummy! गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाट पूरी खाने को जा रहे क्या रे? वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट-गुट कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Arca, we've got some amazing star cast for this particular web series. I mean, Mr. Roshan Sharma is there. Some professional players are there themselves. This is going to be fun. I'm not sure when it is coming out, but I'm pretty sure when it does come out, there is going to be one place that you have to go and hit a follow where you're going to get all the updates. It's going to be the Instagram handle of Crofton India Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Just go out there and follow their social handle because that is where you're going to get all the updates, be it in terms of match standings, be it in terms of when is Bolti Band coming out, or when are there going to be some new updates in terms of cosmetics. But just talking about the game itself, coming back to that amazing game that we got to see right off the get-go, focus on Military Base Island. I think this was the best circle to start my day because I had a ball casting this game.
Yes, very much. And again, I spoke about the only team which is going to have the better firepower might be the team to shine. And it seems like all these teams who actually need those points are relying on their firepower.
Exactly.
Getting that, you know, making sure they enter the circle first and then dominating has been the point of success so far. And I hope to see something similar replicate in the upcoming games as well.
100%, because we started off with that first fight, which will be visible, of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the highlights. Team Seal just I would say ambushing Team Life right off the get-go. And you've got to give it to Radox, right? The highlight does not capture how beautiful and how athletic this man was in the early stages of this fight.
Oh yes, and again, you have to give credit to the throwables being used by the opponents as well.
Yeah.
But this was the moment where I felt that RTG actually took the fight against the opponents. They take down the knocked person of our Revenant, that is Sensei, and from there on, they made sure they keep a keen eye against these players, and then from then on track their moments. Speaking about tracking, this was one of those games where Seal showed their phenomenal brilliance in an uphill battle and the mid-range fights which they took place.
Exactly. I mean, Seal never really lost their foot from the gas. They had it pressed right from the get-go itself. But Reckoning couldn't really find their footing. They could not find their footing ever inside this game. And that is something which I think will make them panic right now. Because like we said, this is day 2 of week 2, Arca, and halfway stage inside of the BMPS journey, and Reckoning still are yet to find their first chicken dinner with some dominating performance. What do you think Punk must be feeling right now inside his mind?
Try to make sure that he gets some early fights and get those early finishes as well. And I do believe the only thing they're lacking right now is those finishes when we look at the overall standing.
Yeah.
Since he has a great team who can actually get those frontal battles converted, I'll be looking forward to see whether they'll be converting 1 or 2. But this was the moment where Skillful had got 2 players of RTG down on their knees and eventually get knocked out. And guess who took advantage of all those things? It was IM themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Skillful, personally speaking, I think he made amends for that mishap against Wingod Esports, that spray that he missed on Max. He later on made amends, finding Max himself, and not just Max. I think in the process he also got Rex from Wingod, and from that point on he was absolutely flawless. 4 Aggressive Men is starting to turn out to be a squad, starting to be a dark horse inside this competition, because you never really know when they're going to come and hit you, but when they do, it's going to hit very hard.
And they proved this already in BGIS as well, right?
100%.
So they 100% knew that, it is the firepower which always helped them. Spider Jord and Skillful, if they're alive until the final moments of the game, they can pick up those valuable 3 to 4 points when it comes to finishes. And I do believe they're thinking right. But again, it's that 4 men who need to stand in the final circle to get that chicken dinner for yourself.
Yeah, I think losing men has always been their problems in the mid-rotation fights, of course. But having said that, I think now we've got to come to the conversation of IM officials.
Yes.
Entering the circle, making sure that they do not lose out on their manpower. And I think the most important aspect of it, Lucifer having so much time in the world, having so much information of where exactly the players are, I think that kind of resulted in the success that they have in this first game, isn't it?
Yes, and also he was very furious from the beginning.
Yeah.
He was picking up finishes whenever possible, and that gave them that confidence boost that, okay, we already have 4 to 5 finishes in our pocket. Why don't we rush in and try to get control over certain region inside the circle, which will allow us to then further dominate and get that chicken dinner. So you need somebody, some of your assaulters, to eventually do that and give you that confidence in the beginning of the game itself.
Speaking of confidence boost, I think if you want a little bit of a confidence boost inside your game as well, I think it is time to equip the Fool's Blessing Scarl, because it looks absolutely brilliant. And like I've always said throughout this tournament, if you look fabulous, I think there is going to be a lot of confidence inside of you while taking those fights. So why not just get inside your game and try and spin the wheel? Maybe you're lucky, maybe you get that Fool's Blessing Scarl. If you do so, make sure to tag us on your stories on Instagram and tag us so that we know that you've been lucky, because I haven't. And speaking of being lucky, of course, I think some teams haven't really been lucky. We've spoken about Revenant already. We've spoken about Reckoning as well.
Yes.
Neither of these teams have been lucky, especially when it comes to the circles. They've constantly been forced to make adjustments one after the other. Even Lifecraft, as a matter of fact, haven't been lucky.
They had one man standing, and he made sure that he brought his team into the top 6 or the top 7. Again, you have around 5 to 6 points when it comes to position, and then they had some 2-3 finishes early on. So a decent average of 8 to 9 points is what Hellcraft have already got for themselves. So as I said, few teams which we named in the beginning of this stream have done decent for themselves, and I'll be looking forward for their performance to grow in the further maps to come.
Absolutely, but looking forward to performances. I think we've seen one performance that has been absolutely brilliant. I think the MVP is going to be Fierce. I had this notion in my head. He was the solo carrier for the team, our 100% finish contribution. What do you have to say about this man?
This is the only assaulter I have seen who goes and relies on those taps when required.
Yeah.
Others tend to, stick on to their recoil control. But this man, as soon as he gets a knock and he feels that the opponent is moving too much, he goes in to tap and get those finishes through. And that's the best part about having Fierce on your team. But guess what? He's not going to be alone, as the top 5 is going to look like this, as Fierce, Fury Lucifer from the side of IM is going to have 4 finishes for himself, and 2 players of 4AM are here as well.
You're also forgetting Biku OP from ECE, who has had 4 finishes as well, probably for the first time an addition in the top 5 players. It's been absolutely brilliant. And having a look at this entire top 5 players arc, it seems like this has been a sort of a day for the underdogs, man. Fury Lucifer, just like you said, Biku OP, you've got Skillful, and you've got Jod Gaming YT. All of these names are such a healthy addition, and now they're making it count. Of course, Fierce has been one of the best assaulters for a while in this scene, so his name is always going to be there. But let's just transition on to the point standings and see how many points did these teams acquire. At the very top, you've got Team IM officials with 11 finishes and 15 position points, 26 total points. But then there's a big gap between them and RTG. 17 points, 15 points, followed by 13-11. All odd numbers, Arka. But look at that gap that they have built at the top. 26 points.
It's all about the finishes. The team to do the hard work when it comes to the firepower is going to take home an average every single time, and it's going to be Reckoning and Revenant, who have got 9 and 5 points simultaneously, and they've done a decent job if you ask me. But what's more concerning for me is going to be the bottom of the table, where I expected the side of Elcraft to have at least 5 to 6 points. Seems to have not acquired that as well, as 3 finishes is minimum what I saw being registered from their side.
It's not just them. I think concerns will also be a little bit there for Reckoning in the form of position points. 1 position point acquired in this entire game so far. Second page, we were talking about Livecraft. This was one team that was hit really hard right at the starting stages of this game itself. 2 finishes and 2 position points is all that they have. 4 points for themselves. Hindustan Gaming, one of your picks, could not really convert their game in this one. Just 2 points acquired. Redemption Glue, Blood Rose Esports. I was talking very phenomenally about this team, but even they could not convert. Metal Wings and Team 10 with absolute zeros. Not really the outing which they would like to remember for a long time. But let's just come to the conversation of Hindustan Gaming, and I want to know from you what exactly went wrong for this team in this game.
They committed to the bridge block, and they wanted to pick up those finishes over there, and once they made it inside the circle, they came in as individuals, yet again not sticking together, and 4AM were just waiting for them. Nick OP gets knocked out, gets finished off. We see that MJ is somewhere far away, he also gets knocked, gets finished off. So somewhere I feel that, you do not become overconfident. Stick together as a team, like how 4AM did for a brief period of time, like IM has done, and the reason for their success, and probably you'll have a better chance of winning it.
Absolutely, probably a chance of winning it will be there if you try and look for the Avalanche X suit as well, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is coming in your stores very, very soon. Looks absolutely brilliant, gives you that royal feeling, that royal blue, and I think it is one healthy addition in your arsenal. If you have to show it off to your friends, just go out there and do so. And if you get this particular cosmetic in your arsenal, just do let us know in the chat. Do let us know in your Instagram stories as well. But for now, once again, just coming back in the game, we were talking about Hindustan Gaming. You mentioned it perfectly. You've also had Redemption Crew, a similar situation for them, committing for that bridge block, going in for the lighthouses, but even they had no information that 4AM was coming in from the backlines, and as soon as they came, they were absolutely ripped apart.
Yes, and 4AM, a very clever move if you ask me. They got that knock and finish. They understood there were several other players whom they could have taken on and get those 3 finishes. But the IGL says, no, we're not going to commit to this fight. We're going to head right into the circle, because they'll also have to make it the same way. And there is where we're going to challenge them. And once they made it inside the circle, they lost 1 player, but still survived until the final moments of the game.
The circle was the piece of devastation in that map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. But having finished that already, we are going to move forward and have a look at the map of Miramar, where two other groups are going to be duking it out. I'm so excited for that, Arka, because Erangel set the tone, and I think Miramar is just going to accentuate it.
Oh, absolutely well said, as we're going to have Hydra coming back over here with 7 show, and I do believe that these are the teams who will be looking to continue their domination or trying to get themselves that average every single time. Let's not forget, GE, one of the aggressors of the game, are also over here, and it's important for them to continue their momentum. As Group 3, the previous game, we did see these teams not having such a great run, apart from the side of IM. We'll be looking forward for something great, and you know the ritual, we're going to have a switcheroo on the desk over here. Joining me right now is going to be Johnny. A circle like that in the map of Erangel at the military base, and very much at the shorelines. What was your first thoughts when you saw that?
My first thought was, why am I not casting this match? That was so exciting. And the next time I had the same thought was when we saw what the players of IM Official were up to, because that was an exceptional performance. We haven't seen a run like that from the side of IM Officials up until now. But you know what they say, right? A wounded lion is always more dangerous, and I believe that is the form that IM Officials have taken.
Yes, and I hope that they'll be able to, you know, build up this momentum, because they do not have so much points on the overall standings. It's not just one game. They need to make sure that they have 3 straight games with similar amount of points to have that fighting chance in the overall standings of week 3.
Yeah, and it is definitely going to be a challenge, as you mentioned. They need 3 matches, need to convert 3 matches now. And only 2 days left. It is an uphill battle, but if they carry the momentum forward, they can pull it off. Look at RTG. RTG was one of those teams that my eyes were just locked on, because their Erangel run yesterday in the last match was just phenomenal. And they made sure that the momentum carried over across the day.
Yes, and also the way they made it inside the circle, under the noses of all the main teams out there, was also phenomenal.
It was.
Even in the final moments, you have Fierce, you have Apollo from 2 different directions, you know, blasting at you, and they have the side of Seal from below the ridges. Using those smokes and converting all of these 3 teams into finishers was a great job from them as well.
Exactly, but that was not the only game that we have to look forward to. We still have 4 more maps left, ladies and gentlemen, and as you guys can see, the counter is almost at 0. In fact, it's gone now, and that only means one thing. We're about to jump into game number 2 of today, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Miramar will be on our screens, and well, guess what? Here we go.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting flight path as well, starting all the way from the side of Valle del Mar, ending towards the side of Minas Generals. And I somewhere feel a drop location can be sensed towards the side of Hacienda del Patron or the El Pozo region, because I've seen teams over here hungry for some finishes, especially the side of Global Esports, are looking very good when it comes to finish points in the overall standing.
Of course, I mean, I do agree with you. If you are playing a classic game, then you are worried about Los Lunas. But in competitive lobbies, there are 2 positions that are filled with a lot more threat. There's San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, and then there's the city of El Pozo. 2 locations where more than often we see drop clashes happen in this map of Miramar. But let's see, this time it was off to an interesting start, though we saw the players of 10 and T7S, both the squads dropping towards the southwestern edge of the map. Now, this is something interesting, right?
Oh, yes. And I'm also looking forward to see some teams clash it off at the Los Leones region, because lately we're able to see another meta forming up that several teams wants to go to the southern side of the map, which gives them a little bit of an, you know, easier rotation inside the circle. Let's see whether that's going to be the case.
Yeah, but unfortunately we hear the dreaded words, ladies and gentlemen, and that is that the game is going to be restarted. I mean, it happens, right? I mean, this is something that we are used to in esports, and we'll get through it. We'll be moving on towards Miramar again for the second time, but that gives us a little bit more time to discuss what can actually happen. And again, I mean, this time the flight path that was there in this game, it was leaning heavily towards the southern side, so restart would mean the teams can potentially have a much more even flight path close to the center. Maybe the best one on Miramar is always going to be that diagonal.
I mean, I know you're being a little optimistic right now. Just imagine the flight path goes somewhere to the complete northern side of the map, cutting all the way through Torre Hemura, and then teams to come to Los Leones is going to have the toughest time possible. I mean, it was just that the player was not connected, But let
Yeah.
me remind the viewers a small rule which has come up. They're going to have a buffer period of 3 minutes to join in the lobby. And in case nobody does within the 3 minutes, the game is just going to continue without them buying the ticket.
Exactly, and this time it happened a little bit sooner, so there will be an opportunity given to the lad to join the match again.
Yes.
But as you were saying, I mean, you were talking about Flight Path. One of the best circles I've ever casted in a map of Miramar is up north, Oasis. Now we have never gotten to see it once because I mean, in my entire career, I've only seen it happen once and once only.
Yeah.
But it was so amazing because Oasis is that one position on Miramar where in a competitive scene you never see players go, not even
True.
just to go for that early loot. It is completely isolated and cut off from the entire map. But if the circle forces the players up north towards that Oasis area, you have different challenges to deal with. Because for the first time in a map that you like to play so often, you run into a piece of terrain that is completely alien to you.
I mean, yes, Oasis is one of those places, and again, I have my favorite. That's the Picardo Hill region. If the
Yeah.
circle forms up over there, there are going to be several teams below at all looks and corners, not taking those fights. Whereas the team on the top just going to bend on a little bit and try to get those knocks, and sometimes fall down to their very
Oh, yeah.
finish. And it's been very interesting to see such scenarios take place in the map of Miramar.
That is true. I mean, this is also another interesting aspect of the game that the mountains that are there are so tall that if your feet slip, you are getting knocked out. And
Yes.
if it happens in a chaotic moment, your teammates won't be there to save you. They won't even have a chance to save you, in fact, because they're dealing with pressure from every single direction. But again, yesterday's Miramar was quite interesting. We saw bolt actions being utilized after a long time again. Hopefully that happens today.
I mean, I'll be hoping to see that as well. But again, it's just that the heat of the moment and the situation was so well for the side of 8-bit that they
Yeah.
were able to, use it. But I don't think so. It's going to be easy for the teams, in the bottom of the table to come out and showcase such kind of a talent, because obviously it's the pressure they're dealing with.
For sure, but talk about pressure, and the pressure is built upon the lobbies by a few individuals that are just there in terms of skill
Yeah.
above the rest, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about the top 5 players, and we're going to have a look at that particular leaderboard right now, because let's not forget, once we eventually get to the finals, there is the prize pool for the MVP of the BMPS as well.
Yes, very much. And there's a good run, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Apollo is over there on the top, and slowly Fierce is catching up. 2 games and 5 finishes each for both these games is going to give them that 10 valuable points in week 2 to be on the top. And Godbot, this is one of those names I'm always happy to see. Week 1 he ended up being in the top 5. Week 2 again we can see him there at the 2nd position.
Yeah, I mean, Godbot, we are always happy to see him there, but the problem with GS is that it's always just one player. I was looking at the player performances for last week, week 1, and in terms of individual performances, individual outplays, Godbot and Apollo were all tied up for the top spot. Fierce was there in the backline supporting and bearing that Revenant banner, but it is just Godbot from the side of GS who has made sure that his team is there in the play. Revenant, they are extremely flawless in how they compete and how they play out their days. Not really worried about the chicken dinner, not worried about flashy plays, not worried about wiping out squads one after the other. Their objective is simple. We have to be consistent. They have set that average points per game, and that is what they want to follow, and they have been following it quite nicely so far.
Oh yes, 100 points by the end of week 1.
Yeah.
And then try to get another 50 or 60 by the end of week 2. And week 3 is just going to be a cakewalk for a team like Revenant. So I'll be looking forward to see how well they're going to be performing in the rest of the games, because that is going to become a learning chapter for the other teams who are struggling right now. But yes, one
will.
other name
Yeah.
which is interesting is going to be Rico, but I would allow you to complete.
I was just about to call Rico out. I was just about to say that name because the performance that came in on the last Erangel yesterday was just something else. To be fair, there were a couple of things. First of all, one thing, Godbot was there to help him out because one fight where Rico sort of grabbed a lot of finishes for the day was that chaos outside the shack when 2 players
Yes.
from the side of GS were hiding in for cover. Another team, I believe it was Redemption Crew, who
Yes.
tried to pick up a fight, went for a vehicle slam, but Autobots, in fact, Rico in particular from the distance, just sprayed down the entire vehicles. And the reason he got all those finishes was just because before the vehicles came, Godbot had already preemptively lobbed a nade outside.
Oh,
So the
yes.
nade blew up, the vehicles took extra bit of damage, and Rico was just able to wrap things up in a blink of an eye. So he got lucky, there was help from the third party as well, but the man made sure that he was capitalizing on every single opportunity that was laid out in front of him. And Autobots, they need to make sure that the momentum that was built up by this one individual, they don't let it slip from their hands.
I mean, they needed a start like that.
Yeah.
Autobots, after that, brilliant gameplay in the map of Miramar, where Striker pulled off something
Yes.
good. I did not see them perform that well in the rest of the game. So probably this is going to be the perfect start for them.
Yeah.
Today is going to be the perfect start for them to slowly climb up the radar. Somewhere being into the top 50 or the top 40 is going to be the priority for all the teams out there by the end of week 2 to then fight for the top 16.
I mean, it'll definitely will be, because week 2 ends and then you just have 5 games remaining in the last week of the tournament to qualify. And again, a reminder, from 96, only 16 get to move forward towards the finals happening in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. I hope everyone has marked the dates in the calendars, and I've prepared to make sure you guys join us on that LAN finale, because it will be something else. With how these teams are improving game by game, I can't even imagine where they will be by the time we reach the finals.
Oh yes, completely agreed. And again, coming back, it's good for us to say only 16 among the 96 will be going home, but just listen to this sentence. 80 teams will be walking home empty-handed, whereas the rest of them will have at least 1 lakh rupees and that great experience of being the part of the biggest LAN event to ever take place in India.
And of course, the journey towards that finale is also very interesting.
True.
As we've been talking about the format of this tournament. This week in particular, as we are in the midst of the matches of Group Blue, I wonder which will be that big name that was there in the first week but misses out on the bonus point of this week. Do you have an idea of which one name will that be?
No, I've not been that keen to watch out, because I'm more concerned for the teams in the bottom who can actually make a comeback, since week 2 is more about the week of comebacks. But
Yeah.
if you have to give a name, then I would love to enlighten myself.
I think I'm also focused on the comeback stories, because one
True.
story in particular has been way too bright to be ignored, and that is the story of Genesis. Genesis in week 1 were only able to secure 1 win for themselves, and that was it. I think their total tally was about 31 points, if I'm not wrong, 31 and 34 points, but they did not walk away with any placement bonus points for their particular week in week 1. But this time, day 1 itself, Genesis were able to just destroy the competition. They had 3 matches and they made sure they made those matches count. Not a single chicken dinner, but at the end of yesterday, they were sitting on the first position.
Now, I would like to bring in a complete off-topic over here, right? It's few of the fan favorites who are not able to perform, who are slowly trying to make a comeback over here. One amongst them have to be the side of TWM, because after the first week, I believe they had just 7 points. Now, since they played 3 games and got 36 points on an average of 12 points in every single game, it seems like, a sun has been shining upon this team lately.
I do agree with that, because it's a similar story, just like Genesis, as we discussed about them. Week 1 did not go well. For TWM, it was much worse, because TWM were lurking on the last page of the rankings.
Yeah.
And yet, they show up in week 2, all guns blazing, and they did such a phenomenal job yesterday. But I still want TWM to walk away with at least 1 big win, so that at least that bonus point slot is guaranteed to them.
Hopefully we'll be able to see something happen similar. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be now stepping into the map of Miramar. Before we step in, Johnny, the 3 teams you would love to see in the final circles.
Oh, not 3. I think in this game, I want 1 in particular, because that team has been on the down low so far, but I expect them to do big things, because that is what they did in week 1. I'm talking about Hydra.
Oh, let's see whether Hydra will be able to live up to the expectation of our fellow caster over here, Jonathan, as the big bird is going to hit the sky, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be stepping into the big map of the game itself, and that's going to be the deserty island of Miramar and the flight path. This is what I was expecting to see. Fly over Torre Hemura, or at least close to Torre Hemura, ending towards the side of Los Higos, a complete eastern shift in the flight path. And now things are going to be much more interesting, because Ladrillera and Crater Fields are going to be 2 different places. It's going to be challenged for the players to reach there.
Well, it is definitely going to be a challenge dropping anywhere towards the western side of the map, but we have seen players deal with situations like this in the past. What they do is they're going to drop towards those urban areas, pick up vehicles, and then start moving towards the western part of the maps. The reason it becomes a challenge is there's a massive opportunity for mid-rotation fights, and that too in the early stages. So if you don't have any weapons, it becomes extremely, extremely challenging to survive. But with a flight path like this, we know for a fact that teams that like to drop towards that Los Leones area, they are going to be expecting an early fight for sure, and especially one of the big names that will be there in Los Leones is Revenant Esports.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case. Somewhere I feel that few teams would rather get shot at as they still try to make it to the ground, as the others who hit the ground first will look forward for that bird hunting. But the circle is just going to be a little merciful for all the teams out there, as it happens to the very center of the map itself. An interesting one, but yes, Revenant versus 7 Show. Why am I not shocked?
It is always bound to happen in Miramar, Los Leones, especially if the flight path is close to this big city. There will be a big drop clash in the early stages as well. In Revenant, they are also used to this, but they might be aware of the players of 7 Show. But Hydra have done something brilliant. They've taken the periphery towards the western side of the city under their control, and they will try to gatekeep the teams looking to move towards the edge of the zone, or maybe looking to move towards the northern side, towards the center of the circle.
Now what's more important thing for us to witness is gonna be, will Hydra commit to the fight in case it takes place between 7 Show and Revenant? Since they are not far away and close towards the side of Los Leones, Hydra will also look forward for the finishes which then rake up, especially in a big map like this.
We hear the gun sounds. We hear the bullets being fired. 7 Show were the ones who were trying to take those pot shots on the players of Revenant Esports, but unfortunately the distance and of course the terrain of Los Leones, there's so much cover available, it will be very difficult for 7 Show, and in fact Revenant as well, to find that opening in the early stages, especially so quickly after the game starting. But 7 Show, the players look quite eager to pick this fight, and they are all together as well, so they will be in a much more comfortable position if the action actually breaks out. We have Zeus on our screen, still looking for that early game loot.
7 Show, GOAT, you know, he was the only person who showed that glimpse of brilliance when it comes to week 1. And it seems like after that, he's just held back way too much, due to which 7 Show are not able to perform. Do you agree on the statement?
I completely agree with that. I mean, we had the same discussion in week 1 that it is a similar situation to Growing Strong. But Growing Strong, I think the only difference between them and 7 Show is the fact that they at least finish consistently high up in the rankings to secure those placement points, even if Godbot is not getting those finishes. From the side of 7 Show, completely reliant on that one lad, GOAT, played like the greatest of all time during week 1, but coming into week 2, I think even he is succumbing to the pressure, and the rest of the players from the side of 7 Show, they will have to adapt now, figure out a way to survive, figure out a way to secure those placement points until GOAT comes back online.
The reason why I bought this topic is GOAT was able to give us 100% in the map of Miramar itself, and that is where 7 Show actually showed us that they're capable of pulling off something wonderful when it comes to this tournaments. And let's see whether they'll be able to replicate that performance. But yes, Reckoning is going to be one of the other teams I would like to bring into picture. Very close towards the side of Hyper over here. It seems like the rotation from the side of Punk seems to have backfired a little bit comparatively.
I mean, it has backfired, but still a position from where Reckoning can recover. Rensler, he has a clear line of fire available on the opposition, and it's just the distance that's making sure that Rensler does not make any sudden moves, but he's going to try and commit the clip. Almost hitting the marker. Did dish out a little bit of damage. The 6-6 on that Scar L, not easy to control, but you can make it work for sure. If you are prone down on the ground, it is much easier to control that spray. But Rensler, he needs to be extremely careful with what he's doing right now. Because look at that. He is the only one there. And his teammates on the other side are taking a hit at the hands of the players of Hydra. Sue was the man who was knocked out. And I believe he is going to get finished off as well.
Hopefully not. Because Hyper actually need all those 4 players standing. And guess what? It's going to be the side of Hydras again pulling off the mischievous moves of trying to converge from 4 different directions and registering another knock has come their way for the revival. Hyper, how will they counter-strategize on this?
Let's see. Hyper, they're trying their level best. Rinsler, he has rotated to support his teammates, and Sparsh has taken a smidge of damage upon him. Rinsler with the spray as well, trying to line up the opposition, fails for the second time in a row, and Sparsh is going to be so grateful for this. Rinsler needs to be careful. This is the second last time he can go for the reload after this. There's just one more mag left. Sparsh, though, has a little bit of a ridge behind that rear tire of the monster truck for cover, but Hydra, this split play not really working out for them. Even though they were able to secure that knock, it is extremely difficult for them to secure the finish, and they realize that now, that they might have just walked into a trap.
Hydra, they can actually turn things around if you ask me, because they've got that high ground for themselves. They can just allow Sparsh to come out in many corners of this dune so that they can give him a cover fire, or the right kind of cover fire. One person with that vehicle jets in towards him, picks him up, and then comes back to regroup with his team is also one of the other scenarios which can be successful, and it seems like that is what has happened as of now.
I think an agreement reached between the two squads. So he got the revive, has backed off with players from the side of Hyper. Hydra as well, they were able to rescue their comrade who was stuck out in the open, and now they are going to go fall back to the city of Los Leones behind that concrete cover of theirs. Definitely a good reset coming in from both these squads. No need for that unnecessary aggression. Both the teams in a comfortable position inside this early zone, and that means no incentive. Even if you win the fight, it gets you nothing. I mean, it gets you 4 points, but the risk, it is too much.
Yes, losing a player is not going to provide you that better outcome for this game.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the next circle is what is going to be interesting. Revenant Esports, I mean, it seems like they're not understanding the seriousness of them running out in the open like this lately. Even in the previous game, we saw Sensei get knocked out in the early stages of the game.
Well, let's see Apollo with a spray. Starboy, runs behind the truck right in the nick of time. Apollo, he's going to be quite upset about this, but Revenant at this point, I think their intentions are clear. Find a better position in the circle, as close to the center as possible. And since they were there in the city of Los Leones, they will be the last ones to move out as well. Seven Shaw, a few moments ago, they did take that northern exit, avoiding the players of Revenant and Hydra at the same time. I thought that was going to be a massive drop, but Sparsh did manage to save it. Just a smidge of damage, nothing to worry about. Hydra, they're going to be safe in the city of Los Leones.
What's more important for me is how Hydra will be able to come out of the situation. Revenant know their location very well. Hyper now know their location very well. And both of them are in the two corners of the Los Leones region. And in case Hydra would like to avoid this fight and go to the eastern side of the map, they're going to be coming in contact with the side of GH or Vintage, who will also look forward for those early 4 finishes.
Well, let's see. I mean, we have I Am Official towards Hacienda del Patron, and they're smack in the center of the circle as well, quite close to the players of Reckoning, CK, and Metal Wings. Which, I mean, Metal Wings going for that high ground, it's a nice change of pace, but they will be forced to deal with a lot of pressure during the mid-game stages. As you guys can see, there's a cluster forming close to the center. It's going to be 4 different teams pressuring them in a few short moments. From the northern side, though, an interesting situation developing with the players from Global Esports and Hindustan Gaming. Both the squads closing in from that water treatment area. But then again, outside the circle, we have the players from the side of Vintage, quite close to the players of GH, and they do see the vehicles moving out in the open. Shots are going to be fired for sure, but I don't think GH, they have the intention of slowing down mid-rotation. They're going to go along their merry way. They're also looking for an entry towards the circle, and they're... whoa. What was that? Kraken, what are you up to?
It's just that, you know, he was steering the other way, trying to look in a different direction altogether. But yes, you correctly spoke about Team HG. And HG's success in the recent past has always been the phenomenal performance in the map of Miramar, which allows them to then capitalize on that momentum. And I'm really looking forward to see whether HG will actually be able to start off this day on that note.
Ooh, there was just one pixel Dreams, his head is spotted. Immortal. If this is a perfect peak, if he just slowly does it, I think he can connect that shot. And I'm waiting for him to pull it off. Because looking at that one pixel of head, just perfectly peeking from behind that tire, you can't resist just going for a peek, tapping, and knocking that player out. But as we talked about the clash mid-rotation, HG on the receiving end of things, Harry knocked out in the distance. Nick OP, a lot of damage from that spray. In fact, the entirety of Global Esports looking to take down the players of Hindustan Gaming, but they will have to settle for the one pick and one pick only, which they were able to gather for themselves. In fact, my apologies, 2 players from the side of Hindustan Gaming have been shut out.
I mean, I just hope that Hindustan Gaming is prepared for what's going to come ahead for them. Man disadvantage in a map like this. They need to hide themselves. But GE on the other side have other plans altogether. They want to trace down this player, hunt him down and get those finishes, as I said.
And he makes a mistake. The vehicle flips. Nick OP, what are you doing? There is no way you survived. Wait, what? That is just impressive.
I mean, I agree. And again, GE, as I said in the beginning itself, they'll be looking forward for some early finish. And then guess what? HG, it seems they've woken up on the wrong side of the bed as all 4 players get finished off. And they walk away with 0 finishes back-to-back, almost back-to-back, because even in the map of Erangel, they did not have such a great run.
Yeah, even in this time, I think overall week 2 has not really been theirs. And HG, they can't do a lot about it. Even that last man, MJ, it felt like he just accepted his fate when he found himself in front of the players of I Am Official, just there out in the open in the buggy, and he's like, all right, I know I'm done. I know my team is done. There's nothing we can do about this. There's nowhere left to run. And I Am Official, they will have an opportunity to gatekeep another team, because as you look at the map, even Global Esports are running down in a straight line from that water treatment area down towards the city of Hacienda del Patron. And as soon as they reach towards that northern edge of the circle, they will be in the lines of fire of the players of I Am Official. But this is quite interesting now. Hydra staying outside close to the blue for so long now.
They understood. I like this calculation coming in from the side of Hydra, if you ask me. Because 15 teams are still alive, and it's going to be a pretty chaotic situation. With the kind of firepower they have, they can actually, cut through teams and make it to the center of the circle by taking fights. And I hope to see something similar happen in this map as well.
Oh, that is a mistake, but even Dream messes up. The spray not really connecting. Rishi now stuck out in the open. Damage is there. Dream still struggling to see if he can secure the knock. Needs to run behind cover, because now the players of 10 also have the flanks available to them, and they can take down that one individual laying down in the middle of nowhere. But what is happening over here? 3 teams colliding for control of this hill. We have Reckoning Esports, Metal Wings, and in the distance we did see the players of Revenant as well. And I believe they are going to be eyeing this hilltop for their control, for their reign over this position. But Reckoning, all 4 players still alive. Aimbot looking for a position from where he can pin down the other 3 lads from the side of Metal Wings. In the meanwhile, Gonu looking for the flank. And Zord still being patient, hiding indoors.
Metal Wings, things are not going right for them as well. Because when you have 2 big teams fighting out from 2 different corners, all you can do is hide.
Yeah.
It was their position, staying away from one another, exceeding that 50 meters, which allowed the opponents to strike against them. And Reckoning is still going to connect to this fight because they lack those finish points, and they'll be looking forward to register more. Look at that. Grenades are going to be tossed in. Hunter's grenades has made sure that midwave goes to one corner of the map or one corner of the building, which allows Reckoning to come in a bit more closer.
The smoke's lobbed out. Some soft cover to help them cross over to the building next door. Metal Wings Fang, he is anticipating the players of Reckoning Esports and their charge towards his teammates. The nade, the preemptive nade is going to be there. A little bit of damage on towards Aimbot, but Hunters and Immortal, they're still quite healthy. The jump spray is going to be there. And it secures the opening knock for the side of Reckoning Esports. Even though Aimbot is going to be traded out, it is still Reckoning who are there in this fight with a hefty man advantage. The DBS in the hands of Hunter was there to dish out the damage, but not enough to secure the knock. Knock, and Metal Wings, they make the trade, but still Hunters instantaneously brings the numbers in the favor of Reckoning, and the Reckoning squad stands on the top of the crates of Metal Wings. They lost one, but still they have 2 men left standing. But the third party is instantaneous from the players of Seal, and the nade is going to be good. Player 3 connecting that perfect nade on Hunters. He's going to be knocked out. Reckoning down to their last man there. IGL could be their saving grace. Punk in the backlines. Aimbot did get a revive, but is going to be enough to bring the team back. Clouds caught off guard, almost getting knocked out, does manage to survive. Aimbot, he's going to run up to the first floor, join his IGL, and now this is when the real defensive play begins.
Obviously, right, Reckoning Esports in deep troubles if you ask me, because they've got no DBS in their favor. A lot of Molotovs and grenades are being tossed perfectly, but guess what? It's not just their side of Seal, it's Revenant who heard all those commotions and now wants a part of this meat as well. They've come to bite it, and let's see how much they can chew on.
Revenant Esports have just helped Reckoning out. Reckoning was looking for a breathing space, and Seal, they weren't giving that to them. Just constant pressure on these two individuals. But with the fact that Revenant Esports is also present in the vicinity, Seal, you saw them back off. Sensei, he needs to be careful. In fact, the entirety of Revenant Esports, they need to be extremely cautious with how they approach this fight. If they try and charge on the players of Seal, thinking that is the only team present in these compounds, they are going to take a massive hit. And Reckoning, they will have the perfect opportunity to secure a few extra points from this commotion.
The one thing which Reckoning can do right now is just step out of that window, get that nearest vehicle and just run away. You know, deviate the opponents to come in from a different directions. But guess what? It's the deadly DBS which might do the job for them, as the throwables is not going to be connecting much. The next grenade is going to lure that single man to a very corner, which becomes a bit predictable for the side of Revenant.
They are too eager, the players of Revenant, and Fierce standing in the face of the opposition. Lobs a nade, but what a nade coming in from Aimbot. Takes down 3, and now it is just one last man from the side of Revenant Esports. They get annihilated in one go. Blink it and you miss it, but Reckoning Esports, they bring themselves back into this fight. The revive is going to be initiated, but will it be enough? Seal player 3 getting overheated, a bad decision, a bad call being made, and Revenant, they are trying to bring themselves back from the brink of death. It is going to be MJ left alone to take the fight for the side of Revenant Esports. Aryan from the side of Seal is still there, and he has backup in the form of Wildu. But guess what? The third party from the side of Revenant absolutely fails and bombs, as they are going to be the ones wiped out in this house.
I can't believe what Aimbot has just pulled off. One good grenade where he was getting tossed at. A DBS was rushing in towards him. He waited for the right opportunity, and this is what I say. One good grenade is equivalent to 4 wasted mag, and he puts down 3 players and gives the right kind of opening. And guess what? Reckoning Esports, they're just going to survive for some more time over here with the circle in their favor, as it's going to be several other teams fighting out for that very compound.
7 Shaw, even they had their crosses just for a second on the same compound. I think they also wanted to know what was going on, what was all the hype about, but it's all gone now. It's a 2v2 now between Reckoning and Seal. Aryan and player 3 from the side of Seal Esport, and you have Punk and Aimbot from the side of Reckoning. For a second I thought it was actually going to connect, go indoors towards Punk. We might finally see the players of Reckoning Esports fall, but that is not going to be the case. The second one from player 3 getting a little bit closer. Maybe the third time's going to be the charm.
It's the location which is they've been holding, Reckoning Esports. They made sure that they hold one corner of the building.
Yeah.
No splash radius, no Molotov is going to be connecting. They're going to be curious as to all those, you know, audio cues which is going to be coming in their favor. Yes, now is the time for the opponents to strike, as it's got to be Seal in their weakest point. Punk comes out in the open. It's got to be punished, as Aimbot will be put under a lot of pressure. Behind the door is where they stand, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see whether Aimbot will be able to register this.
Oh no, he hears the footsteps, but I think Punk did give the call out to Aimbot that there is another team in the dunes behind us. So we need to be a little bit more careful about them. And Aimbot, realizes now he's going to be the solo survivor for his team, needs to make sure that he gets those placement points one way or the other. It's still too early for that in this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Still 11 teams remaining. Aimbot now finally committing to the push down below. Has made his way safely to the ground floor of the building. There's Arden waiting for him on the other side around the corner. Manages to dodge the damage and, well, back to the first floor he goes.
Aimbot playing it perfectly, regularly changing his location is going to be the top priority. But guess what? Now since he's damaged, we can expect another team to be rushing in over here. And this time, it's going to be Seal players who will be in trouble, as 7 shores have come in over here, and Aimbot is just going to sit and watch this war take place.
Yeah, he will wait for an opportunity for the players of Seal to go down and player 3 to get a little bit more distracted. We did see Wild and Aryan go for that split play. Seal went with a 1-2 split, 2 players trying to deal with the pressure of 7 Shore and 1 man just looking to finish off that last survivor from the side of Reckoning Esports. And he has done his job actually, refocusing towards the players of 7 Shore, but the utility from the players of 7 Shore is just too precise. Goat specifically, still playing like an absolute goat, goes on to secure those finishes for his team and puts Seal down in a corner. Just 1 man left, player 3 in the back lines. He is going to be spotted out. Shots fired from Goat. Fails to connect though. Again, a second attempt with that UMP. Again, another face off with failure.
The heel battle from the side of Seal. Will it allow them to get some more possession points? 9 teams still stand, as it's a long topography in which, fights can take place.
Well, there's definitely going to be a lot of fighting over here. It's going to be a beatdown, not a fight exactly, I guess. And then he's not even coming out. He knows what's going to happen to him once he steps beyond that ridge. And 7 Show, they're just waiting for him to reveal himself. Finally, they see him. Joy Boy is going to be filled with a lot of joy as he takes the boy in front down.
Oh, the master with the words. Again, there's got to be several other fights takes place, and guess what? VNT versus 10, somewhere far away, going in the favor of VNT as they complete the squad to get 4 finishes for themselves. But Cookie needs to be careful or he'll be roasted by the bullets coming in from the back lines, and it seems like it's crumbled, as it's important for his teammates now to pick him up.
Yeah, it is going to be quite important, because if it is an easy finish, Vintage, their chances of surviving this onslaught, they are going to be close to 0. Look at that collapse. From the north, you have the players of 7 Shore closing in. From the southern side, it's going to be the lads from the side of Hyper. Cookie is going to be finished off, but 7 Shore, they end up taking the fight against the lads of Hyper, and this can be the saving grace for the players of Vintage. A phenomenal spray coming in from Goat. What was that? The readjustment, so precise, right on the head of the opposition. 3 eliminations on that man, and he's looking for more.
Vintage right now becoming the patty in the sandwich, being crushed from 2 different directions. But all that hard work coming in from the side of 7 Shore is being eaten away by the side of IM from a distance, as they pick off all those knocks into finishes. Oh my goodness, where 7 Shores will be, angry right now, will eventually push towards the side of VNT to get those finishes. Goat, well, looking forward for those smokes to be tossed in from a right direction. You think Joy Boy from here can actually eliminate the other squads with that bird's eye view?
I think he can at least secure a few knocks. Securing the finishes is going to be a little bit tricky. But 7 Show, one thing they have going for them is the numbers advantage that they've kept alive in this game. All 4 players still there. Look at that. There is support for 7 Show from the distance, because the teams down below will try their level best to make sure that these hills are going to be empty. And 7 Show, along with 1 knock from RV, are able to take down the players of Vintage. Now there's just 1 man left from the side of Hyper, and as soon as he gets taken out, 7 Shore, their next challenge is dealing with the players of Global Esports, because the circle is right on top of their heads, and it is pretty clear everyone needs to be in these houses themselves.
Yet another team proves that it's the firepower which is required at this part of the tournament, or this stage of the tournament, to seal themselves into the top 16. GE 10 finishes looking strong at a loss of 2 players, and with the circle going in their favor, I do believe they can convert more. But I Am Smurf is the lone man standing. And I do believe that he's going to stick his belly to the ground and make sure that he goes in for the heal battle. But guess what? Just one first aid with the damaged helmet.
Yeah.
The two wrong combinations you need to have in the final circles.
This man can't even go for a peek. He can't even peek the window. The moment he does that, he is going to be the easiest knock and finish for anyone to secure. But Seven Shaw, now that was a mistake. They could not afford to make a squad wipe from Global Esports. In fact, make that another squad wipe from Global Esports, because they have 11 finishes on the board already. The top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, in this game, I'm Official surviving on the brink of death with the help of just one man who has hidden himself for so long. We have 4 aggressive man, 2 more players remaining, Skillful and JD Gaming in the backlines, and then 2 players from the side of Global Esports.
What one thing I'm Official can actually do right now is come out to that balcony region, open the door and climb on the ceiling itself, and then try to stay there until these 2 big bulls lock ons. 4 AM versus the side of GE is just, it's going to be the fight to the finish, and the perfect finish if you ask me, because both of them have a 2-man standing.
Yeah.
One, the man advantage is there for both the sides, and then you have a spectator
Oh, no.
who can ruin the game for both these teams.
Global Esports, they are indoors. At least Mavi is inside the compound and needs to be careful. Smurf from the side of I Am Official, armed with the DBS. It's going to be so brutal in close quarters combat, but Skillful, he's being extremely cautious, realizes that there is an opportunity for the opposition to actually run outside the compound, gain the flank, gain the advantage, and then secure the win for themselves. They are trying their level best to deny any opportunities, any openings to these oppositions. Mavi with an 8 tries to connect. JD repositions, dodges the damage.
Now the most important thing for us to see is also the next circle. The more they delay this fight within the next 20 seconds, they'll have to make it inside the circle, which is no man's land right now in the open fields. And 4 AM, the intentions are clear as they'll have to make it inside the circle. They're just going to toss grenade to stop that one man who might make it through. They damage the side of GE ruthlessly as they put on Beast as well, with a perfect grenade coming in from the side of Skillful. And now it's going to be a cakewalk for them. But Smurf is going to be the smart one. No, he's not, as the final finish goes in their favor. A perfect execution in the final circle is going to be rewarding them that chicken dinner with a total of 7 finishes. 4 AM. Seems like they've woken up with the light alarm time.
Yeah, exactly. This time they woke on the right side of the bed, and it was phenomenal. 7 eliminations, 15 points for the win, 22 points secured from this match itself. And this is the performance that we were waiting for. But to be fair, they were hidden for so long inside of the game, just playing so passive. And it was that last fight where they were able to pick up those 3 eliminations.
The most important thing is their resource management throughout the game. They had those grenades. They understood once the circle is going to push the opponents, either they'll have to come towards the window or the corner of the building. And that is where they aimed the grenades at and got those finishes. A beautiful gameplay. Textbook basics at its best.
Yeah, but if you talk about unorthodox plays, we have to talk about the players from the side of Reckoning, Seven Shaw. There was another team present.
BNT.
Seal, Vintage was there.
Yeah.
It was quite a lot of awkward moments. Vintage came on late. I'm talking about that compound fight that happened.
Oh, okay.
Where it
That
was
Reckoning.
Aimbot. Yeah, Aimbot and his 1v3 against the players of Revenant. But it was quite intense, this game, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously. And Reckoning, one other thing which they did was try to, get those 2 to 3 knocks into finishes, which did not go their favor. Just one finish from that was what they got for themselves.
But ladies and gentlemen, we always tell you we have exciting things coming out for you guys inside of the game and outside as well. And one of those new things is, of course, the Fool's Blessing, which we have been talking about for so long since we started with the BMPS. And we are going to keep on talking about it because it's so amazing. But enough of us saying about the Fool's Blessing. Let's have a look ourselves. I wish I could do that inside of a game of Erangel, but every time I stand still, people just start shooting.
Uh,
Yeah. You don't know how to react to that, Arka. But anyways, let's talk about the game since me feel more comfortable talking about the team fights. Which was your favorite fight from this match?
it has to be Reckoning Esports trying to pull off
Yeah.
that 1v3 against the side of Revenant, because that's a very much a pressured situation and you won't know when to unpin. And if you unpin, the opponents know that, you know, a grenade is got to be tossed in. But
Yeah.
still, he unpinned it probably on an explosion, which makes it much more easier for him to hide that audio cue, and perfectly placed.
Exactly. One thing I don't understand is Revenant had the perfect opportunity to pick off the players of Reckoning Esports. Both of the lads were indoors.
Yeah.
Pierce ran up with a nade in his hands, and the other players were looking to follow up as well. But as soon as they saw that Aimbot himself had a nade cooked up and he was ready to throw it, why run back down the staircase? That panic was the reason that three of them hit the floor.
I mean, I guess it was more about that IQ move of shutting the door at the right time, and that gives them a cushion to then rush in. But eventually it backfired, and it backfired so hard that, you know,
They're
they're
trying
going
to
be
pull off a
cussing.
move similar to that Sanok,
Yeah.
what they did. Yes, yeah, that looks cool, but I think you can't do it consistently. It's very difficult to pull off.
Yes, agreed. And yes, they did not pay much of a price for it, but losing a player did weaken them against another team which pushed towards them. And being in the ground floor of that region attracts a lot of attention, and you just can't be over there for a long time.
But kudos to the players of Seal. They made the smart call because as soon as Reckoning came onto that compound knocking, Seal just completely backed off from the players of Reckoning. They
Yeah.
knew for a fact that they had the numbers in their bag. They knew it was a 4v2 that they were forced to deal with. And yet, they took the back foot thinking like, all right, if we can take down these two players and if these guys are going to go for a push, maybe we can get a few extra points if Revenant is damaged as well. So they were biding themselves a little bit of time. But let's have a look at the entire game and what action took place in this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up next are going to be the highlights, a recap of this game number 2.
Yes, and I would love to see how GE got so many finishes for themselves. We understood it's their early commitment to get those 3 knocks and finishes against the side of HG, but then the rest 10 finishes which they put for themselves was also phenomenal.
Okay, yeah, so this is what I was talking about. There's one more team, Metal Wings and Reckoning Esports were the ones who kicked things off in this compound fight. Then Seal Esports show up. Then Revenant Esports show up, and then last but not the least, the 5th team to enter the compounds was 7 Shaw.
Oh, Aimbot does get knocked out simultaneously from behind the door, and its position was also amazing, and Punk is the person who failed to register those 3 knocks into finishes, but still, he was able to revive his teammate and allow them to, you know, further commit into other fights.
I think Punk at least, I think he picked up 2 eliminations from that push. He dropped down to the ground floor, ran inside with the UMP just blazing, and we're going to figure out how many eliminations they have in the overall, the rankings of the match when we actually see them, ladies and gentlemen. But Vintage, they were stuck in such an awkward spot. At least if it was just the players from the side of 7 Shaw, you could still deal with it. But as soon as Hydra came knocking, it was game over. Hyper, sorry.
Oh yes, GE. After the 7 finishes which they had got for themselves, this was one of those moments Goat again showed that he's capable of something great. That crosshair placement was so good. But again, GE, there it is in the finish feed. We are able to see from a distance picking up to all those finishes which were knocked out by other teams.
Yeah, and they made it look so easy. I mean, it all started off, as you mentioned, we talked about it, we saw it in the recap. Hindustan Gaming getting picked off. In fact, 3 players getting picked off by the players of Global Esports, and the last man went down to I Am Official. But from there on out, Global Esports, we know, and we saw this yesterday in the very first angle of the day. If they have the momentum, they will make sure that it does not slip in the entire match.
Yes, Skillful was being phenomenal in this game. 5 finishes is what he's got for himself. And I do believe he's going to be the top contender when it comes to the MVP of this game. But again, 7 Shaw could have cut off the side of 4 AM from that high ground which they had for themselves. They did get a knock, and then after that they just did not commit to get those finishes through.
Yeah, and then it was a weird rotation that they tried to play off with just the run downhill in the buggy. And that was, again, a 2-2 split being tried out by the players of 7 Shaw. But they came 2-2 and they went out back to the lobby 2-2.
And by this, it's good for us to say that there are several teams who will have smiles on their faces because they have done a decent job to find their averages. And with those averages, probably getting that golden ticket into the top 6 team becomes much more easier.
Exactly, and this week, I mean, we have talked about it. The intentions are pretty clear for the teams that did not do well in week 1. They want to get those bonus points for themselves. And specifically, you get the most amount of bonus points if you break into the top 3. You finish at the top, you get 25 extra points. That is so much.
Yes, and we did see, right, how one single team got that 100 plus points and then eventually that 25 buffer which they got.
Yes.
It's going to allow them. Just imagine if they're not able to find that average in week 2 and they just have 50 points for themselves by the end of week 2. It's going to be another 25 points. 75 points is not a small number.
Exactly. It is not a small number. And it can happen, of course, because as we talk about that particular team, it was growing strong. I mean, who had that 25-point advantage against the players of Hydra, who was sitting on the 2nd overall in terms of the cumulative ranking of both the two groups combined. And growing strong, I mean, we keep saying the same thing. You can't just rely on one player. You can't just rely on Godbot the entire tournament. There will come a time where there will be too much pressure for just one man to deal with, and that is when we will see the team fall apart.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because ultimately it finally comes down to the IGL's call-outs at these crucial times, and then you sticking to your firepower. Again, it's proved to us that several teams are just looking forward for those finish points and not at all bothered of the placement points which they want for themselves.
Exactly. I do agree with that. I mean, we are seeing a lot more aggression in week 2, and I wonder what will happen once we reach week 3, because at this point, it's like the bar has been set of what you can do inside of a game. I mean, yesterday's Erangel, today's Erangel, this Miramar, no one is looking to slow down.
Hopefully we'll be able to see few teams actually pick up the same kind of momentum in games to come, because HG need really good games with the left out 1 or 2 games they have for themselves, or else week 1, yes, they had a decent run. Week 2, if not finding that average, will force them in week 3 to do something miraculous, due to which they might fail completely.
It can happen. It can definitely happen. In HG, this could be their last opportunity as well. They have to go all in, pedal to the metal in the last day that they have left, which is going to be tomorrow. And in fact, if they have a game today, maybe just go all in that one. Try your level best. See what you can do. How many finishes can you accumulate in just one game? But we talk about HG. We talked about Global Esports 7 show. There's one more team. There was one more team in the top 4. That was 4 a.m. 4 a.m. now. We did not see them majority of the game, and yet they had a decent number of eliminations. We'll come back to this conversation about the team. Let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the MVP of this Miramar matchup and see which individual walks away with the title for this particular match. Arka, before we have that on our screen, quick, who do you think is going to be? Say the name.
4 a.m. Skillful.
All right, let's see. It is Skillful. You are right, Arka. Wow, on point with everything.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw him, right? The way he was able to, bring up those final 3 finishes for himself, especially putting down players with those grenades as well. I know, Smurf, he was clever enough to take away the finish of Mavi from his hands, but still, he was clever enough. But right behind him is going to be the very team we were just praising. It's going to be GE Mavi as well as Beast, both of them getting 4 finishes. And guess what? An IGL again stepping up.
Yeah, and this is not the first time. We've seen this before as well. Mavi and Beast dynamic duo. We saw them trying to survive for the longest time in other maps. This time around, they did a phenomenal job. 8 eliminations on these 2 individuals themselves. And then, of course, on the 4th, 7 show GOAT. He plays like an absolute GOAT. I mean, look at the utility uses. Look at how he's able to time his aggression. And I believe, okay, so we have been taking some limelight away from his teammates as well, because now that I look at the highlights, I realize one thing, that more often than not, his teammates actually sacrifice themselves just to get him that opening and that information. They just run face first into the opposition like, all right, we will make sure that the man on the other side is on a reload. You just make sure you finish him.
And also, you need to commit to such kind of, fights, because with those great sacrifices comes great points, and we're able to see 4 a.m. over here on the top with 22 points. 2 decent runs in 2 games they have played, and let's see where they stand in the overall standing. Right behind them, GE yet again pull off another phenomenal with 21 points in total.
Yeah, Global Esports, they have been quite consistent in week number 2. But let's move forward to the next page of the ranking where there's going to be two big letdowns. Arca, Revenant, just 2 points secured in this match. And of course, Hydra, who finished off with nothing. We talked about that late rotation, that late exit from Los Leones. That you can always anticipate a cluster moving towards that northern side whenever the circle just hard shift towards the north, especially if it's a central circle in Miramar. But Hydra, they had their game plan set, but also I don't think they have a lot to worry about, right? They were already doing pretty well on the overall rankings.
I hope so that there won't be anybody else to pull them down in the final moments of this tournament.
That is also true.
Because Hydra right now, relying on their possession points has been their success in week 1, and they had just 35 to 36 points when it comes to finishes in the 100 points which they had gained.
Yeah.
So it's better they go back to the same strategy, prioritize the center of the circle and pick up finishes.
Well, hopefully they can bring that back when they step back into the battleground, ladies and gentlemen. But it is going to be quite exciting to see, in fact, what else will Hydra employ. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to get excited about something, along with the BMPS, it is going to be this Avalanche X suit, which again is coming very soon in your BGMI accounts. If you are lucky enough, you can try and get yourself one. I'm pretty sure Arca, with how good his predictions are, you're definitely going to get this in the first few tries, right?
I don't know. This has been that curse for me.
Oh, no X suit for you?
I've not been lucky to get many skins for myself. But yes, I might nail it things inside the game. But for me, when it comes to skins, it's not been that great.
I mean, not everyone gets everything. You have to settle somewhere, that is. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a similar situation for the teams as well. Not everyone can win every single game.
Exactly.
But talking about games, we are about to move to the next map in the series, ladies and gentlemen, which will be played on the map of Sanhok. And it is going to be an exciting one for sure, because we will have Blind Esports returning to the party of the Battlegrounds. And they won't be the only ones. Team Together Esports are going to be joining us for the action. So two big names who are competing for that top spot are going to be there. But along with them, it will be an exciting set of affairs, because now it is growing strong. My apologies, are going to be there along with the players of Blind. And again, another team that we will look forward to in this particular group is BurnX Official, because BurnX was one of those names that we expected big things from, but they unfortunately haven't really delivered and lived up to the hype. Still waiting for them to step up. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about stepping up, and the man who has stepped up the most is here. We have Salty back on his couch.
I mean, for sure, I'm back on my couch, but where did I step up, Johnny? You did not mention that.
Oh, to the streets.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Talking about the streets itself, it seems like IM officials, they're back on the streets, which take them to the finals of BMPS. I mean, it's still very far, the distance is still very long, but they have been able to claw their back into competition all of a sudden. What do you think of this team so far?
I think I'm official with, if they can keep the momentum going, I think there is a possibility with the bonus points for this week and the next week that they make it through in the top 16. But then that is the catch, right? They need to make sure they're getting at least at minimum 10 bonus points both the weeks. If that doesn't happen, then it is definitely going to be a challenge. Or if you don't want to leave it to chance, just top the groups both week.
I mean, topping the groups both week, it definitely is not as easy the way you actually say it, but I'm pretty sure IM officials, the way they have been playing, they might actually be able to do so. Another big jump from Global Esports as well, but this map of Sanhok, I think, is going to be pretty interesting. What is going to be your pick again?
Oh, Blind.
Blind.
Blind, yeah. It's going to be a blind pick on Blind.
I can also close my eyes and say that it is going to be Blind, because I think that Ruthless gameplay is coming back. 21 points from just one game that they have played in this week so far.
Yes.
And I think they're looking to challenge that #1 spot, ladies and gentlemen. Before we speak any further, let's just dive deep into this game. This is going to be the map of Sanhok, and the Big Bird is back up in the skies. I'm waiting for the flight path, Johnny, but it seems like it's going to be a peaceful one for now.
How is this going to be a peaceful one? This is so close, like it's right on top of the Camp Alpha Island. It's so close to Paradise Resort and Boot Camp. We might see early collisions. Look at that, the cluster dropping towards that Camp Alpha. And you know what? What's the best part about Camp Alpha? It is Blind Esports and how they control that Temple Hill. Look at that early drop clash in the stages, I believe. And they're going to look to pick that fight as well. The players of Dragon Esports dropping outside Hathin, but Marcos Gaming 0 against Blind in Temple. I told you, Blind, they are used to this. 2 players from the side of Marcos Gaming 0 finished off. Kylo, he's the last man left. And Ronnie, he's waiting for that Uzi to be out of ammo. Runs inside along with a little bit of help from S-Power. The first squad wipe of the game, and that one was, I believe, even before the plane flight path ended.
It hasn't even been 10 seconds. It just hit the 10-second mark in Blind Esports. They just wipe off a team from the game itself. This is phenomenal.
Sorry, that's not it. We saw THW against UP50, and that is another chaotic fight. Both the teams extremely close to each other.
Yeah, that is exactly what is happening. We have had another casualty, and that is from the side of Team THW. Malik will be waiting with the shotgun with the M4. Does have a very fancy hairstyle, but to protect that you need the helmets. In a first fight like this, without those helmets and vests, I think this is an open ground for UP50.
It's not an open ground, and we might actually need the map in front of us to explain why. Because KSR, while he's towards Query, one of his teammates is in Painan, one of his teammates is in Camp Alpha, and the other one is in the...
What?
The meeting point of the 3 rivers, basically. UP50, they're playing a solo game at this point.
I'm not really sure what exactly happened. I mean, his teammate was here to kind of back him up, but the reinforcements just arrived way too late. THW, given the opportunity to kind of resurrect back into this fight, now have 2 finishes, and all of a sudden, UP50, they've lost 2 players. Now, you mentioned the split, and I had no clue why that split was put into action.
Both of us are in the same boat. I have no idea. That 4-man split drop was never going to work out, especially if you know one of your players has run into an early team fight. KSI tried his level best to hold on. Adnan came with that tuk-tuk to try and help him escape. But look at this. Enigma against DOD. Danav trying to go for a few picks. Was able to dish out a lot of damage on the players of Enigma. And Balu from the distance was trying his level best to secure the knock. Avinash, he had to step in for the opportunity, and he was there with a very brilliant play as well. Look at this, the players of Enigma Gaming falling left, right and center. Infinity has been dropped as well. Addy, he's the last man for his team.
I mean, I'm not really sure why Team Enigma just chose to utilize the vehicles in that one. DOD, all of their players are going to start to converge upon them, just going in for the revive. But it doesn't really seem to be a very happy ending for Team Enigma. It's just been a couple of minutes inside of stage 1. This nade was so close. Addy barely surviving by a sliver of HP, but it seems like Team Enigma, they've been pushed to a corner from which they might not be able to escape. And there it goes. Addy just bites the dust. Thankfully did find the revive on towards Infinity, so they still survive for a whisker, but I don't think they're going to survive for long.
Yeah, they won't. Infinity, look at him. No heals. Just a Thompson with his armor shot up. He's going to run out of ammo, and after that he's going to run out of air to breathe in his lungs because he's not going to be alive in the game anymore. That's a second squad wipe, by the way. And before the first blue zone starts to move, we have already lost 12 players in this map of Sanhok. What a game!
What a game. And I think this is the aftermath of Sanhok, to be honest. Players realize that this is the game where they just go all guns blazing. And if you do find the opposition in front of us, then, of course, there's just no escaping. All of these players, they're just so skilled. We saw how Team DOD pulled that off. We saw how Team UP50, especially KSR, pulled that off early on, but they just instantly get hit back by Team THW and, of course, Team Blind. Just always been successful in that Camp Alpha region, but like we said, this has been a very, very violent start to Sanhok, and this is exactly how I like it. Just perfectly cooked.
Also, you know, the insanity is not coming to an end, because look at what the players of Hyderabad Hydras are doing. 2 towards Sammy, 2 towards Camp Charlie and Bantai. And I believe there is still an opportunity for them to actually regroup and move up north. So they are going to be a little bit safer, but that is still a play in which a certain amount of luck is involved. Because assume there's another team dropping towards the south and that 2-2 split, it's just going to be an absolute fail for the squad.
And we've seen that happen actually.
Yes,
Teams
we have.
focused on that southern shoreline quite a lot, and it's very risky for Hyderabad Hydras to actually go for such a split, especially in this game so far. But let's just have a look at that initial fight that happened. Blind dropped down, collected those weapons, and they started opening fire. Marcus Gaming Zero had no chance in this fight whatsoever right from the start.
Made that platform on the center like a sacrificial table for the players of Marcos Gaming
Sacrificial
Zero.
table.
Yeah, the sacrifices were there to the BGMI god so that Blind Esports walks away with the chicken dinner in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to offer to the gods to get their side on you, and I think Blind Esports, they've done their job, but it seems like it's time for DOD to come back into the action, because now they are up against the likes of the World of Battle. TWOB have had a disastrous outing inside of BMPS 2023, but it seems like this fight did start on their favor.
Yeah, this is a fight in which they have the upper hand. Bhalu just ran back from this slope. Should have communicated to his teammates, like, don't go there. There's 4 people headed towards us right now, and we can take a defensive approach to this fight. But Avinash got a little too over-eager. Tried to take a high ground vantage on top of that rock, and he was knocked out. Bhalu trying to fall back. Will he make it through? Does manage to find his way indoors. Jumping through the window. Avinash also looking for some cover so that he can get a revive. But Sky, he needs to be careful. There's players moving in from the left-hand side. They have the advantage on the flank. And Sky, even though he sees the smoke right next to him, he's going to wait for those sound cues before he can make a move. TWOB, look at how cheeky they are being. They ran back down the hill, and from the distance is where they're trying to wrap around on the players of DOD.
I think Sky's position is the perfect one to neutralize the flank, but it seems like TWOB might outnumber him if they do decide to engage. But no, wait. It seems like they're just running past Team DOD without paying much attention.
They're trying to go around it.
Bhalu and Danav are now hot on their chase. 2 players chasing down an entire squad. It seems like these 2 players, they're looking for revenge. This is a very interesting maneuver from DOD.
It's a very interesting duo as well. A bear and a monster against the entire World of Battle. But this time around, Bhalu, he realizes again it's a 4-man roster that they will have to face. So he's going to look to fall back. Danav looking to run down to the low ground so that he can gain an advantage from the flank, while the rest of the players from the side of DOD can climb down. In fact, drop down from that hill slope and put a little bit of pressure on the players of TWOB. This is a very interesting fight, because while these 2 teams realize there's threat all around them, they are trying to outmaneuver each other to get the position with a better advantage.
This is a proper Tom and Jerry situation, to be honest, because DOD seems like the Tom in this case in TWOB is the Jerry who has managed to hit Tom not just once, but also managed to escape from their clutches of death. But look at this. This was a fight initially that DOD just kind of wrecked Team Enigma with. 2 players, Soumya as well as his mate, being taken down from that truck itself, and then the rest of the players were cleaned up. On the other side, we've had Team Dragon Esports as well, who have had a fair share of success against Autobots. So we'll have to find out how many players from Team Autobots do remain. But for Enigma Gaming, especially after that one performance that I still remember, getting those 10 elimination points and about 12 position points, a 2nd position finish, if I'm not badly wrong over there, I think Team Enigma never really looked like a comeback was on the cards, and now they've got to go back to the drawing room once again and figure out what sort of a strategy they come back with.
That is for sure. I mean, this game around as well, they got too overconfident, seeing just 1 player out in the open, did not even think that there would be his teammates all around them. 2 players caught off guard, tried to go for a rescue, wasn't successful. Now switching focus to the players of Galaxy. They have UK07 quite close to them. In fact, UK07, they have the high ground advantage to work with as well.
High grounds for sure, but one thing is still yet to be seen, Johnny, and that is UK07 finding their first finish inside of BMPS 2023. They still have 0, and certainly high ground advantages hasn't really worked out for them so far. Me and Arka were discussing what kind of a strategy do this team need to get off the mark in this tournament so far. It's still not that early stages of the tournament, So they will have to find something. Possibly the only way is to try and survive as long as possible.
Okay, so while we are having an awkward start to Sanhok with a lot of awkward team fights, the circle shift is actually quite decent between Paradise and Bootcamp.
Yeah.
You see that cluster form. The only squad not to be a part of that cluster is Hyderabad Hydras, who are still sticking out towards that southern edge of the map. And that leads me to believe the strategy for Hyderabad Hydras is going to be very clear. They will go for a late game heal battle strat.
And they need to do that, to be honest, because they haven't really been
Yeah.
successful in those firefights. They know the rotations hasn't been successful. They know the gunfights hasn't been successful. And it seems like Sanhok will not be their best suit. So the only way they can deal with it is trying getting those med kits and first aid kits in action. And try and outlast the blue zone and the play zones, of course. It's not going to be easy. We haven't really seen a lot of heal battles being successful. The only man who has managed to do that was Mania from Team Blind, who converted his disadvantage into a winner-winner chicken dinner with 1 grenade and 9 first aid kits. If Hyderabad the Hydras managed to do something like that, possibly there is something on the cards. But look at this right now. We were talking about this team. They have stationed at Camp Charlie. But this place has already been
Yeah,
looked
by
out
them.
for.
By,
Yep.
by them only. They are the ones who came to loot in Camp Charlie and Sabi. They are just dominating the southern shoreline of the map. That's what they've been doing this time around.
Not a lot of numbers on the first
Yeah,
aid
that
kits.
is what I'm surprised about. Like, players have 2 first aids, 1 on Octavius.
3 on Joker. Doesn't really look like a team who is supposed to play the heal battle. They need a lot more. I'm not sure where to find it. And I think this is one of the reasons why they're still in search for it. They're moving through the blue. They're being forced to stay in the blue and try and loot up even now. But speaking of looting, it seems like growing strong in DOD. They're going to loot each other's lives.
Well, it is either trades from either sides. Eclipse from the side of Growing Strong did fall down, and one more player from the side of DOD was picked off as well by GS. But Growing Strong, they have an opportunity to fall back. Sky on the flank. Sparky Eye being ever so cautious. He has a brilliant opportunity to lob a nade, try and see if he can dish out a little bit of extra damage. But where's the star player from the side of Growing Strong? Look at Godbot. He's going for a very wide flank. And DOD, as soon as they see that man move, they realize that they need to be extra cautious now. Oh, Faith! He spotted out in the open. The spray should be an easy one, but Avinash misses the mark, and he might just regret that in a few seconds.
Avnish in that spot, of course, did manage to miss out on that spray on top of Fate, but I think like he's got enough backup. The
Yes.
only perspective that I'm worried to find is going to be Godbot. You mentioned it correctly. Nobody had information that this man had such a wide flank position held for himself, and it seems like he almost had delivered that finishing blow against Sky. Managed to find a huge bit of damage, but that did not really result in a knock, so it's still stalemate situation for both DOD and Growing Strong.
But the reset is also there, Salty. I mean,
Yeah.
both these teams, the revives have come through. All 4 players standing from either side. The only difference that was there was Godbot, who was split up from his teammate, but now even he has gone. Oh no, he has not rejoined his team. He's actually gone for a flank on the other side, because he went first and forced the players of TOD to move towards the left-hand side of the boulder, towards the north. And now the players of Growing Strong are collapsing upon them from every single direction. There is no escape from this. Faith from the backlines, Eclipse from up front, and then there's Godbot on the wide flank as well. Bhalu, the second last man surviving for his team, along with Avnish. They're holding on to their dear lives. Godbot is going to fall, and this is going to be an important pick for the side of TOD. Faith, the last man. Can he pull off this clutch? He's taken a lot of damage, runs behind that cover to protect himself, but Growing Strong, they need to realize that without Godbot, it is going to be a very tough fight for them to come out of.
This is such a massive blunder for this team, to be honest, because Growing Strong, they had this fight in the back. They had cornered DOD down to that last little bit of that boulder, just like you mentioned. The nade was not necessary. He had the DBS. He had the wide crosshair up open in front of the face of your opposition. But choosing not to shoot, choosing instead to cook up the nade, just absolutely went haywire. And DOD, they managed to punish, they managed to hit back. And also the fact that Godbot was not included in this fight resulted in DOD finding that opening. He could not contribute to that firepower, and now growing strong. They're made to struggle. They're made to sneak in around these blades of grass. It's not going to be easy for Sparky to find the opening, but he has that visual onto Valu.
Oh, and he goes down. Ducks right in the nick of time. Drops behind the ridge. Bhalu, he's doing a phenomenal job holding on to this flank for so long, but DOD, they need to make sure that growing strong, they get wiped out in this fight. They can't really escape if these two individuals from the side of GS are still standing on their feet. But look at the radar. GS, they might just run into the opposition. They're moving around quite brilliantly, both Fate and Sparky Eye, but finally the heads of the players of DOD, you see them on the map, they are turning and they realize where these two individuals are going to be. The damage from the blue zone can swing the fight. Danav spotted out and he's going to be knocked out. It's 2v2 now.
This just does not make any sense, to be honest.
Yeah.
These two teams, they are playing with their minds switched off at this point. Both growing strong as well as DOD have made massive blunders in this fight. And now even Danav, as a matter of fact, he knew that the place was still surviving. But choosing, instead of having the man advantage, instead of having the firepower in their favor, they choose to fall back, show their backs to the opposition, and that resulted in another player going down. Even UK07, as a matter of fact, will not find an opening for themselves. TWOB will chew them up. This has been such a violent Sandhawk.
Yeah, it has been filled with a lot of violence this time around. But this is what we always expect on Sandhawk, and they have delivered. But UK07, the journey filled with a lot of struggles. Well, it's not going to get any easier for them. Another game, another big letdown.
I think TWOB, this was the ideal start for them, because this team
for sure.
have been very, very struggling inside of this tournament so far, but having found another team who was in similar shoes, taking them out, could have given them a little bit of a confidence, might actually enable them to take further fight from here on. But as soon as we talk about fight, it seems like we've had a hardship of the circle, takes away favors from everyone else and puts it in the bag of both Hyderabad Hydras and Gujarat Tigers. We'll have to see how they actually make it count. But for now, though, they will have massive gatekeeping jobs. Look at how Gujarat Tigers face an amazing cavalry coming towards them. It's going to be in the side of Galaxy Esports.
I was just about to say this. Hyderabad Hydras, they've just made a 200 IQ play. They fooled us and they fooled everyone who was inside the lobby. A brilliant move taking control, a late control of boot camp, but that gets them towards the southern edge of the circle. And it will be very difficult to challenge Hyderabad Hydras at this point on. But THW, they spot out the players of TWOB out in the open. One of the players knocked out, but it was a trade from the side of TWOB as well. Oh no. TWOB him, he's going to be spotted out, and well, TSW, they don't waste any time taking him down.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, him has been taken down, but what about the rest of his mates? I mean, THW will be looking for further openings. On the other side, we witnessed another team, Gujarat Tigers, taking some massive hits. Asia definitely not in the best of positionings, but we'll have to wait for their perspectives to find out who are they fighting currently against. It seems like they're going up against the like of Hyderabad Hydras. I might be wrong, but elsewhere it seems like we have a trifecta building up. You've got Dragon Esports and you've got Team Blind duking it out. It's going to be Ronnie. Did throw off a Molotov to try and stop the ambush, but it seems like it's not going to be successful. Even as Power, as a matter of fact, trying to utilize his smokes, but Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, for the first time in a fight, they don't really look comfortable. Knuckle has been taken down as well.
Yeah, running into a bear trap, and it's going to be Dragon Esports who are just burning the side of Blind alive. S-Power, the last survivor from the side, is going to run towards the shorelines, but even this position is not going to be safe. Dragon Esports, they don't care. S-Power getting shot in the back, but Jimmy is the one who finds the pick for his team. The final finish from the side of Blind Esports. Dragon Esports, what a phenomenal fight, but their job is not done yet, Salty. Autobots, they also show up. They're very eager to party in this map.
They certainly will. I mean, Autobots, as a matter of fact, they've heard this entire thing brew out. Rico was waiting in the backlines. He was waiting for this entire thing to go down, and now he has the opportunity to strike.
Well, let's see. Over on the other part of the map, we have the players from the side of A2K going up against Galaxy Esports. No one knocked out. Musa looking for one more, but falls to the DBS. Noisy in the meanwhile going for the revive in the back line. Sort of is there. The DBSs, they're too good to be not used in this map of Sanhok. Look at that, just blindly shooting inside the smoke. Switches over to the what a move! What a play made by Saurav.
Absolutely, man. Just drives by the driver in that occasion. And Galaxy, they're going to bite the dust. Team Blind has taken a tumble as well. And now Team A2K, they live to fight another day. But Vicky is in a very, very bad spot. He needs to survive as long as possible. But on the other side, it's Team Autobots as well. And even they have managed to take a hit. I don't understand how on earth are so many teams fighting each other. Dragon Esports as well. They have a massive flank. Wanted is not even with his teammates.
But through all of this commotion, Salty, something phenomenal has happened. The circle is on this island in the middle of nowhere, and there's just one occupant right now. It is Faith from Global Esports. That is Roshi's island from Dragon Ball Z.
For sure, and I think this will be the center of the zone itself. Faith will be able to hold on for a very, very long time. But you can look at the map, have a look at the PIP. Burnix, they're swimming, and it seems like they're crocodiles. They have to keep their head underneath their waters. But will they manage to sneak right behind Faith? That is going to be the question, of course.
And every time someone blows up a nice car, my heart hurts.
I mean, mine too.
But
Considering
anyways.
I don't own one.
But I think Burnix, they will have an opportunity. All they have to do is take care of Faith from Growing Strong, who's still there. But Faith also has a backup plan to work with in the form of Sparky I was holding on to that high ground. So this team, they're just built different. This is a brilliant backup plan.
They certainly do, right? But it's not just Burnix. Burnix also have a different idea for themselves. They are going in for a 2-2 split. Two of them are still holding down the mainland. So if anyone decides to actually take a tumble, possibly those two players will be able to pin them down.
Growing Strong is winning this game. This is their chicken dinner because now the circle has completely moved to the island in control of Faith. Burnix, they are going to be denied the entry because Faith now has his teammate joining him on that island. Sparky, he went for a swim a few moments ago and he will be there to hold on to that control along with his teammate for a long time. In the meanwhile though, Hyderabad Hydras, 3 players are still there. Joker top 25 first aid. Is that enough for a top 3 finish? I think
Possibly. Possibly. I mean, he's still in boot camp. He is just pressing those syringes against his body. But for how long will he be?
You know what? At this point, Joker Top G can he has his teammates with him, so he can step out of boot camp, join them in the front lines, avoid the blue zone damage unnecessarily, and then utilize the first aids in the later stages. Outlast Growing Strong by a heal battle.
Possibly, but it's going to be very tough, to be honest. But on the other side, have a look at this. Such an obnoxious circle so far, and everyone is approaching it. But for Faith, I think this is time to shine. This is time for him to prove his worth. It's overtime for Growing Strong. And I think with too many targets in front of him, his mouth will be watering. But will he be able to convert them into finishes? That's the question.
My God. What a genius move from Sparky Eye. He is not on the actual island. He's in the waters on a flank, just a small piece of land on which he can just stand and shoot at the opposition. And Burnix, they were caught completely off guard because of that. 6 eliminations on the players of Growing Strong so far in this match, and they are looking for more. But there's opposition closing in on the players of GS from every single direction. Gujarat Tigers, they've managed to make it through. They have their feet on the land, all 4 players. And if they decide to take the fight, they will have a big man advantage to work with.
For sure, and that is one of the reasons why I think for Growing Strong, the win condition is simple. To not let Gujarat Tigers cross over, because if they do so, you will be outnumbered, you will be manhandled. In this final battle of Sanhok, of course, Burnix will be cleaned up. It's just going to be last player, Ernie718, who is still holding on to his position. But slowly and steadily, all of the players of Gujarat Tigers, they're closing on. And it seems like my heart is pounding. My heart is pounding for Faith. My heart is pounding for Growing Strong, Johnny.
This team has just been phenomenal. We talked about how they always rely on Godbot, but I take my words back. Sparky and Faith have just been phenomenal in this matchup. And you can't just help but root for these two lads. Just holding on to that one position, but still we know the man advantage of Gujarat Tigers is just too big to deal with. In the meanwhile, Joker Top G is going to run out of those first 8 soon, just 4 remaining. So Hyderabad Hydras, they will have to settle for that top 4 finish. Eggy. a little too overcooked.
The only problem right now is the fact that Sparky also is going to bear the brunt of the blue zone
Yeah.
right now. I wish Fate had a little bit of more support in that situation, but Gujarat Tigers, it seems like it is inevitable at this
Yeah,
point.
it is.
They have pinned down Fate's position. They know that Sparky is already taking too much damage from the blue zone, and now he's going to bite the dust as well. All comes down to Fate himself, but the shotgun of death is still in his arms. Man has 5 finishes for himself, but he can actually make it work. 2 players in front of him. It was impossible. It was almost very tough, but he still managed to make it work. It was Gujarat Tigers who got that chicken dinner, but it was close for growing strong.
Oh man, oh man. I mean, it was an incredible moment. You know, that iconic moment that you see in movies all the time.
Yeah.
You have that hero standing in the middle and oppositions, his opponents closing in from every single direction. That was Faith. I think I'm pretty sure he imagined himself as a protagonist of an anime at that point. But as we mentioned, Gujarat Tigers, that 1v4 advantage was too big for them to lose, especially in a final fight. You know, you had 2 teams, and both of them were there with just isolated individuals. I'm not even going to count Sparky in this, because as you mentioned, he was in the blue zone for so long. And Gujarat Tigers, they themselves knew, like, let's not give him one-on-one fights. Let's just all run towards him together. Even if one of us dishes out the damage and goes down, the other 3 players in tandem can easily finish him off, and the chicken dinner is going to be ours and ours alone.
Exactly, and I think for Gujarat Tigers, experience came to play in
Yes.
not making mistakes in that final fight, because when situations are in your favor heavily, I think there are certain moments where you lose the smallest of details, and that is when you give those individual battles.
Yeah.
But somewhere down the line, Gujarat Tigers, they have to be thankful to Burnix official, because
They have.
one of the reasons why Gujarat Tigers managed to sneak past growing strong in their blind spot was because all of their focus was on Burnix official.
That is very true. That is very true. Burnex, they were there all in front of Faith's eyes, and they were drawing all the attention to themselves. And then Gujarat Tigers just sneakily swam towards that island, not even making a noise. But it was quite incredible.
It certainly was
Yeah.
quite incredible, to be honest. And they had 11 finishes going on for themselves, and it wasn't really enough. I think even for growing strong, as a matter of fact, the recovery from that initial debacle against DOT was also very, very fabulous. But do you know what else is fabulous? It's not just the gameplay, but also Freaky Fiesta, which is coming your way very, very soon.
Make sure they know. With the new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Freaky Fiesta is understandable. The cosmetics is understandable. But what is this green sweater? We have been watching her for quite a while right now, and every single day it seems like we are getting a better look at it. You just saw the commercial.
Yeah.
Players, not players, in fact, people were falling down while she was walking across the street. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but if you want to know what it is, then do make sure that you follow Crafton India Esports, because while you get surprised, I think we also on our end get surprised every single day while we watch these commercials.
I mean, it's very easy for us to find out when the RP comes. We can just get
Yeah.
it and find out
Yeah.
how freaky it actually is. But one thing is guaranteed: it can't be freakier than this game of Sano, because this was like what you experience once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
So much chaos, just an absolute bloodbath.
Absolutely. It was chaos for sure amongst the players, but also for the BGMI gods as well, because offering us a circle like that, I feel very lucky to have witnessed
Yes,
this game, to be
same.
honest. I feel very lucky to have casted this game as well, because for the first time, I think I've seen team growing strong. I'm talking specifically about them. They had made blunders against DOD,
Yes.
and I think they kind of realized that, okay, fine, we made massive errors. They were never supposed to be in that final circle with 2 players. They're always supposed to be there with 4. And Godbot shouldn't have died either. They should have, imagine this, right, going strong in that situation with all 4 players. They could have wiped the floor out of
As
everyone.
far as this game is considered, Salty, growing strong wasn't supposed to be there in that final circle, period.
Yeah.
They should have been finished off in that fight against DOD, but DOD, small little errors
Yeah.
in judgment, and growing strong, they did a phenomenal job punishing those mistakes. But this is how the game started, ladies and gentlemen. Within the first 4 minutes, we had 12 players getting eliminated from the match.
And exactly, and Marcus Gaming Zero just being wiped off within the first few seconds of the game. This was something which I did not expect. We both predicted that Blind was going to have a good game. They had a good start for sure,
Yeah.
but not a game that actually was going to be in their minds for a while right now. Dragon Esports is going to be the team who later on go on to wipe off Blind Esports. We did not get to see that fight completely, but it was for sure that Blind Esports had too much to tackle in the form of Dragon Esports.
This ran in without the information, and you all know if you're running into a dragon's lair to slay the dragon, you have to know what type of dragon it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, there were 4 of them waiting and lurking in those compounds, and Blind Esports, they could do nothing about them. S-Power tried his level best to run away alive, but he got shot in the back and he was picked off by the last shot that was connected by Jimmy. But that wasn't the only fight we got to witness. Again, one more exciting run was this one, THW versus TWOB, but another team that did a phenomenal job in this game without taking a lot of fights was Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, you've got to give it to them, because as soon as the circle shifted down south towards bootcamp, we knew that Hyderabad Hydras, their rotations have actually got themselves the fruits, got themselves the rewards that we were talking about. Joker Top G, we were doubting how many first hit kits Hyderabad Hydras are going to have, but with the 25 first hit kits, I think Hyderabad Hydras made a case for themselves, not just in terms of finding their position, finding their footing inside the final circle. Look at that, Octavius and Drix were still alive, but Joker from the backlines, he was constantly healing himself, outlasting the blue zone. This was a phenomenal game, to be honest, and I think I'll have to eat my words back.
And you know how smart the players of Growing Strong were, because their strategy was simple. You see Sparky Eye with the more eliminations, and the way they made it happen was Faith's job was just to be the man inside the circle and also to be the spotter. He did not he wasn't forced to take those direct fights, because that man up above behind him, Sparky Eye, was protecting him. And Faith just had to ping him like, alright, this is where the threat is, this is where the threat is, and Sparky would just take them out before they could reach that island. So they prioritized the safety of the man inside the circle, risking the position of the man that was outside on the edge, because what was the worst that could happen to Sparky? He was going to get finished off one way or the other. Might as well go all in before it happens.
Absolutely. It's like protect your king, but let your minister, the chief army officer, do all the job. And I think Sparky had a similar title in that one. And Growing Strong, we have spoken a lot about them, but you've also got to speak about Gujarat Tigers. They did not get a lot of screen time throughout this game, but ended up with 11 finishes, which again has been a phenomenal outing. Gujarat Tigers were struggling throughout this tournament, but this game might have turned things around.
This is brilliant from Gujarat Tigers. I mean, the comeback that we expected, and again, we keep talking about the amount of experience this team has, especially with Prince being there, and finally they put it on display. Gujarat Tigers used the same strategy as Growing Strong, where they would try and take control of that shoreline just a little bit north of boot camp, and they had that under control for a long time. The only way they were able to rack up those finish numbers was, or the only reason they had the highest number of finishes was because of the numbers advantage. The protecting their 4 players till the end game. They were the only team there with all 4 players. Because Burnex was busy dealing with Faith and they weren't able to do that, so they were struggling. But Gujarat Tigers were able to pick up a lot of finishes in the commotion of the end game. They just capitalized at the right nick of time.
And it is all, and I think this is the theme of Sanhok, to be honest. It's just commotion will happen. You know that is how Sanhok functions. And it's all about finding the right time, because it's very difficult to outlast or be beat the commotion itself, you can try and be sneaky about it. And Gujarat Tigers were there exactly.
Yes.
But what happens on the other end of it? I mean, for sure, they've got 11 finish points, 15 position points, 26 points overall. But the journey which lies ahead is going to be massive. The
Yeah.
same goes, we were talking about IM officials as well. Every team who come from the second half of the overall leaderboard right now get a good performance. I think they cannot be very happy about it. For sure, it's a silver lining for them amongst dark clouds, but you have to change the entire climate of yourself completely.
Exactly, you have to adapt on the fly, and you have to make sure that whatever happens, if it comes down to a firefight, you don't go down without it.
Yeah.
You will try your level best to secure at least 1 point before you're wiped out. Gujarat Tigers, there never came a situation for them like that, but it was there another team that you thought, all right, now they might actually have an opportunity to secure a lot of points from this match, but got wiped out super early.
Yeah, and I think it's not just them, right? Gujarat Tigers for sure was phenomenal, but it's also good to see intent from the likes of DOD. As a matter of
Yes.
fact, they were very aggressive and having almost taken down the likes of Growing Strong. I feel this team always had potential when it comes to their fragging power. We have talked about this in the show as well, that this team kind of justify their name. They either do or die.
Yeah.
And that moment of I don't know, miscommunication possibly or misjudgment where Danav had to just fall back from that particular fight, use his vehicle, turn back. I think that moment was completely unnecessary. Apart from that, the fight against Growing Strong, recovery was so good in that fight.
There was one more moment where the players of WOB were charging uphill towards the players of DOD. Bhalu did face check them. Luckily for him, he walked away alive. But then Avnish had to run in and make the same mistake. He got knocked out. There was so much time wasted on that hilltop from the side of DOD. Otherwise, had they had all 4 players,
Yeah.
they could have just let the players of TWOB come up top, try and take the fight at the top, at the summit of that hill. And then maybe if they survive, they would have had 4 extra points. But nonetheless, they did have a very good game of Sanok just now.
They definitely did. I mean, especially from the first day itself. They played
Yeah.
2 games and they had 0 points to actually work with. But from that position on, I think getting off the mark, getting the ball rolling was very important. And I know why you have your fingers
Yeah,
raised.
you just said 0 points, and that brings me to one thing that you mentioned. UK07. What is going wrong for this team?
I mean, the Hindi desk was very critical about their performance yesterday. I know it. And, well, while we'll try to not be as critical, I think it's very tough for them to survive this competition
Yeah.
right now because it does not seem like this team has the game plan or they have done enough homework or preparation inside of this tournament so far because 0 elimination points in the tournament yet.
Yeah.
It is not the best stat that you would show off. I'm not sure. Me and Arka, we had this discussion on how this team can get the ball rolling. It seems like it's going to be a very far-fetched job for them to find groove back inside this tournament. I think their journey should be down and out already.
I mean, we are going to be hopeful. We will still be hopeful because still a few matches remaining on
Yeah.
the board for even UK07. But I think it's time to start talking about the numbers, and we
Yeah.
always start off with the MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, we all knew it was going to be this man, Sparky Eye. The reason Growing Strong were inside the top 2 and not eliminated at the 14th or the 13th position.
Absolutely. I mean, 5 finishes and 50% finish contribution. Sparky was phenomenal. And you mentioned it properly. Like, this little rock was all the land ground that he had to play around with. And he also had a little bit a natural piece of cover for himself, which I would consider to be lucky to have found
Yeah.
in amongst so much water. But he made sure that he was always making use of it. He was constantly in the firing lines. He had so many opposition staring him at his face, but he was still doing the job, still taking the hits for his team. On the other side, of course, you've got Gujarat Tigers kind of dominating the top 5 players to be exact. You've got Eggy, you've got Asia, you've also got Faith amongst these top 5 players. And lastly, nonetheless, you've also got Bhalu from Team Do or Die.
Yeah, he's a bear. Bears are quite deadly, and this time around was able
Yeah.
to walk away with 3 eliminations. But TOD, I mean, so TOD, I believe, could have done a lot more than this because the fight against Growing Strong had me hyped up so much. They were moving around perfectly. They were positioning themselves quite nicely. But it's just those 4 placement points that I believe could have been pumped up to a few more. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the rankings of the game. Gujarat Tigers, all thanks to the chicken dinner that they have 26 points on the board. Growing Strong, Faith and Sparky Eye. These 22 points are just for those 2 players.
Absolutely. I think Growing Strong, they would have felt a little bit of a fear of missing out, especially with Hydra Esports taking the lead yesterday. But I think Growing Strong came with intent today to get that throne back for themselves. 22 points, absolutely phenomenal. The team that inspired or rather impressed me the most was or has to be Hyderabad Hydras because they were struggling, but to have the mental capacity to find 10 position points out of a game like that was brilliant.
Not just that, they stuck to their game plan no matter what happened. We talked about the split drop, the late rotation, the split drop first of all towards the southern edge of the map towards Sami and Bantai, and from there on out just moving up north as slowly as possible. Then there was the surprise entry inside the boot camp, taking control of the center building, and from there on out those first aids on Joker Top G, going for a heal battle, bringing his team inside of the top 3 of this match. That was something phenomenal because usually what happens amidst the in the midst of chaos, teams have the tendency of getting distracted, losing track of what they are actually supposed to do in order to gain points for the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely.
Hyderabad Hydras, no, this is again experience coming into action. You set out a plan, you stick to it no matter what happens.
And you will be successful at the end of it. I think Hyderabad Hydras, having tasted fair share of success, will be looking to bank up on it because this is not the end of the journey for them either. And Hyderabad Hydra certainly in the mid-pack of the overall leaderboard. I think they have something to prove because last season it was a debacle. This season, new lineup, the start wasn't good, but it seems like they're slowly coming back on track. But when we always talk about track, one team that I always talk about has to be Marcus Gaming Zero because this team does not look like they are on track. Now, I can't completely blame them having involved in a drop collision against Blind Esports, but I think you have other opinion.
Yeah, I have other opinion because every single time someone has drop clash Blind, specifically on that temple in on Sanhok, they have gotten wiped out. It has happened in the previous tournaments as well. It is going to keep on happening in this tournament. Blind Esports in early fights, unless they don't find weapons on their players, that's the only way you beat them. If they have weapons, you run for your life. Try and run away as far away from them. You can take them on in the mid stages.
Well, speaking of running as far away as possible, it seems like we are going to run away from the map of Sanhok. It was way too deadly. Let's just go to somewhere a little cooler. Let's just go to somewhere called Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to head there. Not just us alone. There is also going to be group number 4 and group number 5 involved. Some amazing teams that are involved in this piece of action. Now let's just break them down. You've got Team Together Esports, you've got Midwave, you've got Team Mayhem, you've got Team U4G, Genesis, you've got MG Esports as well, Team Empire and TWM. On the other group, you've got Livecraft, you've got Blood Rose Esports, Fly Esports as well, WinGod, One Power, RTG, Redemption Crew, and finally Execute Esports. While I welcome my friend Arka back on the desk, let me just put him up with a question once again as soon as he comes back because he has to work. We'll have to put his brain into action right from the get-go itself. Arka, from these teams, who do you think has the biggest chance?
More than predicting who has the biggest chance, the team which will push for it has to be Midway.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have such a decent run when it comes to the Erangel map. So they'll be looking forward to, bounce back in this game and see how much more they can rake up. But again, Elcraft is also going to be one of the other teams who will look forward to register some good finishes by the end of Vikendi.
Absolutely. I mean, Livecraft have kind of shown us what they can do, especially when their guns are flying on all cylinders.
Yeah.
But it's going to be difficult because their performance has also been a little inconsistent. One of the games they've proved their worth in other games they get taken down. It seems like the rotational gameplay has not been as good as their gunplay. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with you on this, and also I would like to add another name to the very explanation you gave just now. Has to be Wingard as well.
Okay.
Wingard came up with such a strong lineup
Yeah.
and such an experienced one. We were also expecting them to perform well. So somewhere I feel Wingard as well as Midway will look forward for complete domination in this game, and this is going to be the map where they need to step up.
Absolutely, and I think I completely agree with the Midwave point, because I feel like Midwave Esports, having had such a strong start to this tournament, they do not look as confident right now. They've been taken down in very awkward collisions where players are widespread from each other. You get to see sometimes in certain games, Aru is the first man to get taken
Yes.
down, and he has so much responsibility on his shoulders that he cannot afford to do that. I think that will be the first priority, to protect Aru till the end game stage.
Moreover, Aru protecting himself, because he's one person who likes to, be the flanker for the team,
Yeah.
get inside the circle, find himself that perfect position, and then welcome his team. So while doing so, if he gets knocked out, that is going to hinder the performance. They've got a perfect experience and filter in the name of Snacks, and I want him to bring in his experience to get this team way above as to where they stand right now.
Absolutely. I think experience is going to be required, especially when you play an off-map like Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the table turner. The icy lands of Vikendi is alive, and the flight is up in the sky. Of course, the journey starts from a very interesting city of Peshkova, but it ends in the large lands of Dobro Mesto. This is going to be interesting. A northern flight path, Arka. Please break it down for us.
It's going to be those early birds getting knocked out at the southern side of the map. The castle region, the cement factory region, the dino park region is where I would love to see those, point of contacts to be. But again, Winery, Hot Springs and Milnar are going to be the three different places where team needs to go get themselves the right kind of loot.
Well, speaking of the right kind of loot, just reminds me of that early game action in Sanhok once again, the early drop collisions, and hopefully, Arka, we get to see something similar, because we've experienced that Vikendi initially does have a little bit of a slower start, where teams, when they go to their drop locations, they find peace, they find tranquil, and they are all laid back in their own compounds. But it's going to be important, especially for certain teams, to go in for those higher numbers. I'm specifically talking about, like you said, Wingard Esports. They have to make a massive climb. Even Midwave, as a matter of fact, I think their stability and their position inside the top 16 will be challenged if they do not perform right now. So it's important to get those finishers on board. And speaking of finishers, it seems like inside of this factory territory, you've got two teams who have dropped by. It's Team Genesis, who has been massively consistent yesterday, and you've got Team Empire in the process. Now, I am so excited to watch this fight, Arka, because Genesis, this team without a chicken dinner, they've managed to get 51 points yesterday.
I mean, I do understand 51 points is something great for a certain team right now, but with the performance of the first week, I think they'll need something more. But again, converting those second position, third position to get that chicken dinner and get that valuable 5 points is going to allow them to reach up to the very points they're aiming at.
Speaking of the points that they're aiming at, it seems like Team Empire will have to sort of get their loot done pretty early. And from the intent that we get to see, Team Empire will be looking to disengage from this particular fight. I mean, shots were fired initially, which kind of made it obvious that the other team is looking for early contact, is looking to establish that breakthrough, but that will not come, ladies and gentlemen. But meanwhile, let's just talk about the circle for a second, because this is a very central Vikendi circle that we get to experience. Mount Kresnik, Podvosto and Villa will be the central lands, even Castle, as a matter of fact, which is currently being held by U4G. But this circle does have its own problems, Arka, because of that little stream, because of the little river that flows right in between. What do you have to say about that? We've seen some action happen in and around of Castle, in and around, which involves a little bit of the waterways as well. Do you think that might just be the game changer?
Not really, because the Mount Kresnik region is where you would want to hold those high grounds for yourself
Yeah.
and then try to get that bird's eye view. So no matter how much disadvantage teams are going to have because of that stream, they can still go for those early rotation and
Yeah.
hide themselves behind the mountains region. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But Midway Esports, they couldn't have asked for a better circle as they hold the very center of that mountain. They need to get to those high grounds immediately.
Exactly, and they're split all across Coal Mine as well as Mount Kresnik, just like you mentioned. I think it does give them enough opportunities to not just get proper utility, but also get advanced weaponry for themselves as well. And I think Midwave and their priorities will be set. In fact, on Vikendi, I think the general trend was to protect your numbers up until the final circle. Stay inside, stay hidden, and possibly in the final circles, you will have a fighting chance. And considering the fact that we haven't had any drop collisions and no action so far, it seems like it should be a rather peaceful first and second circles on Vikendi, Arka.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case, because somewhere I feel trying to prioritize the circle, each and every team will find each other's path, and we can expect some early collisions to take place at the corners of the circle. But again, for those teams inside the circle, they're going to be keen to welcome these players with
Yeah.
the pour of bullets.
Speaking of like the teams who are inside the circle, of course, we know that there wouldn't really be massive shifts between the first and the second circle, of course. So there will be a lot of opportunities for them to move around, to try and go for finishes left, right, and center. And I think Team Together Esports will be one of them. They have shown us in week 1 what consistency looks like. And they've sort of carried on similar momentum inside of week 2 as well. Para BTC's savvy plays. Psykid yesterday was phenomenal as well, so we'll have to find out if that happens. But now look at this, Team Empire. They were initially colliding against Genesis, but now have made a massive rotation. Are almost at the center of the circle, but in turn they've come way too close to Team Mayhem. So we'll have to find out if this fight breaks out. But by the looks of it, Team Empire are just looking to fall back one step at a time, trying to regroup themselves. Very quiet start.
Trying to get yourself the hard covers inside a map like this, or inside a circle like this rather, it's going to be the top priority for all the teams out there. Midwave Esports, they need to watch out for their backs. Because yesterday, I do believe, or the last week, we saw the side of Godlike also trying to hold the very position and eventually got finished off for not watching out their back. So let's see whether Midwave have learned the lessons by watching the other teams as well.
I mean, it is very important to learn from watching other teams. And Midwave, especially knowing Aru, knowing the rest of the players, of course, I think they are constantly looking out for more information, constantly looking out for more knowledge. But it's the form which has taken a big hit, and I think finding back rhythm will be important, and that happens only when you get that one big game. Could potentially be this one, considering, like you said, they have control over Mount Kresnik already. They do have those high grounds underneath their control, but it's also hard, it's also very important for us to understand that when the circle does shift away from Mount Kresnik, that is when your life does get equally more difficult, doesn't it?
Very much. And hope to see that few teams will be able to tackle this situation well. Because for every problem, there is a solution.
Yeah.
And you need to make sure that you find it first before the permutations and combinations go against you. But again, TWM is one of those squads I want to look out for. Because themselves, as well as the side of Elcraft, both of them going in for a late rotation. I would love to see these two teams go in for those frontal battles and pick up early for finishes.
TWM, their drop location is very interesting. I mean, they've dropped on towards Vihar, they've dropped down on Movatra, and they are definitely not challenged in those locations, right? They will not be challenged, at least for the next two circles, of course. And this is very important. I think they are going to have a rather peaceful start, but it's also very important for us to understand that TWM are in a situation where they have to get some finish numbers on board and have to get those high numbers in terms of position and finish points on board as well, because In terms of the overall standings, Arka, when you consider 96 teams, TWM aren't really in a very comfortable position. This week, they have done a very good job. They're on the 3rd place themselves. But when you actually consider the overall scorecard, that is where you see TWM sort of struggling. So these games will matter a lot. It's not just the 3rd place this week. I think they will be satisfied with. They will have to push for not just the #1 spot, but also the 25 bonus points as well.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case as another fight breaks out over here as Fly versus BR, and it seems like Fly are eager to get those knocks getting converted, or registering those knocks rather at the beginning itself, as they have done the damage, restricted the opponents to stay below the bridges. What's more important for the side of Fly is to make sure that they find angles at different directions, as it's the ridges, which is the high grounds, which they have for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the high grounds, Fly Esports, they certainly will be in a good position, but it seems like Blood Rose Esports, they're very eager for this battle to break out, and it seems like they found their first prey. Viper, OP in the front lines. Still haven't established contact, no throwables utilized as well, but Fly Esports, I think, are prepared already. I can still hear the engines rumbling, but as of now, Fly Esports, they haven't really had to open their arms. They haven't really had to press their trigger so far. One advantage that this team does have is going to be the compound and the high grounds as well. Blood Rose Esports, if they have to try and ambush them, they will have to use vehicles, because otherwise crossing this territory would mean a death trap. While they try and cross this open ground, I think the entirety of the squad will open fire and Blood Rose will not have any option but to fall back.
Now the important part about this fight is how Harshu has already taken that rotation, abandoning his teammates, and is given the call that the way I just rotated around, I don't have any line of sight of the other opponents. So just make sure that you come in the very tracks I've just left behind in the snows, and we can somehow make it inside the circle to a very safe spot. A good rotation from the side of BR, if you ask me, since it's not working out for them when it comes to the firepower. But yes, Fly, they lost a great opportunity which was there in their hands.
I mean, for sure, right? They had the opportunity for getting themselves a couple of finish points, but Blood Rose had other ideas. They were like, alright, fine, let's just not involve ourselves in a very unorthodox fight. Fly Esports, good, calm and composed measurements from them, did not really force themselves into the battle, waited for the opposition to do something. The ball was in their court, but so far, they haven't really done much. As we transition into the second circle of Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen, it's just barely going to be there. Slight differences whatsoever, but nothing too major. The teams will be in their locations where they initially were, and they will not be pushed anywhere else. Meanwhile, look at what Team TWM have done from Vihar. They've made that wide rotation possible, and it seems like they're also moving towards Mount Kresnik, or at least getting close to it. Even Team Together Esports as well, look at them. They're also pretty close by, and a collision might be on the cards, Arka.
The chances are pretty high, but again, we saw that the side of OP was way towards the side of Drobromasto, and they have to make it inside the circle as well. My concerns lie there. But for few teams like TTE, they need to realize traveling in a single vehicle can cost them heavily, as most of the teams are right now inside the circle aiming to get those finishes. From here on, it's going to be an all-out battle between all these teams.
You know, traveling in a single vehicle does give you gangster vibes. all the casters also travel in one vehicle while coming to the studio, so it does give us a little bit of a Sigma vibe.
I do understand, but it doesn't work out well in the game. One good spray and 2 player down, and the other 2 are just going to tuck their tails and run away. And eventually, as of now, it's going to be Elcraft starting things off. Jadu trying to connect shots against EEC. It seems like it's going to be failing, and by that is also going to be giving informations to the opponents. But guess what? EEC are now or ECE rather, now coming closer towards the side of TE as knocks have been registered against them. Demon and Biku are the two men standing.
Yeah, they certainly are the two men standing, but how much will they be able to hold on to for their team, of course? It seems like Biku, of course, from the back lines as well. He is getting pincered down and options are running out for Team Execute Esports. Demon did find that connection, but now he's the only player who is still surviving. He's still taking damage from multiple directions. He's found another knock, and right now it's a 1v1. And he has been finished off courtesy to the third-party involvement. But Team Empire, it seems like they've managed to find themselves in a position where they're not going to survive for long, because Livecraft heard all of this commotion from the distance and they were like, alright, fine, I want a piece of the pie right now.
Hellcraft striking at the right time. This is the iron. This is when the iron is most hot, as the grenades are going to be tossed in from every nook and corner. Beast will have to fall back, be one with the nature, or probably get into the waters and hide himself. But since his location is already compromised, Jadu is not going to stop himself to extend a bit more further, as he's got the right kind of backup. The footsteps, look at that on the ground, on the snow. They can see that the footsteps of the players are already there.
Yeah.
So no matter how far he runs, he can be tracked down in case the opponents actually look at the details.
This is why I love you, Arka. The minute details of the game that you observe and you can stitch them into information, which has never really been the case. We should actually try and give you the name of Mr. Sherlock on the English desk. I think Johnny will also agree with that. He has already given me the thumbs up of agreement. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to call Arka as the Mr. Sherlock from for the English desk, but we'll kind of force him to do more investigations as the game does progress. But for now, of course, the circle takes a central shift. No more fights whatsoever. And I'm very surprised that Beast from Team Empire still managed to survive, still managed to escape from that fight.
Yeah, you know, sometimes extending the fight too much has always backfired for the side of Hellcraft.
Yeah.
And since they're learning from their mistakes, I'm happy to see them at least survive for this long. A circle like this, when you have the circle control for yourself, all you have to do is make sure that you're inside the hard covers, waiting for the opponents rather than be out in the open.
Well, this was the fight that we just witnessed. And Team Execute Esports, Demon specifically, tried very, very hard, but this never really went down their way. There were a little bit of a presence from the backlines. It was Genesis, and he was constantly peppering down shots, but that was it. That was all that she wrote for him. On the other side, of course, you still have 15 teams and 57 players remaining. Execute Esports is the only lineup that has been wiped off, and Team Empire still have that one player surviving. We'll have to see if the rest of the players are going to follow up suit very strongly or no, but have a look at this Midwave Esports. They know there is presence right in front of them, and that presence cannot be taken very lightly, because it's Blood Rose Esports who know how to strike when the iron is hot.
OP, another team which I would love to see inside the circle, because they need to perform this week. It's not like they had some great week when it comes to the first one.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're taking things a little lightly, if you ask me. Because they've just got 4 first aid, even being in the blue for such a long time. 15 teams still alive with a circle like this shows that, you know, probably all those hard compounds will be taken by one team or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one power, they definitely have shown true potential when it comes to making those rotations. They're good. They're pretty good. But they kind of remind me of the meme, which if I translate it English comes to say that they were pretty good in the rotation, but their way of rotation was a little casual. Casual.
Casual?
Yeah. That's a meme.
yeah.
That's a meme, Arka.
Casual, okay. The
Yeah.
Gen G.
Gen Z.
I don't know. I mean, you guys confused me last night regarding it's Gen Z or Gen G, and then made a meme out of me as well. So I'm still trying to process that information.
Yeah, just to give clarity, Maisie loves to call it Gen G, and that kind of puts me off, because I don't like that. It's just poor pronunciation, but Having said that, we were talking about Gen. We have Team Genesis in front of our screens who are holding the shorelines. And they have Team Fly right next to them. I mean, Fly, of course, haven't really been flying. They have found the corner of the circle. And they're holding it for a very long time. I like it. I like this strategy so far. I mean, teams inside the circle, they are peaceful. They are not taking unnecessary risks. But one point of concern will be the fact that two teams are outside the circle right now. One is going to be One Power. One is going to be U4G. How do they find that entry inside the circle?
But what's more concerning is how TTE is right now letting go of their prime position inside the circle and taking that rotation to the southern side of the map. This could be one of the best moves of this game, or probably the worst one as well, because nobody from the southern side of the map will be looking for their backlines. Nobody.
Might not be able to, expecting this maneuver from Team Together Esports, but especially with the way they have been moving with their vehicles, I think when they come close, the engines rumbling will be heard. They have found an entry from the map field, ladies and gentlemen, that we have. But it's also very important for us to know that One Power have also made their entry inside the circle.
One thing is, all these teams who shied away from those finishes are now going to regret in the final moments of the game.
Yeah.
Because eventually, you can't pick up as many finishes as you thought you could when there is battles happening every nook and corner of this map. Those early 4 finishes are the only major finishes which you could gain.
Yeah.
But guess what? It's going to be Dionysus who's going to be put on fire and made him come out. And it's going to be an immediate trade from the side of Snacks. A perfect execution from the side of Midwave. But they need to push and protect their teammate.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why all these throwables have actually been thrown across. Dionysus will be looking to survive in that situation, but Midwave Esports, especially Aru, I don't think he will be able to protect his teammate, especially with U4G being in the backlines. Atanki will move forward to try and protect his frontliner. It's not going to be easy, especially with Blood Rose Esports. All 4 of them are coming back on their feet. Revival is there, but Dionysus is still on his knees, so things might get very complicated for Midwave very soon. And look at this, Pasha. OP so precise. A laser beam hits Snacks and brings him down almost instantly. But he has been taken down as well. Atanki throws the nade, which absolutely pushes back Blood Rose Esports.
Now the most important thing is the revivals coming through for the side of Midwave. They've got a small window in which they can work things around with. They might be losing one player over here, but Snacks back on his knees is going to be eventually important, as another grenade is going to be, tossed in. A follow-up grenade to get things done against the side of Blood Rose. But this commotion is eventually going to allow many teams to come out in the open.
I mean, from the distance, Aru did try to actually use the DBS, but never really did the job that he wanted to. But at least Atanki is in the close lines, and he can actually hurt Blood Rose when it hurts the most. Nades once again been thrown in, but this is in the blind eye. No visuals through the smoke itself. Blood Rose Esports trying to hold on to their position, but it's not going to be easy. Rix and IGL has been taken down in the backlines. Midwave have lost 2 players. Both these 2 teams, for both of them, this has been a very scrappy fight. But at least for Blood Rose, they still have the numbers advantage. With Rixen coming back on his foot, I think Midwave, their journey is down and dead.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case, because ultimately I can see Atanki has not been this aggressive before. These small mistakes done by the side of Blood Rose could actually cost them heavily, as Aru is still going to commit to this fight. Snacks out of this game. The man disadvantage might be there, but Midwave Esports, as I said, those early aggression which they missed out is going to cost them a lot in the later stages of this map.
Yeah, it will certainly cost them a lot. Aru and Atanki still holding on to their positions. I think it is time for Team Midwave to just escape from the situation, and I think Aru has given that same call to Atanki as well to come back and regroup and try and escape. Meanwhile, Blood Rose Esports, I think it is going to be time for them to come back into the action, because One Power have all of a sudden come back in the mix of things, but even One Power have been third-partied. It's Lifecraft, and this is the commotion that we were talking about. And amidst all of this, look at the last entrant. It is going to be Aru, and I think he will be looking for some finish. It should not be very difficult for him. It is going to be an absolute warfare breaking out in the middle of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen, as we progress towards Mount Resnick. This is why I love Vikendi from the 5th circle onwards. The pace of the game just shifts absolutely terrible.
Midwave Esports getting eliminated in this position is going to be a point of concern, as Mayhem is now going to push forward to get as many finishes as possible.
Oh.
But if you miss shots like that, you're going to be punished, and Mayhem God will now have to revive his teammates, be that, last lifeline to get those finishes, as well as Gen. They've done their best to hold on to their nerves, and it seems like they're going to be surviving with all foemen standing.
Absolutely, Team Genesis, they've just gotten better and better, but now it was time for them to actually prove their mettle. That's not really going to happen. Astro have been given the space of a lifetime. Mayhem just pressured them from 2 different angles, and Genesis could not keep up to the pressure. I felt it was a massive blunder because they had things in their favor, but that just never really turned out to be the case. But elsewhere, it's still going to be WinGod Esports, and they have to go up a massive distance of 230 meters to enter the circle. It's not going to be easy. They laid upon smokes right in front of them to kind of try and blind the opposition and their line of sight, but it's not going to be easy. 4 players traversing through open ground in one vehicle as they try and slam up right next to Livecraft Esports, and all of these players are going to get taken down. This is casual mistakes. WinGod Esports, they are not having the intent of playing a good game whatsoever.
I mean, you wanted gangster looks, and it seems like WinGod tried to be gangster, and now they're going to be almost finished off. But I like the position of the other player from the side of WinGod, and look at that push. Even though the information was given, since he's inside that building, he becomes an easier target if a Molotov or a grenade is going to be tossed in, and immediately as I speak, a Molotov is going to be coming in, and a follow-up grenade is the only thing required for the opponents to put an end to him.
Oh no, he actually wants to put this entire shack under fire. And I think this is the right approach. Fly Esports, they have done a very good job. But on the other side, it's Road to Glory. And they have actually duked against Team TWM. Lobster, of course, in the front lines have taken down 3 players. And now it's a 1v1. In fact, it's not just a 1v1. It's a 1v2. Ninja is still back up on his feet. And it seems like Lobster, the timing could have been massively wrong, but man moves up. A wide swing was on the cards. Wide swing from the other side. Lobster is taking massive damage, and now it's a 1v1. He will be cleaned up by Tokyo, but Ninja, the star player from TWM with so much hopes and responsibility on his shoulders, I think will be the last line of defense for Team TWM. From the back lines, this spoiled spot of Fly Esports, they will get cleaned up, and even TWM will be cleaned up by Fly Esports. This is so awkward, this is weird, but this is the final circle of Mount Kresnik, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Vikendi.
Oh, it's gonna be Villa Region again. Yet again, another circle forming towards the side of Villa Region. But TTE at this point of time looking forward for another chicken dinner for themselves. They've got a decent 2 finishes, if you ask me, with the loss of 1 man. But what they do not have for themselves is this circle. Elcraft is not far away from them, so a fight between these 2 teams can be a greater advantage for the teams inside the circle. Mayhem going in for the heal battle. We can see that Astro is pretty far away. Fly, who's inside the circle, is looking the best team out there to achieve this chicken dinner. So let's see who's got that greater possibility.
You know, this chicken dinner, it is going to be very massive. Whoever gets it will be very, very thankful to the BGMI gods, because the circle has massively favored Fly Esports right now. Even Livecraft, as a matter of fact, are trying to duke it out against Team Together Esports. And Sevi Plays, I think his flank angle has held back Livecraft Esports more than they could imagine. It's just 1 player, but they haven't managed to exterminate him so far as of now. Sevi Plays, phenomenal with his throwables, phenomenal with his gunpowder as well. He still managed to drop down another player. Jadoo is down and out. But finally, it's going to be Livecraft, and they show their potential, what they can potentially do. They have definitely cleaned up Sevi Plays, but the focus has to be the circle itself, and this team has to find a rotation back inside.
It's going to be an easy job, if you ask me, as it's going to be TTE versus Fly, which is going to start off. But yes, TTE is looking forward for a little bit of a high ground or a dark patch region where they can be one with the nature. As it's going to be 2 big balls yet to lock horns. And that's going to be Fly versus TTE. As Mayhem at this point of time, The solo man to the very center, Sahil, is trying to do some wonders with his grenades as he's tossed in 2-3 and got those knocks against the side of MG.
Look at that circle, Arka. Look at that stat. You've got 6 teams and 13 players still remaining. Fly Esports, if I'm not mistaken, still have those 4 players standing and they have 7 finishes on board. They've had a massive game so far and they're only looking for that final chef's kiss. Will it come? Will there be the cherry on top of the cake? Is still the question. The finish feed goes absolutely frenzy. It seems like multiple bodies are still dropping as numbers keep dwindling down. Now we're left with just 3 teams and 8 players remaining. Mayhem have been wiped off in the middle of nowhere and Fly Esports are starting to look unstoppable.
My enemy's enemy is my friend. And that is what TTE and MG will now look forward for. They'll have to make sure that they get inside the circle and stop. But guess what? The soul of MG is going to be sucked out. And it's a final 2 teams fighting it out with a greater advantage lying in the favor of Fly with a man advantage.
Yeah.
TTE inside the circle. They will have to do the damage of a lifetime to make sure that Fly do not get inside the circle or the grenades connect against them.
Exactly. It seems like it's such a monumental task, especially on these lads. But the only 2 players who can potentially do it, it will be the experience of ParaBTC and it will be the young brilliance of Saikat. He has proved himself time and time again in this tournament that he can pull off wonders. And I think this will be one of them. And Fly Esports, they're not a target to actually scoff at because they've been absolutely phenomenal. 10 finishes on board. It is David up against Goliath on the snowy fields of Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. As throwables are exchanged, but it's not gonna land. ParaBTC just escaping from the clutches of death. Fly Esports, even without showing their faces, they've sort of pushed back Team Together Esports, which will be a massive dent in their confidence. And now they march as these soldiers move up front. It is going to be Team Together Esports who look to find the first hit in this fight, of course. But they still are holding back. It's still a battle of nades. And out of nowhere, Asur from Team Fly Esports clean up the entire team in a matter of a flash. It was a chicken dinner which was always going to come in their pockets. And they have secured it with just 1 nade itself. This was always on the card, Arka. But how beautifully they have cleaned it up. Team Together Esports, they never stood a chance, did they?
I don't think so. But again, there was some throwable situation which TTE could have got for themselves and, got a fight against the side of Fly. But ultimately, it's that confidence which Fly had got from the beginning to pick up so many finishes. And then they were like, man advantage. There are only 2 players in front of us. Knowledge was power for them as they knew the location of both these players perfectly.
Absolutely. And knowing these players was so important for them.
Yeah.
I think Team Together Esports, the strategy was simple. They threw everything they had in their backpack, be it nades, be it molotovs.
True.
They knew they had 2 crosshairs and they had 4 oppositions. Gunfight was never on the cards. They had to take down the first or the second player through throwables instead. And that never happened. The opposite happened, in fact, when Fly Esports, especially Asur with that final grenade, just cleaned up both those players with 1 nade itself. And it was not just the final nade, Arka. Even before that, you had the nade which damaged ParaBTC. You had the Molotov in the right spot as well. It was everything. It seemed everything Team Fly did was right in this particular game.
Agreed on that point. I agree on that point. But what's more important for us to watch is how the chances of TTE was more if Saikat had an off angle completely.
Yeah.
Which he broke it and made sure that he came in closer towards his teammate itself.
Absolutely, but it's not just, coming closer to your teammates as well. It's also about shutting down your opposition. And it seems like when it actually comes to shutting down, Crafton India Esports, they have something very special prepared for you guys, which is coming right now. Well, that was a teaser. We definitely saw something over there. If you guys are actually wondering what exactly it was, then just go out there, follow two socials, Battlegrounds Mobile India, and number two will be Craft India Esports, where you're going to get all the updates that actually comes about your favorite game instead. And when it actually comes to esports, then why not actually wait out till the socials? We're here to break it down. Of course, the game of Weekend, it was so interesting, Arka. I mean, up until the fifth circle, there was absolutely nothing, and then the commotion started. Do you have anything to break down, or do you think it was an actual gang war? Because in my opinion, it was.
I would say that teams refraining themselves for those early fights, that didn't pay off for any team out there, if you
Yeah.
ask me. If you see the amount of finishes, the team on the top would have, probably that will be the only team to have more than 10 finishes. The
Yeah.
rest of them will have equal amount of finishes. But as I said, that Mount Krisnik region might be that probably the cursed place for any team
Oh,
who
yeah,
hold
for
that
sure.
position. Godlike was one of those teams, and now we have Midwave, who have the same fate of trying to come from that region and get finished off midway.
I think I also have an addition to make to that list. I think Team X Park have also suffered similar
True.
fate in that Mount Kresnik region. But this is what Vikendi always offers you, right? That circle has been so prevalent in recent times that it is almost impossible to ignore that situation. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the highlights throughout this fight, of course. Throughout this game, we have seen some amazing moments. And the first one was this half-hearted fight from Execute Esports, where Demon definitely looked to try his level best, but he never really received appropriate support from his teammates.
Again, there was one other team who did something similar. That has to be Midway, with Dionysus coming so close to the opponents and
Yeah.
then getting knocked off. I was expecting him to at least have a backup in the name of Atanki, who made it so late that eventually the whole team had to, succumb for the pressure which was built up by all the opponents out there.
Yeah, but of course, on the other side, we did get to see Team Empire just get wiped off by U4G as well. And then this was the fight, right? Team Mayhem, for whom this game was decent enough. I think they secured enough points on board, but I kind of feel sad for Genesis, to be honest, because that should not have been the place where they were getting taken down. That could have been a rather easy fight to secure.
Obviously, and again, RTG as well. They made so many mistakes in this fight that they had a knock going against their own teammate, and ultimately it was TWM who snatched it away from them. But CV plays, even this man almost got Mafia also down, and in case he had got that knock through, probably he would have finished off the side of Aircraft then and there.
Yeah, but again, on the other side, we witnessed some teams who weren't really playing at their very best. I'm talking about Livecraft Esports. While they had a little bit of involvement in that final phase of the game, instead third-partying multiple teams at once, they never really stood a chance to win the game themselves. Even MG Esports as well, they were taken down without any fight whatsoever. And finally, this nade itself, which cleaned up everything. Fly Esports coming down the hill, charging like absolute monsters. And since we were having that conversation about gangsters, it seems like Fly Esports were the real gangsters in that final circle. Just not letting the opposition breathe, giving them everything you've got.
Hold on to your hardcover for the longest time possible,
Yeah.
and make sure that you know the topography around it very well.
Yeah.
And that is what Fly did until the final moments. And when they got their opportunity to come out in the open, you see all four players were not looking at the very direction. They were looking at four different directions, using smokes as cover on the blind spots and getting those finishes. It seems like they stuck to the textbook basics perfectly and finally achieved that chicken dinner which they long waited.
Yeah, they certainly waited for that long chicken dinner, but another team that has waited long for a chicken dinner has been your pick, Midwave Esports. I want you to sort of break down that entire fight against Blood Rose Esports, because in my opinion, that fight did not really have any pros and cons involved in it. It was all cons written for Midwave Esports.
I would rather say not, because as soon as you got one of your best assaulters knocked down on his knees, the IGL's call will be to make sure that you get him back up.
Yeah.
And trying to provide that kind of a cover for that one single player, I think that is where they went wrong. And
Yeah.
also Atanki coming out and Snacks still holding that high ground and trying to find an off angle. In the map of Vikendi, it's funny to see that teams who have high ground for yourself won't be having that great advantage because the compounds below which are there won't have that many windows for you to get those shots through.
Exactly, and I love the fact that Blood Rose Esports, they utilize smokes perfectly. I think
Yeah.
Midwave Esports did not really have any sort of visibility in that fight whatsoever. Even Snacks, as a matter of fact, could not really prove himself. But one player who did that will be the MVP of this game, and that will be Omega from Livecraft Esports. 7 finishes on board for this lad. I mean, did not really catch up majority of them, but 63.6% finish contribution. Him and Jadu together have stitched together a partnership for Livecraft, which I think is going to be extremely important. You pointed it out, Arca. Livecraft, their gunplay has been absolutely fabulous. It seems like Omega will just make you prove right.
Oh yes, and you have to give kudos to his teammates as well for giving him that space to go and register those finishes. But ultimately, we can't take away the limelight from the side of Fly as well. As you can see, Asur has got 5 finishes for himself, and then following him up is going to be TTE and TEX. So equal amount of finishes has been shared to 2-3 teams apparently, but again the overall standing is going to look pretty different because apart from 3-4 teams, the rest of them will be sharing some decent amount of points.
I mean, yes, of course, right? We are looking at the top 3 or 4 teams who have had more than 10 points for themselves. Fly Esports just flew off the charts with this game. 12 finishes for themselves, 27 total points acquired. Team Together Esports as well, 17 total points acquired. And then it keeps descending downwards. You've got 15 for Livecraft. Kudos to those 11 finish points that they have. And finally, MG Esports with 12 points. And then, of course, you have a little bit of a disappointment. Blood Rose Esports, 0 position points. Wingod Esports, just 1 position point. I think these teams, they have firepower under their belt, but they've never really managed to utilize it, Arca.
Now, for those teams who did utilize this firepower, have got 4 to 3 finishes, and due to which they'll be having some decent points in the overall standing. Since all these teams are unable to perform on an average, I do believe that, once we look at the cumulative standing of this group especially, we'll be able to see some close calls, and tomorrow is going to be the day of decider for this group itself.
Yeah, of course. Tomorrow will be the day for deciding the fate of this group, of course, because tomorrow we come to the end of week 2 for Group Blue, right? And that just means that 2/3 of the tournament will be over for this entire team, for this entire group. And out of the 48, I think majority of the teams will have ended their journey. For sure, some comeback stories will still be on the line, but since it's a long tournament, I think it's going to be extremely tough for teams to make some amazing out of the box comeback in the 5 games that they have to play in week 3. So I think tomorrow will be the most crucial day, of course, and not just tomorrow. We still have one more game to go, Arca, that you might be forgetting. We have an Erangel on the cards, and I think that is where the journey of comebacks might continue for certain teams. I'm specifically looking at some good names in the form of TW. I'm not sure exactly if they are going to be playing that game, of course. But if they do so, I think they have to perform really brilliantly if they want to keep that number 3 position on the overall standings intact.
No, TWM is not playing the upcoming game, but rather we're going to have Midwave and Team Together Esports, all these teams still playing it out. So it's going to be a very important fight for these teams. Probably this could be the final game they're going to be playing for this group itself. But ultimately, I'm also looking forward for Blind's comeback because they did not have such a great run, even though they got those early 4 finishes in the map of Sanok. And since they'll be playing the map of Erangel, I'm looking forward for some really good action in the final map to come.
Absolutely. I think Blind, they are ruthless when they play
Yeah.
the maps of Erangel. The Miramar has not been their strong suit, but Erangel, they have got it covered, and almost always they come out with not just high finish points, but also sometimes in with the chicken dinner as well. While we wait to witness all the teams who are going to be playing this map of Erangel, I want to know your thoughts on this particular team of Blood Rose Esports, because they have shown that they are really, really good when it actually comes to the firefights. But on the overall standing, somehow they just do not look comfortable anytime they play.
I would rather say it's the placement points, and you need to strike a balance between these two. And since they're not able to do so, that is why probably they don't have that much points. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to witness the final two teams who are going to be fighting it out in this final map of day 2 of week 2. We're going to have Group 4 versus Group 6, where Group 4 is going to have TTE, Midway Esports, Team Mayhem, U4G, Genesis, MG, TE, and TWM. Whereas opposing them and making sure that they put some points on the table is going to be the side of Blind, UP50, Burnex Official, Dragon Esports, GT, DHW, Hyderabad Hydras, and TWOB. With all of these teams coming into play, I'm going to have my fellow caster, a small change in that, and I'm going to have Johnny back on the desk, who did witness from the sidelines that ruthless final circles of Vikendi.
Yeah.
And are you expecting something similar when it comes to the map of Erangel?
I think yes, because that has been the trend for the day, hasn't it? I mean, every single time we are seeing the teams that were there underperforming in week 1. In fact, the start of the week 2, they were struggling. Today, it seems like they've woken up from their sleeps and all of them are going at it. Even in the previous game, Fly Esports, what an amazing run.
Yeah, and looking forward to see whether Fly will be able to register some more with the left out games, because I don't think so that they had such a great run when it comes to week number 1.
Yeah, definitely. Their run in week 1 was quite upsetting, and even to them. But this time in week 2, at least they're doing a little bit better.
True.
So I think that is one thing that Fly has going for them. If they can hold on to the momentum, maybe they can walk away with a few extra bonus points for this week, and that can help them improve in their overall rankings. But talking about this last game that we are about to jump into, it is going to be so exciting because, again, as we mentioned, I mean, this is the match that I was waiting for throughout the entire day. We have Blind, we have Team Together Esports, we have Midway, Burnex Official, Dragon Esports. Their run, Dragon did so well for themselves in the previous few matches that they played, and they were also looking for an opportunity to secure those extra points. And who knows, maybe Erangel, where everyone is comfortable, is that perfect opportunity for them.
Let's not forget that we have the side of TWM as well.
Yeah.
And Team Empire, by the way they have played in the map of Vikendi, probably they'll also be looking forward for that momentum to continue in the map which is going to come up next.
For sure. I mean, Team Empire, big things were expected from Team Empire. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
When we saw the lineup that was there, especially with the new changes that were made, I expected big things from Team Empire. But unfortunately, the start to week 1 was extremely slow. In week 2, it's still going in a similar manner where things are still left lacking. But hopefully in this last wrangle, if they step up, maybe just like RTG, they can build up momentum for tomorrow.
Now, there's Midway also playing this game, who have not had a great run today.
Yeah, today.
Do you think that this is going to be their map of bounce back?
Hey, last map of the day, just go all in. It's as simple as that.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading right into the map of Erangel as the big bird hits the sky. The flight path is going to look very, very interesting, starting all the way from Zarki, dissecting the map to the very center, over Puchinki, ending towards the side of military base. All the teams out there can respect one another and go to their respective drop locations.
Yeah, for sure. The diagonal flight paths on any maps that you play in the game of BGMI are always going to be the most preferred flight paths. Because even if you want to land towards the northeastern edge, which is the furthest away from the flight path, you have the option of dropping towards either shooting range, drop close to school, drop in the city of Pochinki, especially considering this flight path is closest to that garage that spawns the car. You can pick up that car and look to head towards the eastern edge of the map. And that is the strategy that I think a majority of the teams are going to employ. Teams, in fact, who like to play from that eastern edge. But let's see an early cluster drop, and we have Burnex dropping from towards Zarki, Team Together Esports in the northern Georgia Pole city, and of course UP50 towards that Georgia Pole area. But Arka, today UP50, they've been extremely weird. Look at this. Again, another split drop coming in.
I do believe it's more about them trying to gain information as well as get ample amount of loot. And I'm unable to see why KSR07 or Sarkar is not sticking together when it comes to those frontal battles as well.
I mean, it has backfired upon them. That's the only reason I'm concerned about them. We saw how Sanok went, and now this game they will have to recover one way or the other. But look at that. Military brace, drop clash in the early stages might lead to an early fight. And of course, there's a cluster of teams moving towards the eastern side of the map where we have the circle as well, ladies and gentlemen, centered around the Yasnaya Poliana city. All of a sudden, Yasnaya has become a piece of real estate that will be of the highest value. But in the military base, we have the early fight that we expected to break out. TWOB against the players of Mayhem.
This is going to be an interesting one if you ask me. TWOB, all of them in a single building with limited amount of loot for themselves. And I would want to see how they're going to fall back from the situation. I do understand that there's going to be a vehicle, a spawn right behind that very building. They can pick that up and run away. But I don't think so. Mayhem is just going to allow them to do so.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with Shikari's position, he can watch that roadside area as well. And if TWOB, their intentions, as you said, are of getting into those vehicles and making an escape, they won't get away scot-free. At least one of them is going to get knocked out and left behind.
Now, the most important thing for TWOB to do right now is to push against that single man on the center C building. And eventually you'll get loot, and also you can be well prepared for the opponents who might be rushing in towards them. But as the time ticks, it becomes a little bit of a strategy which is going to turn outdated. But as of now, TWOB preparing themselves for the opponents to come to that very building they are holding.
In the meanwhile, Mayhem, even they don't want to engage. They are holding on to their own pieces of cover, their own building. Astro, along with the rest of his teammates, they're just making sure they have vision of that front building number 1 so that they can at least be prepared for any moves that TWOB make, and the fight coming to a standstill before it even begins between these two titans. Mayhem, although we know they can get a little too over-eager to kick things off, and as I say that, Astro already has a nade in his hand. It's going to be lobbed towards Gyro God, but does not really connect. Blows up on the outside as it bounces off the wall.
Look at the minimap and look at how Mayhem have placed themselves. We've got one person far away from that angle trying to go above the bridge region probably, and trying to get that tower to be specific, and try to get an off angle altogether. But yes, Godex's location is also going to be crucial, as he's going to cut them off from running away from that C building.
Look at this. Dragon Esports, we have Yasnaya Poliana. They have it in their control. Blind Esports, they went for a little bit of a split drop, but they are closing in towards that school area. So Blind is going to be off to that standard start of the game. Although, let's see how this fight is going to break out. Sahil, he's on that rooftop, still waiting for TWOB to make a move. Has 3 nades and a Molotov today. The push, if it comes in their direction. But TWOB ever so hesitant with the aggression.
The way they're taunting the opponents to now burn those resources. I really like that gameplay coming in from the side of TWOB. But again, it all comes down to how they're going to take that fight in a 4v4 frontal battle. Let me remind you one more thing. This fight is taking place outside of the circle.
Yes.
And either of these teams will have to fall back. TWOB does do a little bit of a damage to that guy upstairs. But can they register a knock?
It's going to be extremely difficult for them. TWOB, they have to isolate this fight. They have the exit towards the northern side of the building available to them. But from there, it will become more and more difficult to make plays in order to even escape this situation. One of these teams needs to move forward, and the other one will look to reap the benefits of the mistakes made by the opposition. In the meanwhile, though, we move towards this Georgia Pool containers area where we talked about UP50 and that 2-2 split drop that they have always in the beginning. But we come back towards the military base, ladies and gentlemen. Astro and Shikari, Mayhem, they have had enough of this. Now, finally, they decide that, all right, it's going to be us. We are going to be the ones who make the first move. And Astro is already set with the game plan with his teammate Shikari right next to him.
It's time for the opponents to regroup. That is TWOB. They need to make sure that they stick together. In case it becomes a little bit hard for the, for the opponents to push in towards them, then the story can be different. But burning your bullets like this from the side of Mayhem, I don't think so it's going to help them.
Don't even want to leave the doors available for the players of TWOB for cover. And Sharik, he's the man who's there. And now at this point, well, entirety of Mayhem is all set for the assault, running up the rooftop. They're going to be safe there, and I think Sahil's job is simple. He's going to try and pick off anyone trying to make an escape, but a brilliant nade from Astro. Flash is going to be the first casualty in this fight, and with the shotguns, Mayhem, they are looking to make their push. Sharik leading the charge from the left-hand side of the building, with Sahil towards the right. They are looking to pin down the players from the side of TWOB inside their respective room, but they need to be careful as well. The reload on the shotgun is going to be there. In the meanwhile, Sahil with the nade looking to secure another knock for his team. The damage is definitely dished out.
Mayhem looking very, very good. They've been clinical so far by constraining the side of TWOB to the very center of this corner C building. I would love to see how TWOB is going to retaliate. Just one good grenade or Molotov towards the entrances of this room is just going to restrict them from coming outside. But yes, Godex, his job is to make sure to finish off anybody who comes out of this building.
Oh, what a spray from Astro. The Thompson doing wonders in his hands. Sharik was knocked out, but Astro with that trade has made sure that Mayhem will hold on to the advantage that they had and that they created a few seconds ago. Oh, now Godex, he's going to be spotted out. Brilliant escape attempt from TWOB, but still runs indoors right through the center door. A big mistake. Last player left. Should be an easy wipe. There it is. Just one more knock secured by the players of TWOB. Not a single finish in the back. And it will be the side of Mayhem who end this fight with 4 eliminations. A clean, clean team fight.
I just loved every bit of this fight, if you ask me. Mayhem doing every single thing right.
Yeah.
And I do believe that TWOB had an opportunity to just run away from that location, go to the center C, or trying to relocate themselves, as one person could have grabbed all the attention. A lot of possibilities in the hands of TWOB, but it's just that they wanted to commit to this fight and do the damage even before they got taken down.
I think that is that one thing that you mentioned. It's very important that a sacrifice needed to be made in order for the greater good of the team. One man needed to deal with all the pressure, and all he had to do was just stay behind, keep lobbing utilities, delay the players of Mayhem as long as possible so that his teammates can get into a better spot. But as you said, they want to commit to the fight, and Mayhem, they had all the time to plan out how exactly they wanted to execute their assault. A phenomenal moment from their perspective, a blunder from TWOB's. But here, ladies and gentlemen, towards the northern part of the map, we have UP50 again on our screens for the 3rd time, I believe. And they have been very quick with these vehicles. A few moments ago, we saw them in the Georgia Pool containers. Well, now they are just west of Yasnaya.
Now, I do believe they're trying to get to that school region and get themselves the hard compound very next to it. But, going back to the fight of Mayhem, I just want to understand one thing. The first knock was something which became a little bit of a problematic situation for them.
Well, let's see. How far can these lads go? But look at this. We have Beast from the side of Global Esports. 11 eliminations secured in this particular week. And this is a good turnaround from not just Beast, but the entirety of Global Esports. They have been phenomenal in their run in this particular week. A good recovery coming in from GE.
I do believe that, getting the chicken dinners is just going to allow them to get more confident when it comes to the final week. But yes, they had a decent run when it comes to the first week as well. It was just that finding an average of 40 to 50 points which they were aiming at, and they almost achieved it and at least came close to it.
Well, yeah, they got close, I'll give you that. But again, I mean, it is Global Esports. You expect them to be competing for the top spot, not be invisible in the middle pack. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, we have TWM on our screens, another brilliant team who have managed to turn their fate around in the 2nd week of competition. And their journey has been very intense, because when this Pro Series started, they were looking forward, fan favorites, people eyeing out for them. It wasn't a start that they expected, but Fierce, another player with 11 eliminations just in the 2 days of week 2. So we have a lot of individuals stepping up quite nicely for their respective teams. But as I was talking about TWM, a lot of fans were supporting TWM at the start, and I believe all of them are still rooting for them. It was an unfortunate series of events in week 1, but TWM, they've showed up quite nicely in week 2, and I believe they are going to be somewhere in the top 8 bracket in the cumulative rankings as well. But I think I've spoken too quick. We need to wait for matches of Group Red to begin for that.
Yeah, truly. But TWM, yes, they were playing this very group, and they'd got 36 points in the first 3 games they played. And they had to register one more chicken dinner just to make sure they can catch up to that big fall they had in week number 1.
Yeah.
And I don't think so they're going to be failing that much. But yes, coming back into the game, the school region is where we can see a lot of teams grouping up, expecting the next circle to form up to the mainland itself. And it's going to be an interesting turn of events, just in case the circle goes towards that Rozok region, where Burnex Official is the only team to the northern side of this map.
And if the circle moves up north, Burnex and THW are going to be so happy with that. But we all know we don't always get what we want in life, and well, neither win Burnex in this game. The zone shifting between Yasnaya and Rozok, and there's already a pretty big cluster of teams scrambling for that cover for themselves, for their squads. In the meanwhile, THW, I believe THW will have a pretty fun time on that northern island.
Yes, very much. They're just going to have a view of all the battles which is going to take place. And if they've got the right kind of scope, then for sure they can pick up a lot of finishes through those third-party scenarios. But the one team which I love the most when it comes to their possession has to be the team on our screens, Blind. They just need to find themselves a hard cover before a team rushes in towards them as well.
That is the exact thing I was about to say. I was like, they are out in the open. Even if one of them goes down, it's going to be so much hurt and pain landed on them. S-Power looking to see if they can distract the players of TWM, force them to move towards him, because Blind over here are spread out all over these fields. And S-Power, he might have bitten a little bit more than he could chew, realizes his mistake, instantly falls back. And I believe it will be a clean escape as well. Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
Yes, and the compound they're looking at is where Ronnie has placed himself right now. But again, they do not want to let go of these ridges, because it's important for you to have a little bit of a topography and an idea as to which other teams can be in the close lines.
And talking about other teams, there's Gujarat Tigers present in these houses. All 4 Tigers together. Blind a little not too far away from their position. If information is given out. What was AJ doing?
Picking up a DBS. He was like, okay, I don't want a mid-range gun since the circle is becoming smaller. Let's get a little more aggressive. And he picked up a DBS from that crate.
I mean, I hope it works out, because as of now, I expect this endgame to be out in the open. But Mayhem also getting caught off guard out in the open mid-rotation, are going to be forced to keep moving along that eastern edge. Godex along with Sahil, and in fact the entire Mayhem squad have found an entry inside the circle right at the eastern point of this circle. It's going to be an open farm ahead of them, so if the circle moves west, then Mayhem can be in trouble. Otherwise, if it is a central shift or an eastern shift, they should be okay, even during the mid-game.
You know, I just realized one point, just in case the teams from this group blue, the top teams especially like TTE, Blind, if they don't walk away with a big number, I do believe that the teams from group red are going to be happy about it.
Yes.
Because now they can catch up to all the losses they had from week 1, and things can be way too interesting when we look at the cumulative tables by the end of the week.
That is very true, because last week it felt like Group Blue, there were a little bit more domination put on display. There was a little bit of a more domination put on display by teams from Blue, specifically the teams at the top. Group Red, it was more closely contested, but still the maximum number of points any team walked away with was nowhere close to what Group Blue was able to pull off. This time around, I think these teams, at least the teams that did well in week 1, are going to look to emulate the same thing. In the meanwhile, though, Team Empire crossing paths against the players of Genex, and we have Genesis taking the fight. It's going to be Bunny kicking things off. UP50 in their crosshairs. The first knock and finish easily secured.
Now this is going to be one of the prime positions for you to hold. But guess what? There's going to be a lot of crosshairs trying to put you down from every direction, as it's the closest one towards the side of school. And I understand this, that those teams trying to make it from outside of the circle will directly head on to the very compounds which is in held by the side of Gen X. But far away, it's got to be Blind versus GT, and it seems like Blind are having a good time taking them down.
Yeah, for some reason, Gujarat Tigers, they went for a split play, and Blind, they are showing them why that was a bad call. All the players of Blind Esports together, the DBS. Ronnie just empties the clip inside the smoke, even though there's no one there. And Jackson, he just walks towards S-Power, faces his demise, gets picked off. Gujarat Tigers, 3 players down, as even Eggy got picked off a few moments ago. And that just leaves the star player from the team, Prince, as the solo survivor. That was awkward.
I don't know how Ronnie forgot that the player has already passed off this crosshairs, but sometimes even I have suffered the same fate. But ultimately, he'll have to thank his stars that nobody struck him from the backlines, and since he was very much in the open grounds of that very compound. But yes,
You know what the best part was? Both of them whiffed their shots on each other.
I guess it sometimes happens in the game, right? There's a lot of technical factors to it as well.
I think they just got overheated and panicked and just started blasting each other with their shotguns and just walked past each other. But as you said, it happens. Awkward interactions like that happen inside of the match. And right now,
And these are the good memories you carry at the end of the day.
Of course. These are the moments that you always remember. As of now, I think TSW are going to try to forget this particular moment because it feels like they are pinned out in the open by the players of Team Empire.
I guess there's going to be another team approaching them as well. So it becomes a little hard for them to hold the very position they are holding right now. UP50 is also one of those teams who have got a very good compound for themselves inside the circle. But yes, things can turn much more interesting with the next circle to be formed in the next 25 seconds. But again, I love the position being held by the side of Midwave yet again. I know the split is a bit concerning, but they'll have to make sure that they come in together just like the side of Blind have done so far.
Let's see what Burnex is going to do as they find themselves quite close to the players of Team Empire. Although, on another part of the map, ladies and gentlemen, specifically the northeastern edge, is where Dragon Esports, Midwave, and Blind collide in a 3-way matchup against each other. Midwave have a little bit of cover to work with, Blind on that high ground, and there's a 4th team approaching this party in the form of Mayhem from the backlines.
Oh, it's important. The team which becomes clever and falls back from this fight is going to be the most cleverest amongst them all, as they will have a greater chance to attain the chicken dinner from inside of the circle. Because the others, they don't realize that it's important for them to right now evade this fight with circle not being in their favor.
And I think we have an answer to that question. It is MG who are the most clever team in this lobby because they just avoided all of this conflict and just slowly entered the zone from the southeastern edge. They are still present with a line of fire available if they want to third party this entire fight. But right now it's going to be Midwave kicking things off. Atanki making that push towards the players of Dragon Esports has found an opening for his squad. But will that be enough? An advantage can be taken from all of this commotion by the players of Blind as they've still been holding on to that high ground, but the nades, the artillery strike upon the players of Dragon Esports is going to force them in a corner. Midwave also taking a hit at the hands of Blind as Aru is going to fall, but Atanki, this might be a distraction, Jimmy, in that Lamborghini in the distance, shots connecting, and the last one hits as well. Atanki with 2 finishes on the board, 3 is the total daddy for Midwave.
Blind Esports, they were just spectators of this fight, but again, they also had to commit towards the side of Mayhem, who made it inside the circle. Blind trying to find an angle for themselves to take down the side of Midwave over here, and I don't think so it becomes that much easy for them right now.
It is definitely not going to be easy, especially since they know that they're outside the circle and they are going to be surrounded as well. A spray inside the smoke, it almost connects, but Knuckle getting shot in the face by the players of MG. We talked about this, MG having the priority of the circle and of course the lines of fire available. Perfect opportunity to secure a lot of points for themselves and move ahead in the game. In the meanwhile, Mayhem still looking forward to the fight. They have cover to work with. Blind taking a lot of damage from the utility, but MG, look at them, they're closing from the rear. They want to put pressure on the players of Mayhem as well.
Midwave Esports, amongst all these commotion, just made it inside the circle, but they'll be finding the side of TTE, who are busy taking down the side of UP50, and that is where the next fight might take place on our screens. But yes, Blind Esports, if they clear this off, it becomes a cakewalk for them to make it inside the circle.
May have delayed the push too much. Blind, with the opportunity being given to them for that reset, brought Knuckle back into the party, and now with a 4-man squad, they will look to fight it out 4v4. But midwave, they made a rotation, a slam towards the compound of Team Together Esports, and that turned out to be their own demise. Snacks knocked out. Aru, along with Dionysus, trying to hold on for their dear lives as the players of Team Together Esports are just looking to push.
It seems like if this grenade connects, it could be the beginning of the end for the side of Team Midwave. I can see a DBS in the hands of Aru waiting and protecting one corner, as it's a big mistake done over here, and this might cost to be the end of the side of Midwave, ladies and gentlemen, as TTE walk away with 5 finishes with this fight coming to an end, and Blind Esports were the catalyst of this fight.
I thought they messed up. I thought Team Together Esports messed up, but we'll talk about that in a bit. In the meanwhile though, Para BGC, what are you doing? Those peaks so perfect. Atlas stood no chance, and UP50, they might be inching ever so close to their demise. One player remaining inside of the match, that is Sarkar in the backlines. In the meanwhile, Genesis taking a fight against another squad out in the open, that is Burnex official. 2 players knocked out, 2 left standing. Genesis, they lost Doom, but he's being brought back into this fight. They still have the numbers advantage to win.
Now the most important thing for us to see is who's holding the center of the circle, and it seems like it's TTE who want to end this day on a very good note. Blind Esports still surviving from the northern eastern side, but guess what? Burnex official, with that one final man going down, will be finished off and sent back to the lobby.
Genesis, what a move from their side. 8 points on the board, all 4 players still alive, and the nade from Bunny connects perfectly on the lads of Hyderabad Hydras. Bobbed up in the backlines, it's gonna be blown up as well. What a move, 2 more elimination points in the back, and that one without any risk. Bunny, he needs to be careful. He's running out in the open. He will be spotted out by the players of Team Together Esports, but he sees Para in the distance behind that red car. Is that enough information for Genesis to engage against the players of Team Together?
It seems like Bunny's grenade is going to decide the fate of Team Together, as they'll have to be very careful. There it is. Colonel gets taken down, and Saikat is the nearest man to come in for revival. Can Genesis strike them down and take that fight, a 4v4 fight against the side of Blind? And guess what? Blind is just going to walk in and clear off the side of MG as well, as making it one corner of the circle, the very home.
Yeah, that is what you get for giving Blind the room to breathe. That is what you get for giving them the opportunity to go for revives. MG had the option of making that push and just destroying Blind, but they were hesitant, and Blind, they made them pay. In the meanwhile though, Team Together, they're going to be grateful that Genesis, and specifically Bunny, are out of throwables. Now Saikat is looking to step up the shots. The knock is going to be good. 2 players remaining from the side of Genesis. Hero and Gyro still standing. In the meanwhile though, Blind looking to dominate this match, since they have all 4 players left alive. They are the only ones left with numbers advantage. Genesis, unless they bring their numbers back, unless the revives are there, the players, I believe, are just going to fall and take the exit from the game. But the slam from Manya towards Genesis. Hero and Bunny wiped out, and Genesis themselves are going to be destroyed in a blink. But Blind, biting more than they can chew, have given the opportunity. Team Together Esports for the win. The Molotov from Saikat looks good. One last player remaining on the flank. S-Power looking to bring themselves back, as Manya is definitely going to fall. S-Power with the peak. Takes a few shots to the face, but still the numbers advantage. Will it work for Team Together Esports? Saikat, he's going to be taken out. S-Power doing a phenomenal job and running from the flank, looking for the second. He finds it, and fate has been turned around. Blind looking for a win, but mistakes were also made. Ronnie overcommitting, and again the fight is down to a 1v1. Both the teams overheating, looking for the finish points as well. One last nade in the hands of S-Power. Lobs it inside of the smoke, and it connects for another knock on Saikat, who was just brought back into this match. S-Power going for a revive on Mane. In the meanwhile, Krunal goes for his own revive onto his star player, Saikat, who has the MG3, by the way.
The important thing is who's going to be picking up those final finishes, as it's going to be important for them. That grenade is not a grenade, but rather a stun, which is going to allow S-Power to get more closer. Karnal's location is also going to be compromised, but Ronnie is going to be the clever one who goes in much more closer to gain as much information as possible. As he's going to mark the final few people, it's going to be S-Power stepping forward.
Well, this is looking just phenomenal from the side of Blind and Team Together Esports. Both almost on the verge of getting wiped out. Both the squads out of utility. But Team Together, look at that. They are going for another revive behind that tree, looking to bring one more player back. And with 3 players, they will have the numbers in their favor. But Blind, they have also done a brilliant move, played out a brilliant move. The smoke covering the ridge, not allowing the players of Team Together to just jump peak beyond the summit and gain the vision advantage. Mane is in the back lines with the DBS in his hands. S-Power in the front with the M4. Has a general idea of where Krunal is. But with that buggy, maybe they will try to bait the information. Mane needs to be careful. The jump dodge is going to be there. And Mane is going to fall. 3 players left from the side of Team Together Esports. S-Power against them all. Takes down one. Looks for the second but falls to the flank of Krunal. And Blind, they might have tried their level best. But as we say, together we stand and together they won this game. Team Together Esports, what a win. 12 points. 12 points just for the finishes. 15 for the chicken dinner. An impressive game.
The final circle was absolutely amazing, if you ask me.
Yeah.
It's about you getting those revivals through. There was an opportunity for S-Power to go in the revival against the side of Ronnie, who was trying to make it closer towards the opponents, and that could have changed the face of this game itself. But ultimately, I think it's the lack of throwables from both these teams which allowed the side of Blind to actually give away the chicken dinner into the hands of TTE.
You've been talking about utility management since day one. I think the few lessons are definitely needed because all of them overcommitted. Blind, we saw them overcommit utility in the earlier fights when they were surrounded by the players of Gujarat Tigers and another squad, I believe it was the players from the side of MG out in the open, and they committed everything to escape that particular scenario. And in turn, when they showed up for that final fight, they had nothing left in the bag.
Obviously, and again, TTE, the reason they went in for that revival is one player had got an MG3 and they understood there's no throwables coming from either side. And a mid-range battle and you've got an MG3 in your hand, you know you're going to be taking it home easy peasy.
And yeah, Team Together, they knew who they were up against, so they stayed a little bit in the back lines. They protected themselves, and well, it was Blind who ended up making the first mistake. Manya with that bug, he thought at least he could get one of the 2 players, one of the 3 players out of the picture. But that last minute jump dodge, now that was just picture perfect. Because the moment that individual got out of the way of that buggy and was left alive, we knew it was game over for Blind Esports.
Now, there was an opportunity for Blind, which was like 100% win ratio, when S-Power throws a grenade and the revival goes back to a knock.
Yes.
He could have gone in for a 1v1 because he's the prodigy who has been amazing when it comes to 1v1 battles. He had a DBS in his hand as well.
Yes, one more thing, because at that point, it is a 1v1. It is 50-50 odds. You know for a fact, if Team Together Esports gets their revives in, you sit at a massive disadvantage.
Yes.
You have to play the numbers.
Yes, and ultimately Blind pulling off a phenomenal out there. And the reason why I have to call them a phenomenal is from the way they took that fight to MG, then making it inside the circle, staying away from all the crosshairs from across the fields was a great one from the side of Blind.
But what a game. I mean, Team Together Esports, this was another phenomenal team from week 1. Young lineup showcasing what they are built of. And Blind Esports, of course, the team that everyone talks about any given tournament they play, always hailed as the top contenders to lift every trophy. But this time around, it feels like they're facing a much tougher competition.
I mean, they're preparing for the better future, I do believe, because this is where they can actually learn from the strategies of the team out there. But this is how things started off. It was a fight to the finish, but everything executed perfectly by the side of Mayhem.
Yeah, and even Midwave actually pulled off some wonderful moves inside of this game. Pretty decent at long-range fights, and of course that hold against the players of Blind as well was quite brilliant, but still, I mean, getting overheated today was just not there. In the meanwhile, though, this was another interesting situation. We saw the players of TSW get finished off out in the open in the middle of nowhere.
This was the final moments of the game, if you ask me. the teams to survive these small battles were the team to fight in the final circles. Gen at one point of time were looking very, very good.
Yeah.
Until it was the side of Burnex official who injured them very heavily.
Yeah, but Genesis still had a lot of elimination, so I think they will be happy with that. Because this is quite contrasting run to their performance in Week 1. Week 1, they were just focused on survival, not really banking a lot of finish points in the matches that they played. But they did make that 16th position in their particular group. This time they're looking to do better, because I think even Genesis have realized that it is not about doing good in your own particular group, but you have to think about all the 95 other teams that are playing this entire tournament.
Now Ronnie, that position he was holding, that off angle, that also kind of paid off for a brief time. And this was the moment where I felt S-Power, if he had got all those knocks through and converted it into finishes, he would have had a greater chance. And this was the time he had to push against Saikat.
Yeah, he could have pushed against Saikat, but again, it was that weapon in his hand that might have scared him, because he might have heard all the commotions of what was going on. And one of his teammates also went down to Saikat, so they might have given him an idea as well of what he is up against. But still, that final fight was phenomenal from both the teams. Blind trying their level best, Team Together Esports trying their level best. Just a small mistake being made in the midst of that fight, resulting in Team Together Esports being the winners of this map of Erangel. But still, both the teams had a lot of finishes, so I think neither of them is going to be upset that they missed out on those 3 points for the win.
Oh yes, completely agreed on that point. And as you correctly pointed out, Genesis had also got decent amount of finishes for themselves. But another disappointment, according to me, in this game has to be Midwave.
Oh yeah.
That rotation was so unnecessary for them. They could have just come from the circle, used that high ground for themselves, and picked up so many finishes from inside the circle.
Plus, Midway have the opportunity to finish off the players of Blind as well, because Blind was taking pressure from MG in the back lines. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want this beautiful Avalanche X-Suit, you guys don't need to take any pressure, because it is still coming soon. It's not out yet. It will be out soon. But make sure you guys are following Crafton India Esports on their social media handles, so that you are aware when the new things come out.
And once the new things come out and you grab it from the throat at the beginning itself, there's a higher chance that you're going to have it for yourself and be different from all those inside the game itself.
Just like Mayhem in this particular match, because who knows what would have happened to Mayhem had they not won that fight as cleanly as they did in the starting stage of the game. Imagine they lost 1 or 2 players against TWOB, right? We saw how difficult the rotation was. We saw them clash against the players of Gujarat Tigers in the middle, who were holding on to that southeastern edge. And the only reason they got away was because all 4 players in 4 different vehicles were just rotating along that eastern edge, and there was a lot of distraction for the opposition. Had it been just 1 or 2 players or even 3 players from the side of Mayhem remaining, it would have been an easier time for the opposition to take them off or pick them off mid-rotation.
Yes, completely agreed. But again, these permutations and combinations are just speculations.
Yes.
And I want viewers to sometimes understand that within the game, they do not have any idea as to where the opponents are sitting until the first point of contacts come through. And that is why the games become so hard for all the players out there. But ultimately, we are able to see that the calls of the IGL has been amazing so far. And I do believe that TTE's IGL will also be having a greater chance of being the MVP or the best IGL of this tournament itself.
Oh, it can be. It definitely can be, but I think it's still too early to call that. We still have 1 entire week remaining. And in fact, we have Group Red matches remaining for this week. I can't wait to see what those particular teams are looking forward to or are preparing after watching Group Blue in action. Because this time around, Group Blue, it seems like the aggression has just hit, and in fact, it's gone through the roof. Things are being more chaotic. We are seeing a circle as well. In fact, the zones inside of the game are so interesting. Even this time around, first of all, we thought it was going to be a hybrid shift, or maybe it's going to stick towards the side of Yasnaya, and then it just ends up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Now let's see whether teams are actually prepared to look at the overall point standings, because today we had a lot of disappointments, a lot of comebacks, because it's not just about the point standings by the end of today. It's also about how much are they going to put up to the cumulative point standings with the bonus points tomorrow. And I do believe that, certain teams have already played 5 of their games. I'm still not sure, though, but at least 4 games, yes, being converted by most of these teams.
I mean, at this point, we don't have to speculate anymore. We are at the end of the day. All 5 games are done. I'm pretty sure we're going to look at the rankings for these teams as well and see where they are in terms of their particular group. And it will be very interesting because now, if you are done with your matches, you're going to sit out the last day just waiting to see what happens with your fingers crossed, just hoping and praying that you get inside that bonus point bracket.
Exactly, and that's the most important thing, because if the teams are there within the top 50 by the end of week 2, then and only then they might have a greater chance to be into the top 16 and have a fighting chance. Do you agree on this statement?
I mean, top 50 is quite a lot. I don't trust myself and my squad mates inside of the game, so I'm going to say if I was in a situation like this, an idea would be to stay within the top 30.
Yeah.
Stay as safe as possible in
See,
order to qualify.
The point is this: since there is so much close calls, I somewhere feel it's going to be 1 point difference from 30 to the 50th position, counting it as an increasing manner.
It can happen. It can definitely happen. We saw how just 8 points helped the team jump from the 4th page of the leaderboard all the way to the 2nd page of the leaderboard. That has also happened in the past. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the MVP of the match, and this was Bunny from the side of Genesis, and we have to give him that. His utility usage was just perfect. Look at this, how Madman went down, and then Bob Dope also getting wiped out in the very next second, and then he had a few more things to do before he took an exit to the game, and he took down the players of Team Together Esports.
He did the damage against the side of Team Together, and somewhere I thought that Blind will now look forward to dominate on it. But yes, everything has gone fine for the side of TTE. As we can see, 2 of their players are there. It's going to be the MVP list, as Manya is going to be there on the 4th one. Oh, good to see that the IGL also wants to have a run for that MVP.
I mean, he will make sure he's not going to get left behind or in the shadows of Ronnie, S-Power and Knuckle. Mane himself is also quite phenomenal. But yes, Bunny followed by Krunal, Saikat. Saikat is one player we need to talk about. I mean, he's doing well every single day in, day out. This man has been very consistent, and that just makes me happy for Team Together Esports, and this will make them happy because as we look at the rankings of the match, 27 points on the board. Blind finishing on the 2nd with 24. Turns out the 3 points for the chicken dinner are the only difference between these two teams.
Yes, the gunpowder was pretty similar. We started off the day by telling that, gunpowder is going to matter today for you to put points on the table. And guess what? The top 3 teams have done that specifically, getting 34 finishes.
Yes.
That is going to be half the lobby eaten away just by these 3 teams.
And they're not the only ones. Mayhem has 6, MG has 5, and I believe as we move on to the next page of the rankings, this is where we're going to see teams lack a lot of eliminations because of how the top 5 teams played this match out. We have Dragon Esports with 2, THW with 2 eliminations, U4G with 1, and TW. I completely forgot about TWM. They were playing this game. We did not even see them once. Well, they had 1 elimination the entire time, took an exit with no points on the board for placements.
TWM, is this the end of the story for them, or do they have another game tomorrow to, somehow make a bounce back? Because it's not like they did not play well in week 2. As I said, the 3 games they played, they had 36 points.
Yeah.
And in case they have another game to play tomorrow, then probably they can get a chicken dinner or 25 points, a total of 55 by the end of the week, and additional bonus points of 70 points will be decent enough for them to have that run in the final week.
Yeah, they have to perform this week in whatever they have left, and the next week they have to just go all out. I think if they want to guarantee the qualification, just top your group. Do what teams like Hydra and teams like Growing Strong did in week 1.
Yeah.
Cross that 100-point barrier as quickly as possible. Get those 25 bonus points, and then even then it will be a maybe for TWM to make it through, just because of how far they were in terms of the rest of the competition in week 1.
Yes, completely agreed. Now, there are several factors, which comes into play as soon as week 2 group blue games comes to an end, because it all depends on how well group red is going to play, because in case they are not able to keep up to the momentum of the overall standings, then it's going to be a more closer call than we expect it to be right now.
Exactly. This is the best part about this tournament. This is what I love the most. That even though you are done with your matches, even though your entire group is done with your matches, It's not over yet. You have to wait and watch what the other group is going to be up to, the other set of 48 teams. And it's going to be so nerve-wracking for all of these teams to just sit at the edge of their seats observing, all right, I hope you get picked up. I hope you go down. I hope you go down. That's what's going to be going through all of their heads. They are hoping that the top teams from Group Red take a tumble as quickly as possible. And the competition in their particular group, the opposing group, is going to be very close.
Now let's see all these permutation and combination amongst these, which of our speculations will be coming out right. But if you guys are actually doing those calculations right, remember there's a pinned comment. If you click on that, you'll be heading on right to the overall standings of the previous week, and you can do the calculations yourself for your favorite teams and put that in the chat so that it gives a clear picture for your fans as well.
Exactly. We understand how anxious fans can be. We get very anxious when we don't know how our favorite teams are doing as well. So you guys can go head on over to Crafton India Esports' social media handles every single day. The rankings are going to be dropped there. You guys can follow along with your teams and also compare the overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention to the overall leaderboard, because that, again, I'll repeat, you have to be in the top 16 in the overall leaderboard, not just your group's leaderboard, the overall leaderboard with all the 96 teams.
Yes, but yes, the small step is this: if you're there at the top of your group, then probably you'll have a better chance compared to the others out there. But again, it was a great day if you ask me.
True.
The map of Vikendi, it seems like it was a ticking time bomb, and in the final circles, there were so many fights to occur. Sanok, where we expect not early fights to take place, had some great initial fights taking off. What was your thoughts of day number 2?
I loved the day today, but I think it is time to see what the leaderboard is going to look like at the end of the matches. In fact, the matches have come to an end. So here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the overall rankings. They're going to be on our screens in a few short seconds. And this one is going to be just for the second week for Group Blue. And here we go. At the top, yesterday it was Genesis. Today it is Team Together Esports. But wow, Genesis, what a move from their side. They've kept the competition in check. Just 9 points between the two teams. But Arca, 83 for Team Together, 74 for Genesis. Both the teams done with their matches. And then we have a new contender for the top 3 in this group. I Am Official, 49 points in the 3 matches they played. 1 chicken dinner. What a comeback from this team.
Oh yes, and the job is still not done. 2 more games. They need to maintain the same momentum and make sure they cross that 100-point barrier to make sure that they have a very good chance in week number 3. Global Esports, this is one of the teams who have had a great comeback. They were at the 50th position by the end of week 1, and now they have 43 points in 3 games played.
DWM, the fall wasn't as bad as we thought it was, but unfortunately it's going to keep on happening, because look at that match count. It's 5 matches done and dusted. 3 matches remaining on everyone else. We have MG, Team Together Esports, Team Empire, also with 5 matches done and dusted. And they are also going to take a tumble. 29 points. Where do you think this will put them at the end of the journey for week 2?
Somewhere at below the 60th spot.
Below the 60th position. Oh my god, that is going to be brutal for them. But at least Hydra, they have an opportunity tomorrow. 2 matches remaining. Revenant as well. 2 more matches left. Maybe they can bring themselves back. But I think the target is laid out.
Yes. Gujarat Tigers are also looking for a good comeback, if you ask me. They've got 1 chicken for themselves, and they would want to replicate that as much as possible. Mayhem and Midwave. I don't know how come I see Midwave over here at the 18th position with all 5 games played. The first week for them had been pretty decent, but the second week seems to have gone otherwise.
Yeah, it's just horrible. I'm just going to say it, because 12 placement points in 5 matches from a team like Midwave, that should not have happened. I mean, it was a struggle, a journey filled with a lot of struggles, and I think it's going to keep going on, because now they will just sit and watch as their rankings keep on dropping tomorrow. But as we move to the next page of the rankings, we have Marcus Gaming 0, 20 points in 3 games played. Placement points is where the priority seems to be, but one team, THW, look at that, 15 elimination points, just 4 for placements. If they balance it out, I think TSW tomorrow can actually bring themselves back.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Wind, this is also one of those Wind Gods, have to be the team to make a bounce back over here. First week, again, finding an average was their priority.
Yes.
But here, they need a big number or else they might fail to qualify into the next round itself.
So many big names, Arka. So many big names on the second last page. We have CK, we have One Power Edge, we have Hyper, we have HG, Hindustan Gaming, we have Reckoning, we have Blood Rose Esports. And none of us expected this team to bomb this second week so badly. But again, 2 matches in the back. Hopefully they work out. Win 1 game, it will help you take a leap at least to the 3rd page of the rankings, and from there, if you're consistent enough, you can take the leap to the 2nd or the 1st page even.
UK7, they have things to prove. They have to prove to us that they are worthy of being in the Pro Series, because they did make sure that BGIS is one of those stages they register themselves to be one of the best. But it seems like they're failing real bad over here with the 48th position. But again, TWOB is going to be one of the other teams whom I was looking forward for some decent run out there. But, since it's just week 2, day 2,
Yeah.
I do not want to take away the limelight from them and say, put them in the dark completely. I'm going to give them that element of doubt that they might be able to perform well in the days to come.
I mean, everyone's going to be praying for that, because as of now, the problems just are growing and growing bigger and bigger, and it seems like they have no answers to them. But it will be interesting, considering tomorrow it's going to be the last day for this particular group, at least in week 2.
True.
And then the only thing that will be left for them is to wait for the 3rd week to begin.
Now let's see how things will turn out over there. Because if just in case, as I said, for the last time I'm going to be repeating this, just in case Group Red sees the same fate as that of Group Blue, then there is still a fighting chance in the final week to be played.
I mean, it's going to be the last week. I can't even wait to see what Group Red does, because that will decide what will go through the head of every single team, all the 96 teams, in fact, before they step into the matches of Group 3. Either it can be just total and utter chaos with teams just scrambling desperately for point, drop clashing each other, or everyone will just panic and try to protect themselves. Specifically, the teams in the top 16 will panic and try to protect themselves and play extremely passive.
Now, what is your advice for the teams who have not able to, perform themselves? They have 2 more games.
Yeah.
Okay, but they've got around 15 points on the table. So for these teams, what do you think should be their strongest forte?
My advice is always simple. If you are lagging behind, especially in a format where you have 48 teams to compete against, go all in. You are on the 2nd last page, on the 3rd last page of the rankings. The journey up ahead, it's like climbing Everest just south of Georgia Pole, not the actual one. It is a difficult climb upon that hill once a team has already taken control, and that is literally the situation in the overall ranking. There is someone sitting at the top, you're trying to climb up, and it's going to be a challenge. Just go all in, commit everything. What's the worst that could happen? You are already at the doing pretty bad.
Yeah, and let's see whether there's going to be some wrecking trains coming up
there will be for
tomorrow, as 2 games is going to be played by several teams, whereas the others who have already played their 5 games are just going to stick themselves to the screens, watch out for how these teams are going to be playing, and doing the calculations themselves with the calculator on. One team to watch out for tomorrow, if you ask me, which is that team going to be?
For me, it will be UK07. I want to see how they open things up, because as of now, it's just been just a nightmare from their end. But if they can bring themselves back on that last day, imagine how good of a storyline will that be. They have 2 matches left. They win both of them with 20 eliminations in both of them game. I know I'm being too...
optimistic?
Too optimistic about this. The probability of that happening is going to be minuscule, but imagine if it happens.
Hopefully, we'll be able to witness something like that. After all, it's game for glory when it comes to the Pro Series.
Yeah, it is. And if they can pull off even 1 game, dropping a big number of eliminations on the board, I think it can actually put them in a decent enough position to get at least some points from the 2nd week, and then maybe in the 3rd week they can just go berserk. But talking about going berserk, I mean, we always talk about individuals who have gone berserk inside of their matches. And ladies and gentlemen, that means we're going to have a look at these individuals and their numbers as well right about now. And they will be on our screens. as of this point, and it will be interesting to see which players are going to be part of this lineup. And here they are. Oh, it's Bunny for this week leading the charge with 12 eliminations. I believe it is just this last game that has gotten him the first spot.
I mean, one good game and your team and yourself are going to be there on the top of the table, and that is how excruciating this format is turning out to be. GE Beast is going to be one of the other players who's got 11 finishes. You know, I do believe that Mavi, being the birthday boy, I guess, you know, we did not wish him happy birthday, IGL.
Yeah.
And I do believe that this year is going to be one of the healthiest ones with youngsters like you.
Especially considering the day actually went quite well for Global Esports. It is going to be a happy birthday indeed. So I think well wishes from our side to the IGL, to the man with the golden hand from the side of Global Esports. But I think, as you were saying, Beast and Ninja Boy, they have done phenomenal job. Mavi, we saw him in that game of Miramar also pulling the team together. He was there along with Beast, securing those eliminations. Both the players, 50% contribution in that game of Miramar today.
The best part about Mavi being the interview which was recently given off by the side of Global Esports, he says that I'm still learning to adapt myself to this team, and it's going to be a learning curve every single day, and that shows if a person is ready to learn even from the youngsters in his team, that means there's going to be a lot of exchange of information and synergy being built, and we can see the results on our screens right now.
Every single time you drop in a game of BGMI, you learn something new. You see something new, and you will try to see if you can pick it up and use it, add it to your toolkit. It is going to be a new skill that you picked up, and that is a process of improvement, ladies and gentlemen. That is how improvements work. Slow and steady pace, and you always just keep looking for new things to pick up.
Yep, and coming back to the teams out there, I'm pretty impressed by the side of Team Together.
We were talking about improvement. Who do you think is the most improved team? Which team is the most improved team of week 2?
IE. IM is going to be one of the most improved teams, if you ask me, because the kind of comeback they've made. And I do believe that they have another game to be played. Was it the 3 games?
They have 2 matches.
Yeah, the 2 more games to be played, and they have the 3rd position for themselves. An average of 12 points is what they're having in each game out there.
Yeah.
And if they can do better, probably they'll be at the top of the table by the end of the week.
I think IM have actually done more than 12 points per game. They are doing actually, they're playing beyond expectations. I mean, based on how the first week went for them, it was not looking good for IM. I'll be honest, at the start of this week, I did not expect this team to be anywhere close to the top 16, but they have proven me wrong. On the 3rd position right now, all they have to do tomorrow is just hold on to that spot, not let it slip away from their hands.
Now, let's see whether they'll be capable enough to do that one, and will they be able to pull off something even though they're capable of, because the reason why I bring such a contradicting statement is the pressure which they'll be undergoing right now.
On the last day.
Yeah, and it's the last day of the week. You need to put points on the table and also look forward for the top 16 by the end of the next 6 days to come in front of us.
Exactly. We just have a few more days remaining, ladies and gentlemen, after which the top 16 teams will be in front of our eyes, and we will see those 16 teams move along with us to the LAN finale happening in the Eka Arena in Ahmedabad, where I hope you guys will be there to join us. But that is all we have for the day, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to an end of our show today. This Super Johnny joined by Arka. It was an exciting set of affairs, but as I said, the journey is not yet over. We'll be back again tomorrow at the same time. So until tomorrow, take care. Good night.
टाइम लगेगा। अरे आगे 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 आगे। हाय कृणाल, कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत बढ़िया।
कृणाल, आखिरी मैच के पहले मैं पूछना चाहूंगा उस बारे में। लास्ट मैच के अंदर एक बेहतर प्रदर्शन आया, एक जो एक अकेला प्लेयर था वो बचे हुए थे, 2 प्लेयर्स आपके नॉक थे, फिर उसके बाद आपने सबको रिवाइव कर दिया। कुछ बताइए उस मैच में क्या कॉलिंग चल रही थी?
उस मैच में बता दिया था लेफ्ट साइड पे जो बंदे थे हमारे सेवी और पैरा, उन्होंने बता दिया था कि लेफ्ट वाला जो है वो उन्होंने होल्ड करा के रखा है और जो सामने बंदा है उसे भी एक नॉक पड़ा था, तो उनको भी रेव करना था। तो मैंने सोचा कि पहले रेव करता हूँ, उसके बाद जो है पुश का अपन कर देंगे बाद में। लेकिन वही उन्होंने रेव कर दिया बाद में और वो ऊपर से पुश कर दिए, तो हमने भी रेव का पूरा कर सबको कर लिया। उसके बाद मैंने पीछे गया क्योंकि मैं उनके पास नेड थे, तो वो नेड फेंकने वाले थे बहुत ज़्यादा और जंप करके हमारे बस वही तक नेड आ सकते थे, उसके आगे नहीं आ सकते थे। इसलिए मैं पीछे बग्गी पे गया, थोड़ा सा होल्ड किया और उसके बाद मारा।
काफी बढ़िया वो चिकन डिनर, बड़ा चिकन डिनर, फिनिशर्स भी आपके पास आए थे। बट मैं चीज जानना चाहता हूँ कि टीम टुगेदर ई स्पोर्ट्स इतना टुगेदर कैसे खेल पाते हैं, क्योंकि हम हर मुकाबले के अंदर देखते हैं जहाँ पे भी आप लोग जाते हैं वो सिनर्जी साफ साफ देखने को मिलती है, जहाँ पे सारे खिलाड़ी या तो सरवाइव कर रहे होते हैं। तो ये जो सिनर्जी है, ये कुछ टिप्स दीजिए ताकि जो अपकमिंग स्टार्स हैं, जो बाकी की टीम्स हैं, वो भी कुछ सीख पाए।
मेरा जो प्लेयर्स के साथ रिलेशन वो गेम में छोड़ के ज़्यादा मतलब बाहर का ज़्यादा बॉन्ड है, तो उसकी वजह से हम लोग समझ लेते हैं एक दूसरे को सबको और अच्छा गेम जाता है उसी के वजह से। मेरा ऐसा मानना है।
बट मुझे लगता है कृणाल, एक आखिरी सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक तो हमने देख लिया कि भाई टीम टुगेदर ई स्पोर्ट्स बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है, बट कोई एक टीम जो आपको लगता है कि आपके प्रतिद्वंदी अच्छे हो सकते हैं या फिर आपको रोक सकते हैं?
आई थिंक जीएस
ग्रोइंग स्ट्रॉन्ग। चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच कृणाल, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके। ऐसे ही हम सब ओके, आई थिंक थोड़ा नेटवर्क इशू वहाँ पे उनका था, बट थैंक यू सो मच कृणाल हमसे बात करने के लिए। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके, एंड जो टीम वर्क है वो हम देख भी रहे हैं और सीख भी रहे हैं आपकी टीम को देख के। थैंक यू सो मच। इंटरव्यू की तरफ चलते हैं। आई थिंक जेनेसिस के एक प्लेयर है जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ते नजर आएंगे, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी बनी, जिन्होंने लास्ट मैच में बहुत ज्यादा फ्रैग्स निकाले। हाय बनी, कैसे हैं आप?
हेलो स्पीरो भाई, बढ़िया, आप बताएं क्या हाल है?
ऑल गुड बनी। लास्ट मैच की बात कर रहे थे, आपने बहुत फ्रैग्स निकाले, आप नॉक भी बहुत बार हुए, कुछ बताइए उस मैच में क्या स्ट्रैटेजी थी?
स्ट्रैटेजी तो कुछ नहीं थी, बस ये था कि पिछले वीक में भी थोड़े से पॉइंट कम आए थे हमारे, तो ये था कि इस वीक में हमको कवर अप करना है नियाओ करके। और पहला यही था कि सेकंड लास्ट मुकाबला था जो, उसमें थोड़ा सा चोक हो गया था हमारा, तो उसमें पॉइंट ज़्यादा आ नहीं पाए, तो यही एक ही मौका था हम पे लास्ट कि ये वाले में अगर हमारे पॉइंट्स ना आए तो हम मोस्टली कि थर्ड वीक में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आ जाएगा, तो यही था कि ये वाले में डिसेंट हमको निकालने पड़ने थे पॉइंट, तो वही हुआ, अभी निकल गए थोड़े बहुत।
नहीं, थोड़े तो नहीं, खैर काफी आपने निकाले बनी, आपकी और आपकी टीम ने पॉइंट्स। बट मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, जैसे वीक 1 आपने भी बोला कि खराब गया, तो वो कहते हैं ना जब सब कुछ अच्छा चलता है तो टीम की स्पिरिट भी बढ़िया चलती है, सब पॉजिटिव चलता है, बट फिर वो पूरा हफ्ता खराब गया। वीक 2 वो रीसेट कैसे आपने किया, क्योंकि बहुत सारी टीम्स है जो रीसेट नहीं कर पाई, तो उस रीसेट के बारे में बताइए। और वो कौन खिलाड़ी है एक जो खड़ा रहता है और ये सारे रीसेट में अपना योगदान देता है?
मेन तो हीरो ही है, क्योंकि वही आईजीएल करता है, अगर उसी का मोमेंटम डाउन होगा तो फिर हम पूरी टीम का ही डाउन ही रहता है एक हिसाब से, क्योंकि वही होता है कि जिसके थ्रू बूस्टअप मिलता है सारी टीम को, अगर वही थोड़ा सा डाउन रहेगा तो फिर मुश्किल हो ही जाता। अब यही था, फर्स्ट वीक में उसका थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम डाउन था, तो ठीक है, धीरे धीरे थोड़े बहुत ऐसा था कि चल ज़्यादा नहीं तो जितने निकल रहे हैं उतने ही निकाले पॉइंट, बट अब सेकंड वीक में चलो जोन का थोड़ा बहुत फेवर कई जगह नहीं मिल रहा था तो मार के लेना पड़ रहा था, तो हाँ ठीक है, आ गए मोस्टली।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच बनी हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए, बहुत मजा आया आपका गेम प्ले को देखने में और आपकी कमबैक को देखने में। ऐसे ही एंटरटेन करते रहिए हम सभी को। ऑल द बेस्ट।